course.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday stream with everyone's favorite work
Deficit
wife,
Al.
work wife, and dishwasher repairman Adam Friend.
That's hilarious. That's pretty good. And we're here with some very special guests. We've streamed with Chaeiry. I think this is your third appearance on our show, which is kind of cool. Yeah. And Straighterade, this is your second appearance on our show. So welcome, guests. We're going to try to have a conversation, a civil conversation. I was telling the guests before the show that we try to have collaborative conversations. And I don't know if you want me to call you Straighterade or Erin. I see your name is Erin. So
I'm fine with either.
Okay. So Erin was telling us, look, Erin was telling us before the show that don't expect Mrs. Nice Guy with her. She's like a shark and she's in full attack mode. So she does, whether or not we can have a collaborative conversation, I guess is up to Erin. So
wow, look at this.
Chaeiry, we had a really good conversation the first time you were on, Chaeiry. The second time you were on, you were kind of in moderator mode. So this is, we're officially here. Like we could do a 2v2 debate style, or we could just talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. You guys messaged me and said you wanted to talk about potentially Tim Pool and why people vote GOP. So I guess we could start there if you want. Erin, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. This is kind of piggybacking off the conversation that you guys had with Josiah, aka Pondering Politics, where I didn't think that you guys disagreed that much on like why people vote GOP, but did you guys feel like there was a big disagreement there?
Sitch, you want to respond?
Well, I felt like there was in our first conversation. I felt like there wasn't in our second conversation.
Yeah, because there was like tension there in the follow-up stream or whatever. It was like, it sounds like you guys kind of agree in principle. You just kind of disagree with the ways that it manifests in like culture and media and stuff like that.
Well, actually, I do disagree because he seemed to be saying that the reason people vote Republican is because they're all like stupid and have been tricked by propaganda. If I recall correctly, that was his position.
I think a more charitable read.
Tim Pool's? Or
no, why people vote GOP.
Oh, Josiah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think like a more charitable read of that is like, I remember him saying like tradition and propaganda. And I think like the reason that he said propaganda is because if you look at like poorer counties and stuff like that, or precincts, they do sometimes like heavily swing for the GOP, even though the GOP doesn't really have like economically progressive policies that would necessarily benefit their socioeconomic caste. And I think you guys largely agreed on that, but you felt it was, I guess, like condescending to say that people, couldn't just, I guess, arrive at this conclusion of their own volition, that they must have been like duped or something like that. Like in the last conversation, Adam is like, I feel like I'm talking to Thomas Frank and getting a summary of like what the hell is wrong with Kansas, even though, Thomas Frank himself is like a populist. So I would think that you guys actually would have some overlap with like the critiques that he has of like why people are like choosing to embrace kind of the more conservative brand of populism over maybe something that like the Democratic Party could like offer and champion.
My problem with that critique, that what's the matter with Kansas critique, is that it assumes people vote their economic interest when people often vote their moral interest above their economic interest. And I'm sure you can see this on the Democratic side, Erin. Like, obviously, if people said, listen, Erin, if any party came up with a policy saying, look, we're gonna pay off your student loans or whatever debt you're in, okay? But in exchange for that, we want this policy where we can be openly racist. You're not going to vote for that party, right? You're not going to say, okay, well, they're paying off my student loans, I'm going to suck it up with the racism stuff. My guess is you're going to be against the racism, right?
Yeah. But I've noticed that there are a lot of people who I think are willing to overlook some of the like cultural promises of these politicians by either turning a blind eye to it or thinking that it's not actually going to really come to fruition, maybe in the way that it seems that people kind of like of the other side or whatever are saying it's going to,
So you're saying you wouldn't sacrifice your morality, but you're assuming that they might do that. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't think it's a matter of like sacrificing. I'm saying like it's people having priorities when it comes to voting. And there are certain things that, like, I don't think every issue is kind of weighted equally for each voter. Would you agree?
Sure.
Well, obviously, people separate out the issues. Like some issues are more important than others. There's single issue voters that vote specifically on, like abortion.
Mm-hmm. So like for some people, abortion, as far as like what motivates them to vote, that's like 80% of it. And there really isn't anything in that 20%, or it would have to be a really big thing to kind of overwhelm their commitment to voting along this line. Or some people I've seen this kind of fervor with like gun reform. And it needs to be something that they really feel like this takes precedence over that, and there are other people where I don't think people see that really as like compromising. They see it, I guess, kind of just like degrees of like what's more important to me, and they see things, maybe some more unsavory things are like, well, I don't totally disagree with how all of that works, but they factor in the way that like our system works, which is that like, well, we have checks and balances, we have the Senate, we have the Supreme Court, we have the state legislatures, we have things that like, even if part of this package is some social component or like moral component I oppose vehemently, I don't really like, if they don't really see public polling for it or whatever, I don't think that skepticism that it'll actually happen is really that like unfounded, or people viewing it as a compromise. They're like, I'm voting for this reason. It may they're promising that it's going to have this side effect, but I don't think it's going to happen because there's no public will for that side effect, or like fingers crossed,
Oh,
I could see. Can you give an example? Because I'm trying to think of what you're referring to, and I can't.
I guess that you guys asked me for like a fascist policy from Trump, and like I was thinking about, or like I watched the post stream that you guys did, and I think you did provide a better example, which was like the restriction on access to abortion and like the reproductive rights. And I largely agree with that. I guess the reason why like my first thought to like go to the border wall is because like, is that like policy inherently fascist? Like, no, states have borders that need to be maintained or whatever. There's different ways that you could go about doing it. I was mostly criticizing like the mechanism for him motivating people to vote for him on that basis. But like the example of Roe v. Wade and like that, I feel like that's more of like a party-wide thing that he was kind of like assisted in, with the judges that he ended up nominating to the Supreme Court, like Amy Coney Barrett, and her affiliation with the I can't remember the judicial group that she's affiliated with or whatever.
I know what you're talking about, yeah.
And same thing with like Gorsuch and stuff like that. So like he had a hand in that, but like the president overall is not really responsible for like direct policy decisions. They get more like veto power, and they broadly tell you like, it's funny that I guess they kind of try to run on policy because it's not really, that's more of the Senate's job, the Congress's job. And then they kind of get the like, they work with the House majority person or minority, depending on where their party is currently, and then try to get them to what votes, but they don't really like run on policy. But as far as in it, like to answer your question, sorry, like a long answer.
Go ahead.
Of how people I think are willing to like look the other way. I guess like the example that you're saying is like, oh, with CRT. So like the Democratic Party is promising you student debt, right? Or $15 minimum wage, but you have to compromise, maybe like you have to be openly racist. Insofar as like they're kind of pushing for things like the 1619 project or like, CRT, and you feel like people are willing to like, kind of seize upon the economic opportunities they're being presented with and turning their back on like what you see as like glaring racist policies that they're putting in their agenda. And then from my vantage point, I see the GOP pushing this when it comes to like immigration. Like you gave kind of the populist explanation for why some people might favor kind of stronger borders or like trade protectionism and not so much like these global policies. And it has more to do with like an economic angle of like, do I want it to be racially discriminatory or xenophobic? No, but I have these economic interests or whatever that supersede that. And that's where I'm like, they see it as like, I don't really see it as racist, or I don't like, I'm not willing to like, they're quote unquote willing to compromise and go with the guy that is proposing a policy that they agree with in a racially inflammatory way, but they don't feel like it's really going to have that outcome, if that makes sense.
I understand what you're saying. And just before we move on, I want to go back to the people voting their moral interest over their economic interest.
Wait. Before I have to address something just to make sure. To be clear, I don't think I said the abortion policy was fascist. I believe I said that you could argue it was authoritarian, right? I didn't say that was my opinion.
I think you asked me the question, like, what's an example of a fascistic policy
and
being
you brought up
pushed by the
wall.
GOP?
Right.
And I talked about like the wall.
Right.
And I didn't really even think it was productive to ask. I think like this is the wrong question. Like when you're trying to like identify like if a politician in office is fascistic or demonstrating authoritarian tendencies, I don't know that policy is necessarily going to be the mechanism that really manifests. I think a lot of it has to do with some of like, things, the way that they enact policy, the way that they
well, no. Before this is a whole other long conversation. I mean, I just wanted to make clear. I just want to make clear. I didn't say that being pro-life is a fascistic policy.
Yeah,
that's all.
He wants his position to be clear. Yeah,
I think you could make an argument that it's authoritarian, but that's not my position.
But you weren't making that argument.
Right, I was not making that point. That's all I'm making clear. But so anyway,
do you think that the overturning of like Roe v. Wade and like throwing reproductive rights?
Just before we go into that, and we can go into that. I just want to. Are we in agreement on the economic interest is often subservient to moral interest when voting?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay, Chaeiry, so. I want to allow you to comment on that as well.
I think some people are confused. I think it's often they vote for their moral interest, but I believe that sometimes they're voting for their moral interest because they think it will influence their economic interest.
Can you give an example of that?
Yeah, sure. So I would say people that believe society is denigrating, and the way to build it back up to get better jobs is to stop the kids from becoming trans.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So they see
they latch everything onto each other, and I think they end up strongly going for these culture war issues because they think it's going to improve their societal outcomes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think people sense, obviously they perceive economic hardship. So that definitely motivates people to vote. I think in the past, not 100%, but obviously in the past, it seemed like there was more of if the economy was bad, people could just flip the vote for whatever party was not in power. And it seems like now things are sort of more just, oh, well, if there's economic problems, it's already like post hoc rationalized to be the other party's problem, regardless of whatever the economic policy is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And some people are just like so bad faith with it. It's hard to take it as a serious position. Like when you have certain people saying that women need to not be allowed to vote, that's part of the problem, that women are in the workforce and they're voting, and we need to remove these things. So all of a sudden you have a lot of people who are like against women's rights. And that sounds like a personal bias. That sounds like misogyny. But the reason that they're doing is for the economic outcome that they expect to follow from removing those rights.
Well, I mean, I think the whole women shouldn't vote. I mean, first of all, I assume we all get it's a pretty fringe position, at least.
Very
on
fringe.
the internet,
not even serious in my opinion.
Yeah. I think whenever I hear that argument being made, it kind of stems from like, oh, the wokeness is rooted in women's ability to control society, and then they kind of make the backwards argument that therefore we should remove the vote for women. You get the just pearly things argument, but
yeah, they make the backwards argument from there, and they never, in my opinion, okay, because I can't speak for everybody, I do believe that I believe there's a lot of people who like that idea, who like removing those rights, and it stems from their biblical belief that women should follow, not lead. So it's just like two sides being so dishonest about why they essentially don't like women's liberation. But I've been on here before. You guys know I'm a fucking feminist. Dirty feminist.
I mean, look, I wouldn't call myself a feminist just because the label has kind of devolved into meaning man hater, which I'm not a man hater. Look, Erin, are you coming out as a man hater?
Obviously.
There you go.
What's the reason to do feminism if it's not about shitting on men and just having like a very nice, like politically correct cover for it? I love it.
That's not my feminist. This is why I call myself a feminist everywhere I go, because I'm not man-hating feminist. I just need more representation of that kind of feminist.
You want to take it back? You're taking the label back?
I'm taking it back, but I'm also accepting that there are women who hate men. That's why I love Erin.
Okay, no, seriously, I actually do think that like the term feminist, like the mantle needs to be like reclaimed by the left, because like Adam's saying, I think that continues to be kind of like the pervasive cultural myth surrounding like feminism. But there was a Pew data research that asked, like, they polled Americans, like, do you broadly agree with like XYZ feminist principles? And it just seems like there's broad support for the like general ideas and tenets of like mainstream feminism, and yet people just don't. It's kind of like a dirty word. So I feel like there probably is more support, or like, people label themselves feminists like yourself? No, because they affiliate it with like man hating and kind of like these straw man ideas of what it is. But the broad principles, I think people do agree with.
Well, I mean,
I agree with that. Yeah, obviously.
We get to kind of the problem of, I mean, I would argue, obviously, whenever there's a political disagreement, people will take the extremists of one side and try to paint a broad brush the entire movement to try to attack them. But I think the negative association for feminism is really the feminist movement's fault, because you had like a lot of the third and fourth wave ideological feminism was rooted in seemingly hatred towards men, as opposed to the second wave feminism. So I kind of blame feminists for that negative association.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think it's funny for me to look now at a lot of the women who speak out against feminism, who hate feminism, comically argue that women should not be able to vote, that kind of stuff. Those women are the most feminist, independent, argumentative, masculine presenting women I'd ever seen. Like, okay, you can go ahead and hate feminism, but you are everything that like it stands for. Love that for you.
Well, they're halfway to manhood already, so they know if the voting camera comes down, they'll just transition and they'll be able to vote anyway. So you wanted? I have a bunch. Well, I have a bunch of questions. Obviously, Erin, you have commie chick, I think, in your bio. I don't know if that's serious or not. So I don't like. Are you a vocal socialism? We have some disagreement.
I'm not.
Okay, so you're not a socialist.
No, I'm not a socialist.
Okay,
I'm a communist. That's why it says commie.
Oh, are you? Look, I can't tell.
What's the difference? Explain to us.
I actually feel like mainstream people who call themselves socialists are actually communists, but they're too scared to say that they're communists, so they call themselves a socialist, because right now that's kind of like where the cultural zeitgeist is permissible of.
Yes.
And much like the feminism thing, I think it's mostly like people not being willing to like pick up the avow themselves as a communist or whatever, because they don't like the dirty affiliations that people have with it. I kind of feel the same way. Because I broadly just describe, like, I really am, I'm like half joking when I say like, oh, I'm a communist or whatever. It's like I'm much further left than like the vast majority of people that I'll meet. But I don't find it productive to actually label myself anything, because people usually already have kind of like a rough framework of where you're coming from when you say I'm a socialist, I'm a communist, I'm a social democrat, I'm a liberal. And you end up first, like,
those are all very different things.
Yeah, they're all super different. They're all super different things. But like, regardless of what label you throw out, people already have like their preconceptions and like a schema in their head of like what that label entails. And so even though the label is supposed to help clarify what your positions are, I usually find that it ends up like obfuscating what it is. So to me, I usually just ask people, like, you can ask me my opinion on literally any like policy or subject, and issue by issue, I'll be able to tell you, because that's going to be more clarifying than just giving you a label. Because people just project onto it whatever they want.
Are you in favor of abolishing private property?
Oh yeah, I am.
Okay, well that's pretty simple.
You say these things and you have this tone of voice. It's like,
yeah, you can't tell
smirk. So I can't tell if you're
being
sarcastic or not.
She's so serious.
I know.
No, I'm dead serious on that one. I am. But I guess I usually would say, like, to be a Marxist is to be like a strict materialist for the most part. Am I doing like tenant strikes? No, I'm not. Am I doing any sort of like meaningful unionization? No, I'm not. The most I've actually done is like organizations with like nonpartisan like voting, getting people registered here in like Texas where I live. And then I've canvassed with DGG, like Destiny's group or whatever. And I've voted the majority, like with the exception of like Sanders, who's an independent, right? I voted for like the Democratic Party ever since I turned 18. So I feel like materially, I can say whatever I want about what's in my head about what I ideologically align with, but that what the impact that I have on the world materially is that I'm like a Democrat, Yeah,
I understand. But I do think it's interesting to ask people what their ideal scenario would be. So when you say you're in favor of abolishing private property, do you just mean in terms of like everything should be a co-op, or do you mean people shouldn't be able to own houses? Like, what's the line here?
No, I'm more in favor of like a transition from people just having like workers themselves having democratic control over the means of production, right? Or like more control of like, you know, the abolition of like bosses, the abolition of like capital owners in society, and that being in the hands of like workers themselves directly, and them, you know, bringing like democracy to the workplace, you know, like they're approachable, like kind of more mainstream, like Marxists and socialists like Richard Wolff or whatever, who have like ways of explaining this much better than I can in approachable like layman's terms about like what it means to actually like try to put these plans into actions in tangible ways that like your average American can better understand. Because like the Communist Manifesto was written for like peasant farmers, you know, 100 years ago. Like that's not really going to resonate with, you know, young urban professionals in 2023. There has to be kind of like an update to this. And most people, what they associate communism and socialism with is like the global despotism of like the USSR, right? They're going to see that as like a dirty word. So, you know, with the help of like, you know, politicians like Senator Sanders, he has kind of made like terms like democratic socialist, probably much to y'all's like chagrin, more palatable and like kind of popular terms again that aren't already like just dirty words instantly.
Well, I mean, to me, it's not a coincidence that all these communist countries, not all of them, most of them, the majority of them tend to end up in being these authoritarian states. I think that's the only way to make it work, is that you need to have this top-down control that's basically forcing all these changes.
Oh, I agree with that. I mean, like if I thought that like the utopian vision of communism was going to look like the Soviet Union or the USSR, like fuck that, you know, I wouldn't be in favor of that. But there's definitely like different strains or whatever, and this gets into like boring theory shit of like those like, you know, Marxists who believe, or like Marxist Leninists proper, who believe that there like needs to be a vanguard party that kind of ushers this in. There's others that are more anarchist or whatever, something like Noam Chomsky, who does talk about like worker co-op models and ways of introducing it kind of like a bottom up way instead of this like top down way of organizing society, you know.
Yeah,
and that's more along the strand of what I'm interested in, not the former.
Well, it's weird to me because, like, with all, you know, the popularity of BreadTube and some, you know, Hassan and other BreadTubers, it's like they have the resources to, I would think, if they were really serious about this, to start a bunch of co-ops and try to get it going. And if the co-ops are successful and competitive, I mean, people would follow the model, and they don't seem to be doing any of that.
I think the issue is not some sort of like personal hypocrisy or lack of interest for doing that. I think they don't necessarily know how to go, if there's a lack of, like, it's not a lack of interest. It's like, how do you go about organizing a workplace like that when you are kind of like functioning as a corporation when you're a creator, if that makes sense.
Like, yeah, but like Hassan is so popular and Vosh and some of these other people are so big that I can guarantee you there are people in their audience that do know how to do that and would be dying for a chance to do those things.
Really? I feel like the chief,
or you could just hook up with Richard Wolff. I'm pretty sure Hassan could hook up with Richard Wolff and they could start, you know, some bunch of co-ops around.
I mean, I'm here for it. I think that would be fucking based, because right now I feel like the joke about their communities, it's like it's a bunch of like 13-year-old LARPers who call themselves socialists and they don't even know what it means.
True,
which may or may not be
literally
the case.
True.
So when you're saying like reach into their audience, it's like what, like the 15-year-old?
Okay, well maybe that's a good point. You know what? I take it back. You are correct. I've argued with many of people from these audiences who don't even understand that, you know, socialism and Marxism was a critique of liberalism, and they really have no clue about what they're actually advocating for. So it's wild. But you brought up, okay, so you want us to bring up Roe versus Wade in terms of that being
well, I before we move off of the communism stuff, I have some questions.
What was the questions?
Grill me on them.
So yeah, this is going to sound totally off topic. Sitch already asked the private property, but I want to know, like, we've had a little disagreement over individualism and collectivism on the channel. So I'm curious. I have a question specifically.
Wait, what is this joke? Why is Sitch already laughing?
Well, because half the show is just Sitch and I arguing over stuff. So like we disagree quite often and quite vigorously. I mean, that's why a lot of people are into that.
Ask your question, Adam.
Yeah.
Is that why there's an A tier and S class?
Yes.
True. Yes, obviously.
Where are you, Chaeiry? Where are you feeling right now?
You want me to ask my question or not?
Yeah,
I want Chaeiry to answer first.
Before we...
answer based on this question. So you can answer too, Chaeiry. Like, the question is there any group or organization that you'd be willing to give your life for, Erin?
Man, no.
Look at
No.
you
I
setting.
don't
Look
believe
at
so,
you.
no.
He's trying. Listen, don't let Adam trick you. He's trying to frame a question in a sneaky way. Okay.
That is not Sitch. Why are you undermining the question? Sitch, is there any group or organization that you're willing to die for?
Of course.
Okay.
Obviously,
My country.
Oh.
Look at that. This is hyper nationalist over
Yeah.
here.
Listen, if we're getting invaded by China, okay, or Russia, I'll defend my country. I'll die for my country.
So I'll ask you, Chaeiry, too. Is there any organization or group that you'd be willing to give your life for?
Organization?
Sure. Yeah.
Just say
Or
DGG. Say the cult.
No.
Oh my God, that's like
I like most of DGG, but some of them are mean to me. So
Yeah, fuck them.
it's
Not worth dying or martyring yourself for.
Well, I assume when you say group, do you mean like also your family? Does that count as a group?
Yeah, like I'm
Sure.
thinking, does family count? Like this dude said, the country. That's a huge ass group. I mean, I feel like you're
family's good.
retarded if you're not going to.
Don't
like,
call
put your
Erin
I'm
retarded.
sorry.
Okay, that's not nice.
But I feel like something is wrong if you don't put your life on the line for like where you live. Do you know what I mean? Like I feel
Sure.
like by
Yes.
default, everyone should say that.
Now I live in Los Angeles, so I'm running.
Well, then you don't like where you live, right?
Look, I'm not sure. I might fight for the perimeter of my house, but I don't know that I'm fighting for Los Angeles.
Okay.
So, but anyway,
do you
look, I
agree,
like
Erin?
the sentiment, Chaeiry. I do.
Would you die for your family or
No,
your country
hold
or
on. Let
anything?
Chaeiry answer. I don't feel like we've got a good answer out of Chaeiry.
I thought Chaeiry just did answer.
What'd you
I
say?
think- well, I'm basically saying it's common sense to die for your country because that's like where you live, that's your land, that's your
Okay.
that's your opportunity. You
I
know?
could get a new country.
No, you can get a new family. You can't really get a new country. I don't like that.
Look at this.
I'm
I
not
guess it
gonna
would,
do
it would be the
family.
same geographical country. I'm assuming that in the case that you're talking about, it would be like an invasion. Now it's going to be known as something else, you know? Maybe I would make like a really great Chinese citizen.
Well,
That's
let me
fine.
ask you a question. Because Adam is really happy because you're kind of making his point that you don't even know what the point is, but I do. If America was the hypothetical communist socialist country that you desired, and it was being invaded by, like, let's say, evil capitalist Canada, and they were going to take over the country and revert it back to neoliberal economic policies, would you fight and die for the communist country?
No, I would not.
Okay, that's,
You
that's
know,
an
like-
interesting answer. That's a very interesting answer. Okay.
Well, to me, it's like, what is worth like dying for if it's not worth living for? Do you know what I'm saying with that? Like,
I
if the end
don't.
goal of this is just going to end up being like some doomsday death cult, then like, no.
Well, no, I mean, I agree. Obviously, you shouldn't be part of a doomsday death cult, but obviously, in the world, when you have these ideological differences and wars, like, there are people that, you know, have to fight aggressors and violent aggressors so that they could be free to live how they want to live, or how their family and their children want to live how they can live, right?
Oh, I agree with that. I think, you know, you're asking like, you're saying that like, oh, is the bar for me to defend my country that they ideologically align with me and that is like actually reflected in like the state and policy?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so, because like, you know, I can say all that I want, like, no, I'm not dying for my country. But when it comes down to it, if my house was like threatened, if my personal property, if, you know, was threatened, I think maybe it would come to that. Maybe even though I've said previously, yeah, I'm not doing that shit, that my, you know, conditions around me would be the thing that like forces my hand and I suddenly find myself willing to do it. But it isn't, I don't need to be in like ideological lockstep with the state to find it worthy of defense, because it's like any domestic issues that I take umbrage with my country, I find that to be, I don't find that to be the business of like another country, like to invade and kind of like force that, you know, like that was Russia's pretense for like invading Ukraine, was that they're helping like denazify Ukraine. And it's like, well, that may or may not be the case, that Ukraine is in need of like denazification, but why would that be Russia's problem? That's like Ukraine's problem to deal with internally.
Right, but that's what I mean. Like, so, like, if you're an American citizen, it's like hypothetically, Nazi Germany is back, and Nazis are invading our country, and if they win, you know that they're going to start killing all the Jews and brown people and gays and all that stuff. I mean, would you like fight and die to protect that, or you just be like, well, I'll just, I'm white or white enough, like I'll just pretend to be a Nazi.
I'll be okay, right? You
Yeah.
guys will like, yeah. Okay, no, that's the fucking stakes that obviously, because you were framing it more like, would you die like pro this ideology, like for it, as opposed to would I die in defense of something?
That's
what
what
I think.
yeah,
I'm more
I meant
likely
in
to die
terms of defensively. Yes, is what I
like
meant.
defensively rather than offensively. I
Right.
died for the cause of like whatever, the cause of communism or socialism or Democrats or something like that. It's like, yeah, I'm not willing to do that. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking to you. I'd be a fucking domestic terrorist.
Right.
If I was
No,
willing to
right,
do
right,
that.
right, right. But so wait, so to be clear, so you are saying that you would die defensively, right, to protect freedom or something?
Sure, I put my life on the line in that respect. Yeah, those are the stakes.
Okay. Look at that, Adam. I'm trying to sabotage your.
Am I a collectivist now?
I know you're doing your best. Is there like a celebrity or a TV show or a brand of clothing that you'd be willing to die for?
What?
No, I'm just kidding. Look,
I had an answer.
Yes.
Well, you're free. You're free. It was a
What brand
joke
of
question,
clothing,
but you're
Chaeiry?
free
What
to
brand
answer.
of clothing?
I would put everything on the line for Nicki Minaj.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
She's been pretty based lately. I mean, I think she was coming out
she's-
against the.
Yeah, not for her politics, just her craft and her art. Okay.
She was,
I let
she was
my
coming out
queen-
against COVID. Do you remember? I believe Nicki
I
Minaj
know.
was the one that was talking about her cousin
Yeah,
Had
anti-vax
a-
hysteria. She was like, "Don't
had
take
his
it
dick
because
fall off or something.
yeah, it made my cousin
What it
impotent."
his balls, I think, grew in size dangerously. But yeah, I heavily disagreed with her, obviously.
Okay.
But
Okay.
at
But
the
you would
same
still die for
time,
her.
I saw my friends quote tweeting her and debate broing her, and I had to tell them, like, stop. I don't know who you think you are. You don't get to tell her shit. But
That's awesome. That's
She's
awesome.
royalty. Nikki is royalty. You don't get to talk to her. Okay, stop it.
Okay, so the follow-up is, what are the advantages of socialism / communism? Can you name a few? So, Erin, you want to go first?
I mean, why not Chaeiry?
Well, Chaeiry, I don't know that.
well, to
I
be
mean,
fair,
I do want to
I'll
ask
answer this
Chaeiry,
question, but
but
I want to ask Chaeiry really quick. Like, where did you stand on the whole, like, socialism, communism, liberalism,
I'm gonna be
political
honest.
identity?
on this panel, I'm like the actual centrist. Okay. I am
I'm skewing things
They're
though.
enlightened centrists. You
Mhm.
are like the fucking communists, and I'm so in the middle of you guys. I like some socialist programs. I like some of the safety nets. Essentially, I do believe in universal health care.
we
then-
don't call that socialism though, Chaeiry.
I
Like,
know, but people
yeah.
people make you associate that with socialism. So whatever,
Right.
I'll associate it. I'll let you
Okay.
guys
Yeah,
have
but
a
those
few
people are
good
liars, and
biscuits.
they're wrong.
I think they're wrong too. Yeah, I don't like this idea
See?
that like welfare is like socialism, you know?
Yeah.
Well, listen, if you could tell a socialist, look, we have some socialism. This is like socialism at home, and then they'll stop being a socialist. I'm gonna try it.
Okay, fair enough.
That
fair
is
enough.
that is the point of the social safety nets, Chaeiry. You're right about that. To prevent socialists from gaining power. So
Oh my God. I think it's just for the better of everybody, because some people will be left behind, and just keep things even, keep things civilized.
I agree.
essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I totally agree.
But apart from that, I do not fuck with Marx. I am not a communist. I'm not a socialist.
We'll get you one
I
day.
don't think I've met socialists that I like. I've never met a socialist that I really completely agree with, or even slightly agree with. That's just
You
where I
really
am.
said I have socialist friends.
Yeah,
She did, didn't
socialist
she?
I have a
friends.
socialist
did.
friend. I can't be anti-socialist. Come on,
There
you
you
guys.
go.
That's it.
So the question again is, what are the advantages of socialism, communism? Can you name a few?
I think to me, like the start is that like there's been a systemic and like concerted effort to break down a lot of like collective bargaining and like union organization, like labor organization in this country that is really kind of caught to me the center of like a lot of political discourse and like reasons why you see traditional establishment liberals not really understanding why people are willing to embrace someone like Trump over Hillary, you know, when it's just, I think most people kind of intuitively understand that like your boss and your community and the people immediately around you have a lot more influence on your life than like the state does, than the federal government does, than the Supreme Court does. Where it's like those will impact you, but there's kind of like downstream effects that you don't really feel for like a few years, because the way like the government works is that it works very slowly. So I want people to kind of like shift their focus, or at least at the very least see that these aren't really like mutually exclusive efforts that need to all be put towards electoralism, and see that there is a lot of value in recognizing your place in the economy and in your country. And that is first and foremost not along like a racial identity or even like an ethnic identity, like as an American or as a Mexican or as a Canadian, but first and foremost like as a worker, you know, as like blue collar or like a white collar worker, and kind of align your political interests like with that starting point in mind. And that you have a lot more economic interests with the people around you as workers, like, and solidarity to be found with them, as opposed to trying to do it along these lines of more abstract concepts like race, you know, or like gender, where it's going to be much more difficult to kind of like unify people in one race or in one gender or in one, even in one country along that line first. I don't think there's ever really enough like personal stake or motivation along that. So I would say like that's kind of like the entry point for understanding like there's a lot more benefits to socialist and like communist ideas than people are willing to give credit to, you know?
Okay.
Unifying around class is what you're saying, right? Instead of race or sex.
Yeah, first and foremost, that being kind of like the engine.
There you
I'm
go.
trying to just synthesize what you're saying here. So, like collective bargaining, I think might be one. Faster policy might be another, and ethnic unification might be a third.
National unification.
Well actually, not that, because I'm saying that's. I think people have more like nationalist tendencies, or like, you know, are more likely to try to organize themselves among like, you know, like we just in the previous question you were asking me like, would you die for your country? You know?
I mean, look, ethnic unification is probably the wrong term. I mean, diverse ethnicities uniting under class instead of fighting racially. That's what I mean. Okay.
Exactly.
So, Sitch, do you want to respond to any of that?
I mean, that sounds like that's going to hurt your argument, Adam.
Did she say she was going to die for that society or something? What happened?
No, okay, keep going. Get to the punchline here, because that I know you want to ask.
Well, why? I mean, obviously, she thinks all that stuff would be better for her as an individual.
Get to the punchline, Adam.
There's no punchline.
What's the punchline?
What are you talking about?
You asked the question you want to ask.
There is. Look, I don't know what you're talking about.
What you do know? Why are you playing dumb?
Sitch, just say it. You do it.
Adam wants to ask if you think that Marxism and socialism is an individualistic ideology or a collectivistic ideology.
Look, I don't. We would have to have a 25-minute conversation just to define terms. That
was what you were leading up to. Okay.
No,
obviously.
it's not. Look,
of course it was.
We've had a disagreement on whether or not Marxism is an individualist philosophy or a collectivist philosophy. A lot of people call it a collectivist philosophy, but my understanding of Marxism is it's a philosophy about how individuals relate to society. So therefore it is at its heart an individualistic society. Marx did think that one day, once class consciousness was reached and and everyone was united under class, and they would unite as a collective, but that has never happened. Mm-hmm. So as of now, we're still in the individualist frame of mind. And you saying you're not willing to die for any group or organization is a very individualist outlook on life. So, I mean...
I guess I don't really see these as like maybe mutually exclusive or like kind of like a false dichotomy that you're setting up here between like individualism versus collectivism. Like there's actually a saying that like some people think like leftists are actually the most true liberals, in the sense that they're the policies and the general principles that like leftists proper and anti-capitalists adhere to are actually the way to usher in the promises of the Enlightenment, and therefore fulfill like individual liberties for people. Because without like individual economic like enfranchisement and success, you're really not going to be able to like meaningfully enact the changes that you want to see in the world at large as an individual, without sort of collectivism being the mechanism by which you do that first and foremost, and like organize among those lines so you can fulfill those principles, if that makes sense.
So you're saying that basically the socialist idea would be you need collectivism to usher in the utopian individualism, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I think that's kind of like that is the catalyst for it. And the ultimate end goal kind of is this sort of like utopian ideal of like individual prosperity and liberty once you have those things. Right. But you're not even going to be able to secure them first unless you are like organizing along these lines and like having class consciousness.
Don't you think you would have more, you fundamentally believe that you would have more individual freedom under a communist society, correct, Erin?
Yes, I do.
Right. So more free time, less work, more time to do things that are fun.
It's not about there being less work necessarily. It's like one part kind of redefining like how we understand work, and more to do with like your relationship to that work rather than trying to just abolish it entirely at first, you know.
The work would be more enjoyable, more satisfying.
Right. It's more fulfilling or whatever because you actually have some say over like your individual economic circumstances, as opposed to what you do now, which is that you kind of have to submit to your boss or employer. And it's like, well, in exchange for your paycheck, you know, you're going to like sell your labor at like part of the value that it's worth. And you're going to be, you know, subject to the like laws and rules that are kind of, you know, part of your workplace. And like a lot of ways, like Marxist critiques of like the modern day workplace is that like, you know, every private firm kind of functions as like a private tyrannical government, because if your boss and like the CEO and like the board members at the top, that you don't really have any say in like how they run the company. If you have disagreements that are really in stark opposition to how your company or firm is run, the first answer is going to be then get another job. Go find some other tyrant.
But that's literally how you have others say, though. If you're in a communist country that most are command economies, so they're telling you where to work, how do you have more freedom? If you're in a capitalist society and you can find another job, so that does give you some freedom to veto whatever your boss is doing. But in a communist situation, they tell you where to work, then you have less freedom.
It's wishful thinking that your communistic society is going to have the same beliefs that you have right now. It's just wishful because you can't understand.
You're talking to Erin, right, Chaeiry?
Yes.
Okay.
I like capitalism. That's my ideal situation, and it's not the capitalism that exists today, which I consider it's more corporations. I forget the word for it.
Cronyism, or like crony capitalism.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, whatever it is, I like a regulated capitalism. And I believe under that is where we got most of our like liberal pushes for women, for LGBT, and also for like progressing the workspace. Because of capitalism is why you got these tech companies that make so much money that have sought to like make shorter work days, make work from home more available, offer up more vacation, paternity leave. That's first incorporated in these big companies. The idea that you can't get progress through capitalism and that you can't ever make change in the workforce, it takes time. Most change takes time. And if a company cares about the money, cares about their profit, and you can prove that these changes for like better human quality of life and that results in better work, those changes eventually happen.
I mean, the thing that I'm going to push back on you with that or whatever is like, I think people misunderstand that like capitalism is like a necessary step to socialism because it's what establishes property rights. So it has to come first. So like any transition from like a state of like, you know, an agrarian peasant society, like what the like USSR was for an example or whatever, is going to require market reforms that first introduce capitalism or whatever, because it necessitates property rights. And then from there, you can find different like, but Marx always argued that like capitalism is a necessary step, but there comes a point where it's like run its course. And to try to keep capitalism in place, it will basically lead to its own downfall. There's a lot of complicated reasons why his hypothesis ended up being proven wrong, but like Marx. It can be moved past parse.
He might have had mental illness. I don't know what he saw. I didn't see it. But the idea that we've gotten this far with capitalism and then capitalism is like going off the rails a little bit, that we wouldn't just go back to a better regulated capitalism to try to continue to push for for better outcomes, better situations. Like this just, for me, it's very
wishful. Well, to me, like, I think you use it almost like I will gladly say like, yeah, my thinking is like idealistic and like wishful. And this is like, I don't know if you know who like if you guys know who Adam Curtis is, but he's kind of like a political commentator and like documentarian. And he talked about like this shift in like American politics going from like politicians and people who could conceive of like the biggest dream to present to their voters and constituents and Americans at large about what life could look like, both politically, socially, economically, and that shifting at some point, and like the Bush era kind of like it coming to a head of like trying to scare people into voting for them by conceiving of the biggest nightmare. You know, you need to vote for me because there are WMDs in Iraq and we need to invade, and you should be very scared of your life. And so like when you say it's wishful, it's like I don't even disagree with that. Like I know what I want to see happen is not going to come or like be realized in my lifetime or whatever.
No. So when I say wish, it's not just wishful. You understand it's a gamble. That's what I'm saying. Like whenever I see socialist communists speak about there needs to be a revolution, capitalism has to go, capitalism is just going to end up all Black people are dead, like whatever fear mongering they do to make it seem like we need communism, we need socialism for this progressive utopia, that is a gamble. Nobody knows if like this wonderful picture that you guys paint of equality and equity, equal outcomes, and everybody's going to be happier. Like nobody knows that.
No, of course, but I think like that is, you know,
is that a gamble worth taking?
Well, I would say right now, like the economic system that you champion already has within it, like a lot of risks, you know, like a lot of losers, basically. Like the reason why capitalism,
but is anybody on the brink of like, I don't know, half the
poverty,
country like dying? No, not poverty. These are all issues that would still exist under socialism and communism.
Yeah, just because it's like the transition would be slow or whatever, you couldn't like eliminate these things like overnight. But I think that it doesn't need to, if your threshold for it being like a gamble of like life and death, or like you're saying, like if you're asking me like how many Americans are on the verge of dying, it's like, no, people aren't like mass starving in the United States. It's not that dire, but I think people are very like deeply unhappy and insecure, like economically insecure as it is. And, you know, in the words of other socialists or whatever, it's like you have nothing to lose but your chains, right? Like there's many different ways that like kind of wealth redistribution and economic enfranchisement would actually like benefit people's lives. So like, you know, whether or not it's a gamble, I couldn't answer whether or not that gamble is worth taking for anybody else other than myself. To me, it's something I'm certainly interested in pursuing, but would I go about it and like, you know, enforcing it upon others? No, I think it has to start, like the most I can do is like to have individual conversations with people and give them my thoughts on it. But would I force it? No.
Chaeiry, why do you think communism or socialism doesn't work? I mean, I have a very clear idea that in general, people will work a lot harder if they can disproportionately benefit from the fruits of their own labor. And I think that's what drives capitalism.
Productive aspect of capitalism. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and exactly. It pushes for innovation. It pushes for people to challenge themselves, to aspire. To me, this just my thought is that capitalism provides us the opportunity to push for equality, a proven obviously you have to prove that the outcomes that you want to change to are better for people, for there to be a shift. And I think that exists, and then the drive exists, motivation exists. Under capitalism, I feel like we would all become zombies. I think we would question what is the purpose of life, like where's my meaning? There's nothing to really aspire to. What am I even, like, I don't know. For me, that communism just feels like a really bad mushroom trip. But what the fuck do I know?
Well, this is the one problem that I have with people who are socialists, because I do, in a situation where you can't start a business and become fabulously rich, I think a lot of people have that goal in mind when they start a business. There really is no motivation for people to start businesses, to really work harder than everybody else. So I feel like that is the downfall of all these communist experiments that have happened in the 21st century. I mean, it's a joke, but there's some truth to it. Obviously, they always say, you know, they pretend to pay us and we pretend to work. Because in a situation where, you know, you're in some state assigned job, I mean, who's really going to be into that? Who's really going to work in that kind of situation? I'm not. I'm going to knuckle down and wait for the revolution.
Well, I think your conception of like communism or like socialism is like the only way and mechanism that it could be, you know, enforced and manifested is like first and foremost through the state, through like the command economies where, you know, like the private enterprises and firms respond to the government rather than the government responding to that. But like Chaeiry was saying earlier, do we really have that sort of like free market system where there isn't already kind of an intermingling of these two already and like incestuous relationship between, you know, private capital and the government, like that already
hold on,
exists,
you say, right? There is an incestuous aspect to it when you're talking about corruption, but I don't think you can fairly call it incestuous if you're talking about government regulation, where you're literally stopping things like monopolies, where someone is going to dominate the market and gouge people for products and services. So in a regulation type situation, you wouldn't call that incestuous, right?
No, because it's
Okay.
like in that instance or whatever, I guess this is like conversations about like, you know, negative liberty and positive liberty, where it's
Sure.
like, you know, to have more rules actually enhances freedom, because by putting like a small restriction, you kind of end up allowing more people to prosper. And you end up with like a more free society. But I feel like
you avoid socialism.
You avoid socialism. The more economic shifts that I see are less and less kind of favoring and championing individual workers and more championing kind of like a global industrial, like a like globalization, that, you know, those efforts are good overall for like global standards of living, but kind of the intermediary periods of like when you're going to feel kind of like the downstream effects of that benefiting you, which is that like some goods will be cheaper in your country or more accessible. You're not going to feel that if your like job was outsourced, you know. You're just going to feel like,
are you saying that you think that those work conditions that got worse and more, like, I guess you're saying that for the United States, or you're talking about other countries?
I can only speak specifically to the United States because I'm just, you know, I'm an American, so everything revolves around us, obviously, from my my perspective.
Wait,
I can't
so
try to even
in the
speak
United
to like developing countries.
In the United States, you think things have gotten worse for the individual worker?
Yeah, in a lot of different ways. Like the fact that, you know, we have and I'm not talking standard of living, because it is possible for standards of living.
I'm talking about working conditions when you work for a company or something like that.
Oh, for sure. Like things like at-will employment, you know, like the fact that, you know, we're one of the only major developed countries that has like at-will employment, you know, like this is unheard of in other countries.
Wait, can you just explain what at-will employment is? Sorry.
Where your boss can fire you just at the drop of a hat and you can be unemployed like that, like tomorrow. Or just on the spot if they want. Like in other countries, they have labor boards where if your boss wants to fire you, there needs to be like cause for them to kind of revoke your livelihood, and they need to submit it to this labor board, and there needs to be independent review of whether or not that's a termination that's actually good.
So the fact that you can be fired at any moment to you is worse working conditions.
Mm-hmm. Because it's an extremely precarious economic situation to find yourself in, where people rely on their jobs that they work at for their money and their livelihood, and all that can just be pulled under the rug at you if your business goes under, right? And we don't have social safety nets to say that like what is unemployment in 2023? Like in at least for like Texas and Florida, max you can get is like $250 a week, you know, like, and that's going to run out very quickly. So these kind of like having this kind of like it was like just, you know, blaring background noise or like white noise, knowing that like any slip up at your job, no matter how small or big, could conceivably lead to your boss being able to just fire you as, you know, if they see fit or whatever, is very, I think, scary to most people. You know,
I think that's scary for any point in time in history. That's scary. But I think that the idea that that's worse now, or that's more prominent now, or it's more easy to get away with it now, I think that's exaggerated. I would just...
Why?
All right.
The ability to sue your employer is common practice. It's not shunned upon. There are I feel like we are more regulated. We have more laws around what employers are allowed to do to employees. There's more employee rights now than there used to be.
I feel like nominally those laws exist on the book, but are they enforced? Are people willing?
They have to be enforced because it's so easy to prosecute them. If you've worked a regular job, let's just say retail, because that's what I have experience in. If you work retail, back in the day, you could just get skipped out of your 15-minute. You can get skipped out of that. You could work overtime and never get benefits. They would never be reported. These are things that you don't get away with now. And if you get fired because you asked for the benefits because you've been working overtime for too long of a period that would make you qualify for it, because those are rights that you have now, that employer fires you, you get to sue them, and that you win easy. These things did not happen previously, and I just don't see where it's become worse.
Well, I live in Texas, and like breaks are not required by law in Texas. So if your employer is giving you a break, it's literally just out of the like, so people don't fucking riot, and kind of out of the kindness of their heart, I suppose, to the extent that like your boss is really looking at I guess like from their economic vantage point. This might be
more anecdote than more of a like broad pattern or habit.
That you're speaking to, or that you think I'm speaking to?
That you're speaking to.
I mean, because you're saying that like there are these laws that are like, written, but like when I'm saying like they're enforced, because like I agree with you that you can actually successfully sue your employer for a wrongful termination. But if you like the vast majority, or like an increasing number of Americans at this point are part of like the gig economy, where you're just an independent contractor and you don't actually have any sort of like union behind you or like part of some sort of like collective bargaining. You're just one individual going up against your boss or your firm that has like lots of money to combat your wrongful termination lawsuit. It's like when you're fired, if you don't even know how you're going to pay rent, where is the money for like a lawyer going to come from to bring forward like a wrongful termination lawsuit against your boss? I feel like that's just so unlikely to happen. I feel like people would be like,
there's a lot of lawyers
if you have a case, if you have a case, they'll do a pro bono, because obviously they'll take it off the back end. Yeah. Well, I guess it's not technically not pro bono. Pro bono is when they do it for.
I think you're both right in that.
Yeah, I think for me, what it seems like is probably situations exist where people don't understand the extent of their rights and they get fucked over and they do not know that they can pursue avenues in order to fix that, or that they should have never been in a bad situation in the workplace. And explaining people their rights and explaining people their like the situations that they can go to for better outcomes, that just takes time.
That's not quite what I meant. What I meant was
that's what I'm thinking.
That's fine. In the 50s and 60s and in the 70s, there's very strong labor unions. Labor had a lot of power in terms of just having the ability to say, oh, if you don't, give me a raise, I'm just going to leave this job and I can walk across the street and get a job for the same or for more. And that gave labor a lot of power. But legally, maybe labor didn't have actual power in terms of the way it does today, with having all these regulations and ways you can sue the company. And I think that's because over the years, starting in the 80s, as labor lost its kind of market power and employers gained more of the power, the government kind of had to step in and add a bunch of laws that give employers more actual protection. And so I think that's kind of where you're getting this disagreement about whether things are better or worse in terms of protection for workers now.
I mean, it also does seem weird that an employer would have to like have the best reason possible to fire somebody.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. First of all, I didn't even know that most European countries don't have at-will employment, which to me seems insane.
I said developed countries.
Right. I'm just saying, it seems crazy to me that, like, I don't know, it seems crazy to me that you can basically start a business and you can't just fire someone for, you have to kind of go through some complicated board to get someone fired if they suck at their job.
I mean, I feel like if you are part of the owning class in your society, right? like you do that obviously with the goal of, you know, personal economic growth and enfranchisement and like making money or whatever off of like productive assets that you have. But I think there should be an understanding, I guess, just like, I think, would you agree that like most people probably identify themselves as like liberals
Where?
Yes.
Here? In America or Europe?
in America, at
Yeah.
least,
Think
or like
most
in
people
developed
know their
countries?
label?
No, because people think liberal means Democrat, but ideologically,
I would
yes.
agree with you. But ideologically is
Yes,
what I'm
yeah.
speaking
Yeah.
to.
Individualist.
Yes.
Like individualist. I don't think that people, just because they become a capitalist, completely abandon these sort of like communitarian principles that they are raised with and understand. And it's like, you know, with great power comes great responsibility. If you're one of the people who like owns a business in your society, you are tasked with, not only are you like, you know, like there's kind of like a, what is it? Like you're a job provider, right? Like that is kind of like what
Creator.
like,
a creator.
a job creator too. You're endowed with this social responsibility that yes, you personally benefit from that, but the social role and function that you fulfill is that you provide people with the mechanism to have a stable livelihood. So I think the revocation of that, it's like only in the United States I notice is this not taken very seriously. Like there's a lot of emphasis on the kind of like supply side economics and like the perspective of like the business owner, but less perspective from, you know, what it's like from the worker and like working under that.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, if I'm a business owner, well, yeah, of course, what's in my interest is that I should be able to fire whoever the fuck I want, whenever the fuck I want. It's my business. I don't want the government telling me how I run this. Like it would make sense for a capitalist to argue for that. But as a worker, it's like, do you really, and most people in the economy are workers, is that, do you want your boss to be able to take your job away for any petty reason at any given time? No. You know,
this is probably the thing about me. This is why I'm okay with social safety nets. This is why I do think that we need some stuff like that for all of the sheep, for the people who bring the workforce down, that they would easily be fired because they walk and at the pace of a mule. They are not productive. They are most likely not going to be intelligent enough is cruel, but there are just people who would be left behind in capitalism.
Look at this
and if you want to
here.
thrive,
Major bourgeoisie,
the creativity, the workforce, it should all thrive. And if you do get fired, okay, you're saying that unemployment needs to be higher. We have to deliberate that. But I do think that a lot of people are sheep, and in order for them to not suffer for being sheep and to benefit from the creativity and the productivity of other people who are not sheep, then yeah, we need social safety nets, because God, I would rather work with a team of competent people than have to force work with a sheep. Yeah.
Chaeiry, you should stop buying into the right-wing framing on social safety nets. When you call them socialism, that's the right-wing framing to disparage social safety
and
nets.
also to lure kids into saying that they're socialists and they're not really.
Oh, okay.
So but it sounds like
that.
basically what you're arguing is that you think like employers should be able to at will fire people, but to redress that, the government should have social safety nets essentially for that reason.
Yes.
Right? That's okay.
Because if they make that choice to fire those people and it benefits their company,
right,
then that, for me, that's a good outcome. And it's not to say that the person who doesn't benefit the company should like suffer or anything, but by no means are you know, you're not going to get paid like Bill Gates. Okay. I'm just so sorry.
No, I think actually, Chaeiry,
let me answer.
You could, though. I mean,
the way that I look at
there
this,
are some future Bill Gates out there.
Stephen Hawking.
Don't hold people back.
The way that I look at this in terms of the at will firing thing is it's kind of like cheating. Like we all agree that cheating, well, not all of us, hopefully most of us agree that cheating is an immoral action. You know,
50% of us. Well, 40% of us believe that.
I hope most of us agree. I'm assuming all of us on this panel agree here that cheating is an immoral action to engage in, but that doesn't mean that it should be illegal by the government. And I kind of have the same view in terms of like, I agree with you that as an employer, you do have moral responsibility, social responsibility in terms of like not just firing someone because you don't like the shirt they wore or because they have an annoying voice or, you know, some minor, you know, quip that just annoys you. Like, yeah, obviously I don't think you should do that. And maybe it's immoral to do that, but I don't think it should be illegal necessarily to do that.
Why not?
Because I feel like making it illegal creates too many downstream problems and limits too many liberties. Because at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, I think it's immoral to cheat on someone, But a person, like that's part of freedom. Freedom is to act to some extent in these kind of immoral actions, in these immoral ways and selfish ways.
I feel like what you're talking about, though, is like specifically freedom for your boss to kind of be a tyrant, and less freedom for you as like a worker.
That is what I'm talking about. Yeah.
But it's like, why? Why should they have
presumably,
all of the like bargaining power in that?
Well, because presumably the owner of the company is the one that created it, and either they're the boss or they've hired someone to enact their will. And as the creator of the business, I think that affords them significant rights over how that business is run.
Significant rights, but like, and I would agree with that, but should it come at the detriment of all of the people who are going to be like working under them? It's like for every one boss you have, how many workers? Why does it have to?
Because
like these are the underlying assumptions that like I'm interested in challenging, because I think the framework that you and like Chaeiry come from are kind of like pervasive cultural attitudes and understanding, and especially with the way that these hypotheticals are presented, because we're egocentric by nature. I feel like people always engage in the hypotheticals and they picture themselves as the boss, but I encourage people like don't picture yourself as the boss. Picture yourself as like the worker.
I'm not engaging in hypothetical. I used really clear cases. I used the tech industry. I'm specifically thinking about if you have a team of software engineers, that whole team wants the sheep to get fired. He puts more work, or she puts more work for everyone else. Okay.
I could believe Chaeiry's the boss anyway.
True.
He makes everything, or she makes everything have to take 10 times longer, maybe 100 times more hours. That person brings the productivity down, delays the profit and the benefits. Everyone does better. If that person is gone, we get the money faster, and then part of that money can go pay for the sheep to have gone away.
Wow, sounds like a capital owner to me. Jeez.
Well, you're outlining the philosophy of neoliberalism. Like that is the entire philosophy of neoliberalism.
Yeah,
right? I don't put titles on it, but I'll take your word.
Josiah will put a title on it.
I called something a socialist program, so that was wrong. I'm done using your guys' fucking
That's
words.
fine. That's fine. Okay, but to answer the question about like why is that, I mean, I think it's just the way, I think it's just kind of like the nature of reality is if you have a business and you have a guy who created the business and then they've hired employees to work for them, there's going to be a balance of power between everyone involved in the business in terms of who owns it and all the people that run and all these things. That's just the way it is, because we're all individuals. We all have our individual motivations and needs and wants and desires. We're not kind of like a collective consciousness. And so there's always going to be this fight over like who gets control, who gets power, blah, blah, blah. So my position as a good liberal is that the person who created the business, who expended the effort, the knowledge, the money to create the thing in the first place, should therefore derive the majority of rights and power in terms of how that business is run and managed.
Obviously, as someone who's not a filthy liberal, I wouldn't agree with that. But
what's the counter argument then?
Well, I mean, not to answer like a question with a question. Well, that one, sure, I would tell you right now, I embrace anti-capitalism, obviously, is like my easy like go-to. But a question I want to ask you is that like, do you really feel like the scales right now are balanced kind of where they should be as far as like workers and versus employers go in the United States? See, like what's your remedy to that?
I mean, I think I agree with Chaeiry in terms of I would like us to go back to a more 60s-ish environment where labor unions did have more power, where workers did have more power. I'm all for that. I'm just not in favor in terms of like socialism.
Why not? You just need to move the needle over one more where it's like, let's not just
it's a lot more than one notch.
Be in charge. Come on.
Like a whole there's like 3 standard deviations over to get to communism, from just giving workers more power so that we can go back to kind of like the more 60s kind of world where, the income inequality wasn't so disparate among, bosses and employees.
But you're okay with income inequality, right?
Well, there's always going to be a level of inequality in our society. Yes.
To me, we've been talking about like ideals and like, the high notions of democracy and like far off utopias. But if we're just talking about like practical realities and like pragmatism right now, like we would agree probably with a lot of like the economic goals that I would love to see realized in this lifetime. Like if we could have adjustments to like the minimum wage, if there could be more labor and like worker protections, if there could be better, if like both of these parties would start courting like labor and unions again, like to me, I would like die happy. You know, if I even just saw those being fulfilled, but I feel like I don't even see that being fulfilled.
I would love that too, except it seems to be when we were all geared up to switch or to increase the minimum wage to $15 an hour, the progressives didn't like slowly progressing the minimum wage. So we got nothing because it wasn't 25 or something like that.
Ooh.
It's really hard to try to do things when there's a fraction of my own party who wants all or nothing, who wants revolution, wants to pull the rug from under, and is saying, trust me, I read this dude's book, Marx, and things are going to be fine.
I mean, I feel like the reason from the Biden administration why we can't have $15 minimum wage federally is I was told the parliamentarian, not progressives, were cited. And it ended up coming down to this very niche like role of somebody within the Congress is like the reason why. But to me, like at the end of the day, it's like when Joe Biden and like all the forces behind him are getting people's votes by promising a $15 federal minimum wage. And like, where is that? You know, like I can't in good faith blame progressive activists who I felt like were putting pressure on him to actually just fulfill that campaign.
Yeah, so
promise.
you don't blame them for rejecting $15 an hour. That's insane to me.
I mean, I don't even like that policy because ideally, like it would not even be that. Like I know in other like Scandinavian countries, they don't have a federal minimum wage. And we probably shouldn't either because it's indexed usually to where it should be locally for your economy. Like there are economies that are so depressed here that for them to institute a federal $15 minimum wage, it would actually have to be like, unless there's going to be exceptions, I assume in the policy that would have made this come to fruition, there probably would have been exceptions for these
minimum
counties.
Wage.
Stop it.
To a minimum. What do you mean?
No,
Wait,
no,
I am for a federal minimum wage for companies with like over 100 employees, and then no minimum
That's kind
wage
of a situation that happens.
no minimum wage for companies, small businesses. So
well, not with
We got
minimum wage, but
99
like
employees,
benefits.
but-
Like
well,
those,
you know, you can
lines for benefits
you could
happen.
do it at 20 employees, but I'm just saying, like obviously, Erin is making a point that you don't want to go to these small communities and put the local restaurant and Circle K out of business because you up the minimum wage to the point where they can't even survive. So
to be clear, Erin, you agree. It seems like you agree that $15 federal minimum wage would be a bad idea because too many states like
any federal standard for a minimum wage, I feel like has you chasing your tail because it's like how quickly like that probably needs to be adjusted year over year depending on how inflation goes. You know, there may even be some years where depending on like where the economy's at, it would actually have to be lowered. So I wouldn't like ideally it's like, do I take a $15 minimum wage over like keeping it where it is now? Yes, I support that policy, but that's nowhere near ideal to me. I would just take it over the alternative.
I don't want to interrupt if you guys are in the middle, but sooner or later I want to move on to UBI. People in the chat are asking.
I want to
UBI,
ask, do you think that there will always be inequality in our society, or do you think there's a way to get rid of that?
Before
or do you want to ask something else, Chaeiry?
Can I just add something?
Yes.
I'm not eating my makeup applicator. Whoever typed that in chat, this is a pancake.
Oh, interesting.
Nice.
I thought it was cardboard.
Wow,
No,
did you just insult her cooking? Jeez.
Wait, did you make those, Chaeiry?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe that it looked eerily once you said it was a pancake, like the ones that like I used to eat, that Aunt Jemima like microwavable ones. I was like, I would recognize that like rubbery texture anywhere.
It's
with a
not
little bit
rubbery.
of syrup, that's
What
good.
the hell?
Look at that. Don't be mean. It's just blurry. We can't see
Wait,
my
Can you put the yeah.
Yummy.
Yummy.
Delicious.
Close enough.
You just eat them plain?
makeup
Don't put
applicator.
syrup or anything on it?
No, I put coconut sugar and cinnamon in the batter.
Oh,
so-
okay, nice. That's tasty. Okay.
Good shit.
So anyway, do you think there will always be inequality, Erin, in the world?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
But I don't think that there will always be inevitable inequalities, but does it need to be to the extent that we have it now? I think not. You know, I think we can do a lot better in terms of like, you know, kind of balancing the scales for these sort of like have-nots of society, you know?
Yeah, no,
Sitch,
I agree. Well, what were you not saying?
Do you think it's important to maintain a large middle class?
Of course. I think that's the most important thing. Yeah.
Okay, so I mean this obviously touches on that.
Right, but I think
because
there will
you're
always
not in
be-
favor of inequality to the point where the middle class is completely dissolved, right?
No, I mean, my understanding, when you kind of look through history and the way our country works, there will always be, I mean, I think there'll always be, upper class, there'll always be a lower class, but you want the middle class to be as large as possible. And that seems to be kind of the back of the country, and the back of progress rests upon the middle class kind of pushing forward, in my imagination.
Right.
And I think this is kind of the core disagreement between sort of like liberalism and socialism or communism, is that, like, from the liberal perspective, I don't know how exactly to word this, so I might need everyone here's help. The liberal kind of conception of things is, as long as, like, there's no force, there's no one with a gun to your head, as long as there's no one like saying, hey, you can't do this thing, then you can do the thing in society. As long as, like, that's what freedom is. There's no actual physical force preventing you from acting and doing whatever you want, achieving whatever you want in life. And that's kind of like the liberal conception of freedom. And the communist or socialist conception of freedom is, well, even if there's no gun, even if there's no physical force, kind of preventing you from doing something, there's all these subtle environmental, societal forces that are kind of sapping away your motivation or making it less likely for you to succeed. So therefore, you're not truly free until you can fix all these, like, surrounding things that are more invisible.
Like poverty.
I wouldn't look at it like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think you plan for what you can, and what you want is a system that can respond to new problems. And so when a problem arises, when it's large enough, and sometimes that's an issue, is when a minority of people is affected, how do you give a voice to that and make everyone else concerned? But it's just having a system that can address when issues come up, not a system that plans for everything. Like, and that's, I think, probably why I like a regulated capitalism, because I think that it's sort of proven to have been baked into it. That's why we got the progress.
I mean, I agree with everything you said. I'm not sure what it has to do with what I said.
Oh, did I answer something wrong?
I mean, okay, I don't know. But Erin, do you have a comment?
Wait, I think the heart of the disagreement that Chaeiry thought you were getting at was like, if looking at it through like where coercion in society comes from is even like the right question to ask. What Chaeiry you were saying.
Maybe I didn't understand. Sure. Is that what you
No,
meant,
I thought you needed help explaining it.
Well, no, I'm saying that
I'm going to say this, and maybe I need some help explaining it. So
okay. Well, no,
but I'm pretty
saying,
sure I align with you more than the commie. But
you do. But no, what I'm trying to get at is, I think, and you kind of brought this up earlier, Erin, I think the underlying conflict here in terms of how we view the world is that Erin and other people that are more the left view that the only way individual freedom can be achieved is if you remove all, or try your best to remove all, the barriers that could hold someone back psychologically, like poverty, living in a bad neighborhood, having bad parenting.
I don't just mean psychologically. I would say, I think the left critique of that is like, these are material forces, not simply a matter of like
right, the material forces create a psychological barrier, right?
They do, right? But like, I guess more emphasis on like those conditions rather than simply like a mindset. I think because what you're saying is almost like, I think the left critique is more than just like people are too depressed to work, not to strawman or like, I guess it's like a hyperbolic way of like phrasing what you're saying. But it ends up being that like, how can you, and this was, I don't know if you've seen the debate between like Zizek and Peterson, and he's saying like, Peterson's, one of his rules or whatever is like, clean your room, right? Clean your space before you try to enact change in the world. And Zizek said in response to that is like, well, what if you can't even begin to clean your room because of the state of the world? And he was speaking to like, forces beyond your control, that regardless of your individual motivation to do so, are preventing you from even like, maintaining order in your own backyard, in your own house. That's kind of like how I see it.
Right. So like an example would be, so like you have someone who grows up in a lower income area, they're trying to go to school, and the school is so poorly funded and managed that like whenever they walk into class, like they don't actually learn anything, because the entire class is the teacher trying to quell the behavioral problems of other kids fighting and screaming at each other. And it's kind of like, what is that kid supposed to do in that circumstance, right?
Right. I was actually just talking about someone with this. I don't know if have you ever seen, it's like, I think it's the most viewed TED Talk of all time by like Sir Ken Robinson, talking about like how, you know, modern education kind of restricts people's, like, individuals' ability to be like creative in class and whatnot.
I haven't heard that. It sounds like I would disagree with it completely, but continue.
Really? I felt like it was kind of, I only brought it up because it sounded like what you were saying, how like in class, like, you know, like you're saying, like I guess you're speaking more just like to the poverty or whatever, being the thing that's holding you back. But like you said, when you said like the thing with teachers trying to like manage behavioral issues for like other students, that you can't even get ahead individually when there are not even resources dedicated to maintaining like the misbehaved students, right?
Right.
And
yeah, I
well,
feel like, to me, the big problem, like, I don't know, maybe I just misunderstood what you're saying, because when I hear people talk about like, oh, schools holding back people's creativity or something, to me that kind of puts into my mind the picture of like the middle class kid who's, you know, they're sitting in class and they're just kind of bored and they want to, you know, if their teacher isn't making the information engaging enough for them, which I agree is like an issue. Obviously, that's the goal of a teacher. But I think first and foremost in our society, that a lot of these lower income schools, the biggest problem that they all suffer from is just that there's so much behavioral problems in these schools, and there's literally no way to just remove these kids or, you know, put these kids in some kind of other school so that the kids that don't have behavioral problems can actually learn.
I would say that like I think you're attributing it to kind of like the personal misbehavior of students, but I think the more interesting question, as opposed to like just looking to like, well, instead of interrogating or investigating, like, well, why are they acting out? Just kind of this rush to like, well, they need to be punished and removed and segregated from like the better students that you at least like have a chance with, right? But I think it starts all the way back. Like, why is it that schools are funded very differently from county to county in this country? And it's because it has to do with like your property taxes, right? That's how we fund schools currently. So if you're in the lower income neighborhood, your school will never be funded very well, you know, as opposed to if you just happen to be born in like a nice area of Arizona or like a nice suburb somewhere, you don't ever have to worry about that. Right, and I don't think it's any coincidence that there's probably less instances of like behavioral issues among that population of students in the wealthier counties than there is in lower counties. And I think it just has to do with like resources, you know.
Well, it's kind of a chicken the egg thing, because it's like, well, if a group of people, if two people who are married are doing well in life, then we would presume that their behavior would be one where they'd be more likely, more conducive to raise a child who doesn't have the sort of behavioral problems, at least to the extent where they'd be fighting, screaming at teachers, doing all these other things. Where if you have two individuals who are living in a lower income situation where they haven't been able to be as successful in society, you think it'd be more likely that they would be raising a child that would have those problems. And it's kind of a chicken and the egg situation. And while I agree with you that as a society, we should be trying to work to alleviate the environmental reasons that causes that, I think part of the danger when we bring that up in these conversations is, like, that's good, but that's kind of a long-term project that's very difficult to fix, and no one really knows how to fix it exactly, because it's a very complicated, multifaceted, you know, problem. And it's like, we can do that, but I think we also need to just do the Band-Aid fix or the quick fix, which is just, well, while we're fixing society, which will take generations, we should also just have discipline so that these kids can be put into military school or whatever, just so that the kids that don't have these problems can actually learn, get an education, and, you know, make something for themselves.
I think you're making a fundamental error, though, when you say that the reason why we haven't improved these issues is because like no one knows how to. I actually do think that that's not true. There are better educational models. Like the United States is far from being like the best public education model in the world. Like of all those indexes that rank them or whatever, we're considerably low given where the United States probably could or should be at in terms of like educational attainment for like the average person and the average child, regardless of like income background or like median income. Like in this country, it's fairly unique that teachers actually don't really need higher credentials. Like in European countries or Scandinavian countries, to be a teacher is on the same social prestige as being like a doctor or a lawyer, you know, where like you need a JD or a PhD. For education, it's master's minimum and PhD, because they recognize and like value, you know, investing in the education of like the growing population, the next generation of like employees and owners in their society, you know, whereas I don't see that I don't see that sort of
Well,
like needed emphasis here in the United States.
Well, so like everything you're talking about to me is all secondary in terms of like, okay, so I live in Florida, and in Florida, there was like, I don't know, like 10 years ago, it was a while ago, actually, kind of pre-woke stuff. There was a woke push to essentially get rid of outdoor suspension in school unless the child did something that was a criminal act. And the justification for this was because, well, there are more Black students that are suspended, so therefore it must be racism. And so they have to get rid of outdoor suspension to fix racism. And so they did that. They did this in Florida. I'm kind of surprised DeSantis hasn't reverted it or anything. To my knowledge, he hasn't. And the effect of this was it actually turned out that part of the reason that a lot more Black students were outdoor suspended, not just because disproportionately there's a lot more behavioral problems because there's disproportionately in more lower income situations, was because these were lower income schools, a lot of them didn't have indoor suspension or detention or the money to manage those programs. And outdoor suspension was the only punishment tool or mechanism that was available to these schools. And so when they got rid of outdoor suspension, it basically made all these schools just shut down and become failing schools because the teachers literally had no way of dealing with kids that were just getting into fights and screaming at each other. And I know teachers that existed in this environment, and they would tell me about how like horrific these situations are. And they'd say they spend literally, 90% of the class just trying to deal with behavioral issues. And to me, that seems to be like, well, like all the stuff about like teachers having higher education, all that stuff is like secondary. None of that stuff matters if they literally have a class that they can't control.
I would agree with you, but would you say like I don't think you actually intrinsically have an issue with the policy. I think what you're talking about speaks more to issues with the implementation and who ended up falling through the cracks when they didn't actually plan out like the repercussions of how it would look if you enforce this in a school that doesn't have any other sort of like behavioral mechanisms to correct behavior, right? And you're saying like it just kind of left this vacuum that left, teachers without any teeth to help like correct their students, and then that's not good for students either because they don't have a mechanism for like discipline. But if it had been a policy that worked in tandem with like not only we're going to ban this like out of school suspension or whatever, but it's going to be paired with something that actually moves resources or provides additional funding and money to having in-school behavioral correction, would that be enough for you to support the policy?
I mean, well, I disagree that these kids were being suspended for racist reasons. So I disagree with the philosophy of getting rid of it in the first place. I would agree more so if there was some alternative. My position is that I honestly just think that there needs to be some kind of system where if you get suspended 3 times from school, there's some kind of mandatory military-esque school that's really more focused on like instilling discipline in children first and foremost, and then kind of education.
Do you know if it's like there's evidence that that's like effective?
I don't know if it's ever been done. I'm purely speculating.
I grew up in a school, they had that program, but they actually got rid of it. When I was in middle school, they had this program called like the STAR program, which was basically what you're talking about, that if you had a certain number of referrals, tardies, suspensions or whatever, they put you in this kind of like it was like a separate program that still allowed you to be part of the school, but it was basically like in-school suspension 24/7 for you. And that was like the STAR program. So like I would get to school and there would be STAR students who were like doing push-ups and like jumping jacks with the like ROTC teacher. And they had been there since like 6 a.m, even though school didn't start till like 7:45. Right. But they even like Texas, that can be pretty draconian in terms of like punitive punishments and stuff like that, or kind of more laissez-faire with what they're willing to let fly. I was seeing like the exit of those programs real time because they found that they weren't really effective at like correcting behavior because they're kind of just like trying to scare students into like behaving better.
Well, that's the problem. If you're just trying to scare kids into behaving better, I don't know if that's necessarily going to work. You have to kind of instill a sort of communal respect for discipline. And maybe, I don't know the specifics of the program you're talking about, and maybe this would be too difficult because it would literally require, like, I think part of the reason that like boot camp and things like that work is because the person like lives on the base for a while. Like you're literally away from everyone else. And maybe you would need something that draconian, and maybe parents would be just so against that this is not really a feasible idea.
Say, I don't know if you have
but I think it's the only way to solve these
your
problems.
kid to like I think they have like a boarding school basically like that. Would you?
I would 100% be in favor of boarding school for, these problem kids that the state pays for. Yeah.
Damn.
Okay, what
I mean, if
about-
there was evidence for that it was effective, I would be on board with it. But until then,
Nice.
I'm skeptical.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously be skeptical. Okay, but what about when people can determine and improve that children will behave better and have better outcomes and do better in school if we provide them free pre-K, if we start
I'm fine with
providing
free
free
pre-K.
breakfast? Like, because
completely
I
fine
think
with all
that
these
those are
programs.
way better areas that we could put resources into rather than like re-educational like boarding
Camps.
schools.
That's your left-wing moral intuitions. Okay.
I'm
They're
still
pinging for you,
progressive.
okay.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm all in favor of free pre-K. I'm all in favor of free breakfast for these kids. I don't have any problem with any of that stuff.
I think Chaeiry and I in this context are maybe, I don't want to speak for Chaeiry, but it sounds like we're more carrot and Sitch is more stick and tough
Yes,
love.
but that's the thing. I think when you interact with some of these fucking kids, there's no carrot in the world. These kids need to be, smacked around, okay? By a metaphorical stick. Okay. The only way to get these kids
We need to bring
in
back
line.
caning, is what Sitch
Yeah,
is saying. Is that
I
what you're saying?
mean, maybe.
There's going to be a lengthy Reddit post about that later today.
There you
Sitch.
go. There you go.
In
So
defense of caning,
Do
obviously.
you,
Yeah,
obviously.
exactly.
That's probably going to be the title of the post. So are you in favor of UBI, Erin? I'll let you go first.
No, I was not Yang Gang because maybe he talked about this. I don't think I really gave too much attention to Andrew Yang because he was poor. I was already like
He was
committed to
Asian?
Sanders. Obviously, that was like problem number one. He's Asian. I don't, other than that, can I overlook that? Not really. And then the next thing he's talking about, like fucking
Include
UBI.
that in the
Yeah,
Reddit
no.
post, definitely. But
No, I did
obviously
have an issue with Yang
obviously
being
she's
Asian.
joking. Yeah, obviously
Thank
she's
you.
joking. So what is it, like a philosophical? What is the reason behind it? Is it because you feel like if we give people UBI, we're going to be further away from the communist revolt? What is the
UBI is actually a pretty like ideological, or like I've seen it like proponents of UBI all the way from like Milton Friedman. Milton Friedman supported basically gutting
Sure,
all
yeah.
social safety nets in place of just a UBI and like cash transfers to people because you can spend it better than these bureaucratic mechanisms that the
negative
state tries to
income
provide for you.
tax? Yeah.
Yes, that's what like Milton Friedman championed all the way to MLK, a
Of
civil rights
course.
activist and somebody who was, in a lot of ways a champion of the poor and the impoverished and had very staunch critiques of capitalism, and he championed UBI, but in concert with a robust social safety net. So I'm not like 100% opposed to a UBI, but to me, like with the way that money circulates in our economy, I'm like, how would this not just go to like, if your landlord hears that you have $600 extra a month, how is your rent not just going to go up $600 a month and then your UBI is gone?
That's the conservative libertarian argument that people are always throwing at me. So it's
What is your
interesting
answer
to
to that?
hear you say that. Well,
Because that's my critique of it is like, I don't see how it's not just going to end up going upward,
Right. We control inflation, obviously, through the Federal Reserve. I mean, a lot of people will say they're doing a terrible job of it right now, and I would agree because obviously we've got a lot of inflation now. But we have an institution that's dedicated to controlling inflation. So let's say I could provide some evidence that inflation wouldn't be a problem.
Mhm.
Is that your only gripe against UBI? Your only
Not just
complaint?
inflation, but that it won't be skimmed off by somebody who you have to give it to. Do you know what I mean?
Well, look, you have to give money. Technically you have to work now to give money to a landlord to live or to a bank for if you have a mortgage, if you own a home. So, I mean, you're doing that already. What is the...
I guess, yeah, like it is this like worry about like immediate like hyperinflation of like the
Okay.
areas that it's instituted. So if I saw evidence, like I've seen a different
very
proposal,
libertarian attitude.
very libertarian.
It's
Well, I know
interesting.
because when I was talking about like communism earlier and stuff like that, like the first examples that you're going to are like the USSR and the command economies. And I'm like, no, that's not really like the flavor of like communism or socialism or like leftism that I really champion. I really would like it to be a lot more like communitarian. And I guess I probably do have a lot of overlap with like libertarians in terms of like personal liberty, not so much like economic policy goals, I don't think. But I did see one iteration of this policy goal proposed as like you could offer welfare recipients, like, would you like to have access to like WIC and unemployment and like all these different kind of like voucher programs through the state? Or if you didn't want to take any of that, you could just take cash transfers and you could take a UBI. You know, if it was a policy like that, I would be interested in an experiment like that, where as opposed to like, if you need federal or like a federal assistance or statewide assistance, instead of naturally having to like go through, you know, all of the kind of red tape that welfare can kind of like entail or whatever, if it could just be as simple as, I don't want to deal with all the bureaucracy, I just want my $800 a month, I'd be really interested to see how like that plays out, you know, if people would actually use that properly.
Okay, do you have a take, Chaeiry? Are you against UBI or in favor of UBI?
I am hopeful. How can I put this? I'm against Andrew Yang. I don't like Yang. I feel like he's probably poisoned UBI in my mind, but I do think that I would absolutely be open to UBI. I just want better people to explain it to me, to thoroughly explain it to me. I want to take like Elizabeth Warren and put her on UBI and like, you do all the math, you let me know how it's going to work out, what's going to tell me what is it called? What is it called when you a committee? Tell me what committees we need to incorporate now to help safeguard us, to make sure UBI doesn't turn into a bad thing, and then I'll be on board. But the fact that it came from Yang, the motherfucker had he had math as his like slogan. Everything about Yang is
too
cringe to me. I want to throw him out, but I'd like to keep UBI. Just more information, more looking into it before I say, yeah, give me UBI now.
And for the audience, I think math meant Make America Think Harder, right? Something like that.
Yeah, Make America Think Harder.
Isn't that cute?
So Chaeiry's like, I like the idea, but this guy's too cringe for me to support him. So get him out of here. I need a better package.
I almost rejected UBI because of him.
Nice.
We've had Scott Stanton on our channel. He's a good UBI proponent, and we've talked to him. So, I mean, you could listen to that talk. He fights back against a lot of the arguments. He has a really interesting take on the inflation question, which is obviously the wealthy have a way of hiding their income from taxes, right? Avoiding taxation.
And the poor don't, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right, exactly. But the wealthy can't hide their income away from inflation. So you could actually structure UBI so there was maybe 5% inflation. And the UBI kept up with the inflation, and it would actually deal with income inequality at the same time.
I mean, they have ways that is like pre-planned. Obviously, it's a gamble, but you will have seen a lot of people who had money. They want to take it out of the bank. They don't want to hold on to money if they know that inflation is going to happen. So you'll see them do stuff like invest in property, invest in other areas that it doesn't seem like they've held on to their money, but that like you wait a generation or something, you're like, oh fuck, they did. They made out good while other people didn't have the opportunity.
Well, I think these ideas are interesting. I'm not sure that I trust, like a lot of the UBI people have, I think, more faith in government institutions than I personally have. So I think the ideas are interesting. I don't know that I am in favor of giving that much power to the government, but I am interested in UBI.
Here's my shit test for the guy you had on. Is he a proponent of MMT?
What guy?
The guy who you said has like a lot of explanations for how. Yeah, Scott Stanton.
Yes.
Is he an MMT head?
Yes.
I knew it. I fucking knew it.
An MMT head, huh?
Yeah, so you want to talk about like, forget the cult of the Yang Gang. Okay, people who like MMT.
You're against MMT. Huh?
No, I'm not. I actually don't know nearly enough about it. I just know that every person who has this, who gets the pitch made to them, it's like the timeshare of like economic proposals, because they act like, holy shit, you guys, I've just heard about this thing. It's called MMT, and it's going to change your life and the way that you view like the entire economic order. Because the people who hear about it, I almost never hear like critics of it, but I've not looked into it.
MMT?
I mean, I hear a lot of critics of MMT. Like, I understand MMT. We talk about MMT. I think that a lot of communists have adopted MMT wrongly, thinking it's the way to get to the communist utopia. I'm not one of those people, obviously.
For Chaeiry's question, though, she said, what is MMT? It stands for Modern Monetary Theory, and it's basically money printer go burr, and you can just print all the money that you fucking want, and the country will be fine. And I'm really curious how this works because it sounds amazing. You want to talk about like idealistic? I'm like, this sounds great. Please tell me it wouldn't lead to like instant hyperinflation and like mass poverty.
First of all, that is a massive straw man of MMT.
I like to say it's a hyperbole.
Okay, well, but it's still a straw man hyperbole.
It is, because that's what I'm saying. Like, I have a very impoverished understanding of what MMT is, other than it's literally modern monetary theory. And I just know it has a lot more to do with like, basically the one principle that I know is that like right now, the common knowledge for Americans is that we tax and then we spend, and they're like, it's actually the reverse. The government basically spends and then they tax you to like pay for it. So why not like just, print more money?
You've got obviously inflation is what's standing in the way of printing more money. The resistance in printing more money is inflation.
And I know we have things that we do to prevent inflation from going crazy. A lot of people like to look at the economy and be like, oh my God, inflation's so bad. Like, bruh, do you know how much worse it could be?
We control the money supply via the Federal Reserve. So
Adam, would you be in favor of us going back to the gold standard?
Hell no. That would be the stupidest thing America could do. Are you in favor of the gold standard?
No, I'm not. Okay, I just wondered if you were, because like
please,
like I hear kind of efforts about like how to, manage inflation, even though I think that there's evidence that obviously that contributes to inflation, is like we need to go back to the fucking gold standard. So I was just curious.
Right. No, Adam's a huge MMT guy, so no way he's going back to the gold standard.
Yeah, of course. Well, the thing is, the problem with MMT is the same problem I have with like the feminist label. Because a lot of feminists are man haters. A lot of MMT people are stupid communists. So it's like it's difficult. I think obviously I think the MMT people understand the monetary system better than most, like the legitimate ones. But most people don't. Most people are using MMT as a way to kind of cover for massive spending that just could never take place. It would be totally inflationary.
Yeah.
The thing that you have to concentrate on with spending, obviously, is material resources. This is the thing that drives me crazy, is because like, and let me make a pitch why you should be somewhat interested in MMT, Erin.
Let's hear it. Let's hear the elevator pitch for it.
Okay. So we have a thing that we talk about all the time about the deficit ceiling and the budget and Social Security. We're not going to be able to afford all of these unpaid entitlements, right? You've heard this again and again from the Republicans.
Right.
So the Republicans they're very interested in managing how much money is in the account. Okay. None of them are considering, well, what is that money supposed to buy? What are elderly people going to want? They're going to want things like doctors, nurses, old folks' homes, cars, self-driving cars, right? Because they can't drive anymore. There's all these real resources that they want. So when the Republicans are focused on the money in the account and they're not thinking about the things that we need to buy that money, well, that could be inflationary. Like if nobody concentrates on what we need, and nobody pays for education, and it turns out there's 3 doctors in the future, there's plenty of money in the bank account, but there's 1 million or 100 million old people that are only going to be serviced by 3 doctors. It doesn't matter how much money is in that account, because we're going to be screwed. So
you know what's crazy?
A lot of the conversation, just to finish up here, about the finances of our country are totally devoid from the reality of the situation. So once you start thinking about that, the real resources that are needed, you start looking at the economy completely differently. And also a lot of the grandstanding that the political class does, like obviously Nikki Haley in the GOP debate was talking about, we can't afford this. But she's not really talking about anything substantive if she's just talking about the money.
Yeah, like
what's insane about this? Just one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because you do bring up that Republicans, or the GOP like to look at how much is in the bank and not really like where it needs to be allocated. Mitt Romney probably made some of the most, I feel like not enough people remember that Republicans, they they do good progressive things with money that's budgeted and well managed and allocating resources where they need to be. That's Mitt Romney with healthcare. That's Mitt Romney with the child tax credit. But Republicans want nothing to do with those issues. They don't want to be seen as the people who are going to give free healthcare to all or just pay people for having kids. So if they abandon him, he remains a Republican that is doing the good thing. But I don't know.
Not just Republicans rejected him. I mean, like he lost to Obama in 2012. So when there was a referendum,
Democrats weren't gonna. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Democrats weren't gonna vote for him in 2012 over.
I mean, like I'm talking about people who voted for Obama in 2008 and then by 2012 felt like there had been disappointments with the Obama presidency. May have been like I'm sure Romney peeled off some people who voted for Obama in 2008. When the hope and change didn't come their way that they thought was going to, because there was overlap in like what Obama and Mitt Romney were preaching. Like with like what you're saying, like the Obamacare or the ACA Act is a right-wing plan.
But that's the thing, that was Mitt Romney's thing, but even he backed away from it. He's like, oh, what? No, we shouldn't do my healthcare plan for the whole country. He was insane to do that.
Just for my
state. Even in terms of the healthcare debate, they're simply talking about financing healthcare. They're not talking about any of the real resources that go into healthcare, which is completely crazy.
Well, I mean, you would say that maybe that issue happened with Obama and like federally. But weren't all of those issues resolved in Massachusetts? Didn't he like also get to do better negotiating?
Well, I'm not sure how the
state level.
Well, I think the real reason people didn't vote for Romney is because he put his sick dog on top of the car.
I remember that.
That's the real reason.
Why?
And also because he had binders full of women.
Like
so Obama would never put women in binders.
Obviously.
True.
Oh my cages.
God. A binder.
He put them in cages. That's right.
Yeah. No binders.
It's a lot more space than a binder. All right.
I thought the thing that worked against Romney was first and foremost that he's a Mormon. Like there's a lot of religious voters. The majority of them are Christian, and I think people just aren't ready for like a Mormon president.
I think it was that Obama after the housing crash. Reason I think Obama won over Hillary wasn't just because he didn't vote for the war in Iraq. Was because people felt like there needed to be some kind of more radical change to redress the nation and to fix the problems. And he ran obviously in hope and change. And then even when people didn't feel like he didn't bring it, which I agree with, when Romney was running, Romney was not, by the right, he was not, the avatar of hope and change. He was the avatar of big business. He was the guy who made money doing leverage buyouts for 20 years, Mr. Corporate America. He just seemed like he was just kind of going back to the way business as usual. So I'm not sure he really could capture the Republican populist energy.
Yeah, he didn't really worry about like Occupy Wall Street or like opponents of NAFTA, like the Obama administration like wanted to appease bankers. Like they didn't fire anybody, like that more ended up being like what he was interested in. I feel like a lot of people kind of probably felt betrayed and like duped by what they voted for versus what the Obama administration was like, and a lot of
I agree. I think even if the policies hadn't changed, but they literally just arrested a bunch of bankers, I think people would have felt so much better just to see a bunch of people go to jail. They've been like, yes, justice. And that didn't happen.
Like accountability, I think, would have gone like a long way with appeasing a lot of voters and just fulfilling some like basic campaign promises. When you're running on like hope and change, it's like, he immediately came in and kowtowed on like stuff like card check, and folded on like, we're not going after anybody with that. We're just kind of going to like move forward, or like with Obamacare, like he's on record now saying, if I had known that Mitch McConnell and the GOP was going to be as obstructionist with my policies that they were, I would have started from the position of single payer, hoping that we could actually find a middle ground between that and the ACA and like what the final product of the ACA looked like. But he just started with the ACA. There
were a lot of Democrats, though. There are a lot of those blue dog Democrats that were kind of holding up. So I'm not sure they could have got that passed anyway.
Let's move on to Super Chat, Sitch. We're coming up on the 2-hour mark.
Okay. Okay, let's see if any questions.
Lots of questions.
Calvin Paffer for $5 says, I think if I saw Adam on the street, I would say something like, hello, Adam, you're gay, and then hand him $5 out of habit.
Interesting.
Wait, out of habit of always handing gay people $5?
No, of handing Adam $5 and then calling him gay.
Oh, because the habit of super chat. Okay, I get it. I thought he
Yes.
has a
Okay,
habit of giving
this
gay
is
people
literally
money.
the first time Calvin Pafford has called me gay in a
Maybe he
super
was
chat,
thinking
so.
it.
Anyway, why are you so homophobic, Calvin? That's what I
There you
want to
go.
know.
Well, you don't want to vote for CP24?
I mean, he just said he would call you gay. He didn't say it was bad, Adam. I think you're projecting that.
Adam,
on.
you're the
No,
homophobe.
I think he's being homophobic. I think you're going too easy on him.
He meant it as a compliment.
Yeah, he was saying, you're gay, Adam. You're a nice, young, gay man.
Don't tell my wife.
Anonymous Coward, thank you so much for $20. Says, I once read an unhinged post on Reddit that said, if you don't vote, you're a conservative. When these conversations happen, it's as if everyone forgets apolitical people exist or that the intellectually lazy associate is too convenient. So Josiah said kind of that essentially too in our conversation. Do you agree that if you don't vote, you're just helping Republicans?
I disagree.
I've heard both parties say this, that they're like a vote and like abstaining from voting is a tacit endorsement for the opponent, like the opposing candidate that you are like more favorable to. I think with the way the electoral college is set up, that might be that kind of is true in like battleground states. But if you're in like a solidly red or blue state, unless you really care about the popular vote reflecting like a bigger majority over the opposing candidate, not entirely. I think it's a little bit more complicated than that.
Yeah. Mark Revenge. Oh, what were you saying, Chaeiry?
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say I think both sides can play that card. Like, oh, if you didn't vote, then like as a conservative, you're supporting the Democrats. It's just it's picking and choosing, just assuming that that person would have been on your side.
Of course. Mark Twain's Revenge, $50. Thank you, Mark Twain. Says, so as long as rugged individualism and self-reliance remain a central core of the American identity and culture, so long as liberalism remains a part of our identity and culture, we will never fall prey to fascism. I agree. He also said, when I tell my father-in-law who grew up in Croatia with socialist Yugoslavia that people like Straighterade exist, he gets super pissed.
I mean, she seems very libertarian, very individualist. None of the things you would think of as a classic communist archetype.
Am I hiding my power level, Adam?
I don't know. You tell us.
Is that what it is? Do you explain how to explain that?
Well, no, I mean, you have an individualist outlook, which I'm in favor of. I mean, you're in favor of fighting for the working class, which I'm
we
in
basically agree. It sounds like you're a communist.
This is my contention here. You're obviously against UBI, but wouldn't UBI be just give power, negotiation power to all workers?
I'm not against UBI. I think I need more evidence. And it sounds like it's out there. I just need to go and like engage with that material or whatever and like see more arguments to see if it's something that I would like front and center kind of like push for. But it's like right now, the idea of like getting one sounds great. The only thing I worry about is like the inflation thing, which it sounds like people who are proponents of UBI have answers for that immediately. The other thing is that I don't want it to be the beginning of the gutting of the social safety net. You know, like I would want it to be
adding to the social safety net. Are you kidding me?
But it would. But I fear that, like, you know, we can't ignore that, like, the GOP is coming for like Social Security.
Instead of getting
Social Security, some people think it'll be a replacement.
Instead of getting Social Security at 65 or 67 now, you would get Social Security at 1.
Whatever age. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just like, I don't understand. A lot of people who are in favor of the working class are reflexively against UBI when it just seems like.
My ignorance of it is definitely not a reflection of it being like a weak policy. I really just need to see like more material with it. So if you could direct me towards that, I'd be open to seeing it. Maybe by the end of this, by the end of the week, I would be like a bigger proponent of UBI than you.
When people talk about how Social Security is going to go bust, they're talking about a demographic shift. They're saying, listen, we're only going to have 5 workers for every elderly person. Well, what they don't mention is that those 5 workers are all going to control 20 robots. Like they're literally our workforce is going to be reduced in the future down to a 3-day work week. Like the human labor is on the decline. So we're going to be able to produce massively with a lot fewer workers, and we're going to have to deal with that. I really see UBI as the only way to deal with that.
Yeah, this is what you're describing, the fully automated luxury gay space communism, Adam. That's what I'm asking.
I know.
Like, are you sure you're not a communist in the closet?
Well, look, and I'm sure you're aware of this. the chief complaint against Marxism was he thought we would get socialism once we got a thing called superabundance. My problem is a lot of the socialists, they want to do it before you have superabundance. They think you can just create superabundance by organizing society correctly. That's not true. You need this technological component that Marx was very aware of. And I feel like a lot of people don't realize that we are getting closer and closer to that superabundant situation.
Wait.
And we need to radically restructure our society to deal with it, or it's going to be like super wealthy and people with no money. The middle class is just going to be gone.
Did you just prove Erin right?
I know.
Marx
You're
was
sounding
aware of
based right
this?
now.
You're like, Marx
What do
was
you
aware
mean?
of this. So are you on board with Marx? Are you Marxist communist thing?
Well, I obviously I think Marx had some true and interesting things to say. I think that people have used those insights incorrectly to create massive
So you are the one
devastation.
true
I agree
communist.
with you.
Well,
No,
look-
because
look.
there's lots of things Marx says that Adam would disagree with. But
Yes,
Okay.
obviously.
as much as I want to
obviously.
jump on the Adam being a secret Marxist train.
But
I'm already on that train.
So
So
Me
look,
too.
look,
I'm
look.
full on it.
Look, if we're talking about something like superabundance, you understand it in today because we have like things like AI. Like we see robots, we see videos of robots on YouTube and stuff like that. When Stalin was talking about creating superabundance, the idea that he could do that is laughable, you got to admit. Like in some of the communist experiments, they had literally like
Yeah,
farmers.
they wanted full employment.
Well, yeah, but they had farmers
And
like
that didn't create superabundance; it created poverty and
Yeah,
Yeah,
and,
the
the idea of
and
standing in line
devastation.
for one
yeah.
loaf of bread. Yeah.
yeah, wasn't great.
Look, Stalin said he was going to get into the steel business. So he told all of his farmers, okay, we're in the steel business now. Melt down your plows. That's not going to create superabundance. That's going to create famine.
Right.
So
But-
it sounds like, Adam, you can be like the vanguard of the like next wave of the American Communist Party, because you're like these young communists don't understand the concept of superabundance. Like, yeah, just correct them, and then you can lead the communist revolution. Hello. That's
Well,
why
look,
I'm already thinking you're sounding like a secret communist. A crypto
Adam
Look,
is
I'm
saying,
not-
"Listen, we'll do the communist revolution once we all have Star Trek replicators. Then we'll
look,
talk about
I'm
it,
not
okay?"
Then we can
I'm
talk.
not opposed to this idea. Okay, Erin, I'm interested. Like if this is a job opportunity, I'm thinking maybe, but
He's commie curious.
Yeah,
I
I
think
just
when it-
I
when it
see
comes
it
to
as
this
I see
topic-
it more as super capitalism, but
When it comes to this topic, and Adam, I've seen how enthusiastic you are about UBI, and like I see where you're going. It gives me the same vibes as Tim Pool seeing a civil war like around the corner. Like we are so far away from being able to like mass produce with AI,
Wow,
with
that's so
machine
mean.
learning. Like we're so far away.
Yeah.
But there are people who are planning like robots are gonna control everything at any moment, and it's only gonna be 5 people working. Like, okay. I'm so far away from that.
Wow.
well, how long?
Probably
how
because
many
I'm
years?
more in reality than
Wow. Called out. My
Well, wait
God.
a second. It wasn't that long ago when none of us had cell phones in our pockets and social media. I mean
yeah,
that's
but
like
it's not understanding the jump from like A to Z. You're like, oh my God, it took just 50 years until we got from A to B. We're gonna get to Z at any day now.
Okay, wait,
It's
how
not-
long
we're
how
not
long
that
do you think
close.
it's gonna take, Chaeiry, and how long do you think Adam thinks it's gonna take?
I would say,
Yeah.
well, I'm gonna mind read Adam. I think Adam probably assumes that we're gonna get there in a lifetime.
In his lifetime.
I'm
No,
not thinking,
a
I'm
lifetime.
thinking
Oh,
like
I'm
one
thinking like
generation.
10 years. I'm like
Oh shit, even
So,
less.
We're on
when you
the-
say a
we're on
lifetime,
the-
do you mean 100 years? Or you mean a generation's like 20 years? What are you?
Oh, and I was gonna say that he probably thought like 80 years, but I
You think
guess
it'll
he's
take
more
80
at
years to get to
10.
the robots making everything, essentially?
Yeah.
no
well,
way.
I'm
we're
thinking
10
that's
we're
what
10
he
years
thought.
away.
We're way more than 80 years away.
We're 10 years away, but anyway.
80 years. I can't even. Wow. I mean, I think we're more than 10 years away, but I think we're less than 80. I'm going to be the fence-sitting centrist here. I think we're somewhere in
What,
between.
Oh,
80
okay,
and
the
10.
Price is Right, motherfucker who just was
I'll
one
say
fucking
11
thing
years.
down.
11 years, Bob.
Done. That's a good idea. Yeah. Do you have a
There you
take,
go.
Erin, on the technological gain?
Actually, like this was sparking a memory that I had of Andrew Yang on the debate stage, and I thought an insightful thing that he said is kind of reframing the conversation about people's fears and the anxiety related to like their jobs being eliminated effectively because of automation. He was saying like, hey, this is your friend, not your enemy. Like, we don't want people to have to work checkout lines or whatever, or these jobs. Like, we really should be embracing that. And then you have UBI come in, or like social safety net come in and reduce the, like, not make people resistant to society becoming more automated, because that is actually the sign of like technological improvement and progress. And you need to stop thinking that like my job is going to be taken by an immigrant, and you need to start thinking like, no, my job might actually just be automated and replaced by a robot.
Okay.
You know,
it also puts pressure on businesses to automate faster. Like, why are we having businesses hire people to do these jobs nobody wants to do? Why? If a robot can do it, a robot should do it.
It can't do it. That's the problem. It cannot do it. We just think that it can. You probably saw like a video of a car driving itself, and you think that that exists in the world. It doesn't. Elon Musk is going to be facing a crazy lawsuit because for the last, like, what is it, it's coming up on 10 years that he has failed to produce the fully self-driving car that he had people pay for 8 years ago. And he's never going to produce it because he refuses to upgrade the radars and stuff that he's using because he's already invested. So this is why we're not getting there, because he is a terrible businessman. He takes technology, he takes engineering, and he drives every company that he's part of right to the fucking ground.
Chaeiry, you said
all of the
capitalism breeds
resources.
innovation.
He takes all of the brilliant people in this world.
It's not just Elon. Look, there are robots that mow the lawn now. There are robots that vacuum your house.
You're wrong.
He can't even make a fully self-driving car. You're not having a fully automated world in 10 years.
Chaeiry is correct. Elon Musk is personally responsible for stopping the superabundance revolution.
Literally, he's responsible for everything.
Him. Yes.
He's destroyed the world.
So there are these little robots that they made that they use machine learning, and they get them to play soccer. And it's kind of silly, but to me, that's a pretty big indication, like how well they can get those little robots to play soccer. If they can get robots to play soccer pretty well based on machine learning, I feel like that could translate to making robots do a lot of other types of jobs. Like, and if they could somehow use machine learning to make robots just be able to walk around in the world, like that's really the key. If you can make a robot that can just,
we're on the verge of that.
That's what I'm saying. If you can get a robot that can like walk around a house and like have some like understanding of like walls and house and how to navigate that space, then we're there. Until we get there, I don't know. But when we're there, then there's going to be the big explosion. So
what I'm saying
I think we're
is
a little bit closer than 80 years. But
we currently have radars that would be able to produce a fully self-driving car, but it is terrible businessmen. It is ego. It is destroying the productivity. We do not have
blaming
open
it all
source.
on men. She is a man hater. Look, she was right about
everyone is working against each other because capitalism is actually fucking off the rails in this case. And there's too many resources with one individual who has been having a midlife crisis for like the past 20 years, microdosing. His goal is to fucking colonize Mars. And for the rest of the productivity on the world, in this world, he's got his finger on it and is just destroying great creative people, great products, a great industry. This is why you will not have it anytime soon, even though you might have read up, you might have saw somewhere that we have the technology, that we have the capability, that there is someone who has figured it out. We'll never fucking get there, not anytime soon with these people.
Okay,
this is what happened when you fuck with a woman's Twitter account.
And I am an Elon hater, through and through, but I have every correct reason to do so.
So capitalism is bad.
Let's go back to
this unregulated capitalism, because you get people like Elon.
Gotcha. And Elon Musk,
Jason M asks, the problem with communism, Erin, is what do you do with people who don't want to be communists? Regardless of intent, it ends in a totalitarian dystopia.
The re-education camps and the gulags are a good start, right?
Wow.
No, that's not it. I guess when people posit this question, I'm like, you could say the same thing about the capitalist system. It's like if we lived under communism, right, and somebody wanted to institute capitalism, it's like, well, what about all the people that don't want to live under capitalism and want to live under communism and stuff like that? I was like, to me, it's like a silly, like, it doesn't really get at anything substantial, because it's like there's always going to be opponents of like the ruling economic order, no matter what. You're never going to be able to get entire like consensus surrounding it. You know, like you could have capitalism, you're going to want people who want communism. You can have communism, and then you're going to have people who want capitalism. And someone can always pipe up, but what about the people who don't want to do that thing? And it's like, I mean, that's what happens when you live in a democracy, right? Is that not you try to like fulfill individual liberties and principles, but yeah, there do have to be some compromises and consensus met where you try to maximize the majority amount of people that are happy. But yeah, not everybody can be happy. There's undoubtedly people who would not like that shift, right? I know that it's very unpopular.
Okay. Armagad for $8. These are 3 statements and a question. They are: communism equals the death of art. Communism equals the death of free expression. Communism equals outdated ideology that belongs in the past. And then they said, are these orgies under Erin's idea of communism?
Are there orgies?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are there orgies?
There will be orgies under communism, and they're going to be more fun because they're going to be even bigger, because communism is all about equality, guys. So the more people in the orgy, the better, obviously.
Oh.
That's going to be my elevator pitch for communism is like better orgies. I think that's a good
that beats my pitch any day of the week.
Do you share the Vosh position that like having sex with someone is the same level of like a handshake?
I'm really curious about this. I have a feeling that's not what Vosh said.
I am never shaking his hand. I don't know.
You could link me where he said this.
He said, okay, I'm trying to remember exactly. He made some comment about like how open relationships are conceived of as wrongly, because what's the difference between like, you know, your girlfriend like hanging out with a male and working with a male and shaking their hand? And he kind of said like it should be conceived of as no different than having sex with them. I'm pretty sure that's what he said, Adam, right? I'm not strong.
Going off of that, I guess he's saying like there's a lot of intimacy to be found in non-sexual related activities. So if your opposition is not just to that,
I know, good faith Gary just entered the stream.
Maybe it's so charitable that it's like bordering on dishonesty or whatever. Yeah. But I don't know. I feel like there's probably more nuance to that take than just like he basically said, if you have, that's like, you know, if there's a dick in your hand, that's the same as a handshake. What's the fucking difference? I'm sure there's more to it than that.
Yeah, there was, but it's probably sort of kind of what you're saying. But I mean, I still think it's ridiculous.
I think he equated the first time you have sex with going bowling.
Oh, that was it. Yeah.
Yeah. Which...
There are a lot of non-monogamous people who they're alongside a lot of people who just want to be progressive, but really they are just overly horny. And I think seeing other people as like disposable or just seeing anything sexual as like a frivolous thing or whatever, something that comes and goes and you can have it with anyone, that's just wrong image of non-monogamy. And most people who do non-monogamy in a healthy way do not look at the potential of other partners or their potential of their partner sleeping with other partners as like a thing to just skate by.
People are usually worried about users, people who are just going to use them. How do you get around, how do you practice non-monogamy without being a user?
Talking, honestly. I was
you tell them, listen,
for a while.
I'm using you for sex, but I don't really like
there are people who are going to do that. But the thing is, there are people who are monogamous that are going to do that too. And there's this idea that if you are non-monogamous, that all of the other people who are non-monogamous aren't users like that. And that's why they practice non-monogamy. But that's not true. There are users in both areas.
Look, I think you should find someone and fall in love. That's my take.
Oh, you're talking about everybody else.
For everyone, yeah. I think that's what you should be shooting for.
Yeah, but there are people like me who can fall in love with like multiple individuals.
Well, stay away from those.
I feel like I could fall in love 20 times over.
Okay, my advice to you guys, stay away from those people, okay? If someone ever says, I just fall in love with a lot of people, run.
Is the stable still open?
I do. I fall in love with a lot of people, Sitch. We could talk about law.
Is the stable still open, Chaeiry? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, it's not so.
Okay.
Run as fast as you can. Okay.
Okay. Bull Moose for $5 says, tell them about Adam's custodial voting idea that men should get the vote in place of their women in addition to their own vote.
That's not my custodial voting idea. So
yeah, how do you guys feel that Adam's position is that husbands should get their wives vote?
That is not true, but I am curious what you would think of that.
Based Adam. Really would
Okay.
like the only people who should be
Wow.
allowed to vote are men, obviously.
There you go.
Look,
There you go.
I don't like the idea that we're disenfranchising Americans, so I think they should abolish the voting age, and I think that parents should be able to vote for their children until they're 18 years old. I call it custodial voting. So if you have 3 kids, you'd get your vote, and you'd vote for your 3 kids as their custodian.
Do you vote as their proxy or do you vote on their behalf? Like when I say by proxy, I mean like do you actually try to have some sort of conversation with your kid about the candidates and
Well,
see
I
which ones that
would.
they do
Look-
it and take it to the ballot box? Or do
Look,
you
as
just
a
do it
good
like I'm
parent,
taking their
I would.
votes?
Look, as a good parent, I would. And if I had a super genius kid at 12 that was smarter than me, I'd be like, you vote for us.
Aw.
You figure this out. Look,
Yeah, but if they
who should
disagree
we
with
be
you, they're
voting
not
for?
smarter than you, right? So.
Well, look, who's going to disagree with me? They're my kid. They don't want the beatings.
Yeah,
So-
exactly.
Yeah, they're little Adam. They're just gonna be like
So
little
what-
carbon
so what do you-
copies. Nothing to worry
So,
about.
look, I don't like to disenfranchise Americans. Look, I believe in democracy. What do you guys think of this? Are you guys anti-democracy?
No.
Um,
And fuck Vivek for saying that it needs to go up to like 25 and have all these stupid like citizen like civics exams and stuff like that. I hate this trend
I don't know
of
why
like
anyone would
I
listen to
hate
him.
it
He's
too.
only voted twice, and he's running for president.
Wow.
Based.
Well,
That guy's
I mean,
a
he's
joke.
pretty young. Maybe he only could vote twice. I don't know.
No, I
he
think that's what-
opted out of voting.
I know. I'm just.
Oh really?
Yeah.
How old is he?
Yeah.
Oh, do you have to, is he
He's
like the minimum age that you
38?
need to be? Oh, okay. He's 30. He's 30. I thought he was like
Right, 38. Yeah. So was 35 is the minimum, right? 6 3 years. But
only two.
They're telling everyone in the chat is like, based Adam, and they're like, he's not memeing. He's serious. Hell yeah, I'm serious. What are you talking about?
Okay.
I mean, I like it. I like it, Adam. These are some radical ideas. Like you guys kind of present yourselves like the enlightened centrists or whatever. I
Mhm.
don't know. From what you've been saying, like these are definitely ideas that fall outside the
Wait, so do you
mainstream.
actually like Adam's idea that like parents should get extra
Custodial
votes for their
voting is the
kids?
thing.
Do you
Like,
actually
why
like
are
it?
we
I think that's a
terrible idea.
disenfranchising
gonna-
people?
I think this is a
It's
stupid
just going to
idea.
be people breeding for no other reason but a freaking vote. That's a
That
terrible
look,
reason.
that
to
is
pop
that
out
is
kids.
not going to happen. Look, people are not
Yeah,
willing
that
to
is
have
definitely gonna
kids so that
happen.
they can sleep in on Saturday. They're not going to have a kid so they get an extra vote. That is never going to happen. Okay, and also it's just what these people are included on census. Like they get
What do you do?
representation. The
gets the
representatives get a
vote?
bigger district because of these kids. Why
Who
the hell are
gets
we
the vote when there's
disenfranchising
an
them?
unfortunate teen pregnancy and there's a 50-year-old girl who has a 2-year-old? Who gets that vote?
The parent would get the vote for the grandkid too.
So the grandkid. So the person who was a mother can even freaking vote. That's crazy.
If she's not 18, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, when she turns 18, she gets 2 votes.
Adam,
Right.
do you think that this would encourage birth rates because people would be just so giddy to vote for their kids that they'll literally start like having
I
shit
don't-
sets of kids to
Look,
maximize it?
I don't think it would, but if it did, who cares? I think we need more people anyway.
You are gonna like make the like evangelical vote like quadruple because they're the ones with the kids, man. So if that's what you want, that'll be like the society. This is like the monkey's paw or whatever, which is like, okay, I'm gonna grant you the parental like the custodial voting or whatever, but we now live in an evangelical theocracy because that who ends up being who actually dominates the polls now.
Well, then
Really?
I might modify my position.
Yeah.
A little bit.
There you go.
I definitely
Maybe only
don't
to
want,
like secular parents.
I don't look, we have the Bill of Rights, thank goodness. So I don't think we're going to be in a theocracy anytime soon, but maybe progressive parents could catch up. That'd be cool.
There you go.
Maybe. I feel like I'm just gonna say this. This
Yeah.
is like to me. Chaeiry told me once, and by me I mean an audience I was a part of watching a stream. She said that Demon Mama wanted to abolish bedtime, and I feel like this is an extension of that. Viewing like being a parent almost as like a tyrant, and that we're trying to extend democratic rights to like babies and like 6-year-olds because it would be tyrannical for them to like not vote.
Well, isn't this
Well-
the inverse? Because he's saying that the parent gets the kids' vote.
Right.
So they're like more tyrannical.
Right. You
No, but
could
he's
say,
saying a good
listen, if
parent
you
would
don't
actually
go to
listen to
bed,
the
I'm
kid
going to
and what
vote
they
for
want.
Trump.
Sure.
They're
I
going
mean,
to say,
Adam
look,
is
go
saying
to
that,
bed
he's
or I'm
trying
going to
listen.
cast your vote for Trump right now.
Listen,
That
Adam
could
is
be a
saying
good
that
bedtime thing.
because he's trying to sell the position. But we all know in reality that most parents are not going to listen to their dumb 12-year-old kids' idea on who to vote for.
Of course.
Yeah,
not.
they're gonna tell them who they want. It's just gonna be like doubling up their own.
Yes.
But most people, we can't even get half the country to fucking vote, you know? So I don't know how enthusiastic they'd
Sure.
even be. You could put,
Voter turnout is going up though, especially
Yeah.
with people with a culture war raging.
Though you could be right because Adam's original position, which everyone hated, was that he did think kids should just be able to vote. And then it
Well, I was
modified
for
into-
lowering the voting age.
You were yeah. The lowering the voting age was if you're old enough to stand up and reach the podium to vote, you can vote.
Abolishing the voting age does sound more based, but
then you changed that because everyone hated it to the custodial voting.
custodial voting is a better position. Look, I think
it's a more tenable one. It's still a bad one, but it's more.
I think I was incorrect, and I listened to people who had better advice. So I adjusted the position. That's the adult thing to do, right? So,
sure.
We could break bread over. I'm interested in like abolishing. I just had a conversation about this with Prime Kai's on like his Reverie. We were talking about like American gerontocracy and like how so many people in the Senate and the Congress
horrible.
are like, are just, it's like elder abuse at this point, watching like them be like, come on, Diane, vote yay, or you're not getting your fucking pudding cup. It's awful to watch. And I was saying that I think the way to encourage like younger people to even participate in civics would be to abolish like you need to be 38 to run for president. Like forget it. I think if you're 18 and if you're already like, why can't you run for president at 18? Why can't you be in the Senate if you're 21? I don't get it. I
disagree with this, but okay.
Really?
Yes.
Why? You think
I do not want 18-year-old. I don't trust 18-year-olds to run for president or Congress.
No, you don't have to vote for them. I'm just saying they should be allowed to run, I think.
No, fuck them.
Yeah.
Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says, Sitch, take Chaeiry up on the offer. You can have 2 work wives and a third host. You can have a work harem. Listen, Chaeiry, I missed my opportunity with Chaeiry. The stable is closed. So,
I don't know. We'll
wait, what were you about to say?
I'll open
for
it
the
right back
content.
for
I might have to open it. We'll see.
Wow. Wow. Look at that. Okay. Well, there you go. There's still hope, everybody. Joe the Mig for $2 says, command is the only way communism can exist practically.
Command economy?
Yeah. Do you agree with that, Erin?
No, they're describing like state capitalism. Right. No. They should read The People's Republic of Walmart. This talks about the ways that we could incorporate financial planning into the economy without it being entirely like a command economy, and how a lot of some of the like largest corporations that we rely on globally, like Walmart, like Amazon, already do a lot of internal financial planning for them to function, and they function very well. And that why couldn't you kind of use some of the ideas like this as like a framework for instituting it in the government,
The problem with that book is that Walmart, all they do is manage distribution of goods for retail. And the economy is so complicated that what they're doing, Walmart couldn't effectively manage that book paints Walmart as something that I don't think Walmart could actually even do. It's a little overambitious.
I read it years ago because I can't remember like exactly what he recommends or whatever, because I don't know if he's like necessarily saying that like Walmart, if it's like the government should try to like look to these companies to adopt the internal financial planning that they have in some of the like economic policies, like in Congress and in law, or if they're saying that we should basically look to like, you have an entire network set up, it just needs to be like public, right, and like socialized instead. I think that may have been one of the proposals.
They would want to replicate like Walmart.
I'm saying I can't remember if they're talking about replicating the financial planning and like having that in public, or if they're talking about the government either looking to like seize or basically make these like public resources, like make Amazon, like Amazon's perfect, but it just needs to not be privately owned.
Nationalize. Oh, okay, that's
like nationalize them basically.
That's
it runs into the problem of
civil war.
Well, no, the outsized gains thing. Like people manage companies because they are benefiting from the company. But as soon as you nationalize the company, they're no longer benefiting from the company. So their incentive to manage it well goes out the window. So
exactly. And then you have companies who are managing for their benefit that fail to do what they're set out to do. Walmart would be a company that started to fail, but they failed because they looked for places that they can extend to because they wanted to be everything as a seller. They looked at Amazon and were envious of that, tried to do Walmart 2-day shipping on a website, and they failed to do so. It just, I don't know.
But if it were public, you could fund it, right? And like fix those stuff.
You could fund what? A company that was short-sighted and couldn't see what the market was going to want in the future and failed to jump and try to play catch up and become the giant that crushes the competition. That would be like Walmart would be a horrible company to just up and look at because they were like a giant for this one point in history. Do you know what I mean?
Do we think Walmart isn't already a horrible company?
Well,
I feel like that's my position.
They got to where they were, and it was they did good, right? They did good. They became a giant. They expanded well, but then technology advanced and they were behind. And they didn't make the right choices, I think.
I think you're right. Because I think
that's
the idea of like trying to be
looking. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I think you're right that like they did institute like Walmart Plus, and it just basically tried to like copy Prime. But like, I don't know if that was the direction to like try to take the company, because like you're not going to be able to like compete with Amazon by trying, like, you're just going to be second, you know?
Exactly. Walmart was innovative, and then they saw the markets change and they were no longer innovative. They were playing catch up. So this is what capitalism addresses. A company like Walmart gets complacent. They start focusing on profit and they stop focusing on research and development. And then, then an Amazon can come up. Amazon will eventually become complacent. So I wouldn't want the government looking to nationalize any of these companies or looking to take some sort of innovation from these companies for what brought them to where they are, because where we are going, like sometimes it's not good to follow that
the race to the bottom. Yeah.
You just need UBI, and then you let the private sector take care of it.
I love it.
Yeah, once everything is in 10 years, right?
I mean, it is simple.
In 10
UBI
years,
in 10 years when everything's...
If you had UBI, would you still work? Would you find something
I'd still
to
work,
do?
yeah. I'd want like I think to most people, they would use it as like supplemental income. They wouldn't try to live like a subsistence living. I think most people want their standard of living to be more than that.
Yeah, the idea of UBI is it would give you enough to live kind of in poverty, really. I mean, poverty by any of our standards. Like
like basic necessities being met, but nothing more.
Exactly.
No luxuries.
Exactly. And you could live that way, obviously, because you know, people live hand to mouth with basic necessities alone, and they feel fine about that. But you just take the work out of the equation, which, I mean, a lot of people would take that.
So what Dan Irish just sent us this article.
I know. I tagged him on it.
There's some robot called an Apollo that apparently they have 2 prototypes of, which can pick up boxes up to 55 pounds and navigate warehouses with some level of efficiency. So.
Yeah, no, the reason why Tesla is working on a robot is because that's the future Tesla worker.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't know how close we are to it. But
yeah,
it says full production by the end of 2024.
Yeah, but okay, we'll see.
Tesla got to where it is for its battery. They are becoming a company that's like working to do automation. So it's just you're taking a successful company that has this successful product and then wanting to build something different.
How do you feel about Elon calling his factories the Giga Factory?
Fucking Giga cringe, more like.
I mean, it is kind of like Giga Chad, right?
Yeah. Jonathan Smith for
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say one day you have me on and I will tell you all of the things I hate about Elon.
Okay. Jonathan Smith for $20 says communism controls people and needs control to exist. From Martin Luther King Jr. Means are pre-baked into the outcome. So communism is tyrannical. Labor is not communism. My labor, my choice. I will slave for what I choose, not your dictate.
For a second, I thought MLK had joined the Zoom call. Holy shit. Sitch.
I know.
What an impression.
Thank you.
You have to do Obama next.
I can't really do a good Obama, so
no,
I'll work on it.
Think of any other like civil rights leader. I'd love to hear it.
Trump, that's a civil rights leader, right?
Yeah, true.
So, but anyway, do you have a response to that comment?
I was so caught up with the theatricality of the performance that I can't I couldn't even contend with
the gist of it is MLK is against socialism.
No. Well, that is true, but the gist of it. So MLK very famously said the means are pre-baked into the outcome. So what he's saying you can't have he was very anti-consequential. So you can't have violent means to bring about peaceful ends, was his position. And so this person is saying communism requires control to exist and is tyrannical by nature. Therefore, you can't have a non-tyrannical communist government.
It's hard because I feel I hate I feel like MLK has recently kind of become like this Rorschach test where people kind of use this piece together different like out of context, quotes and things from his like speeches and like what he preached to kind of ventriloquize him almost as like he basically like everyone thinks MLK agreed with them. I've never met somebody who was like MLK wouldn't like me or wouldn't be on my side. If you ask a Republican, they'd be like MLK would be a Republican. If you ask a Democrat, they'll say MLK would be a Democrat. And I see like a lot of sanitizing and like whitewashing of like his political legacy because I think it's more
People think
economically
he would be Republican?
Yeah. I feel like I hear this talking point all the time from the GOP. The same way that they're like, this is the party of Lincoln. They're usually championing MLK as like he wouldn't be on board with these democratic policies. He would be opposing them. He would be joining with Republicans to oppose this like CRT that he would like. MLK was all about colorblindness. Like I see MLK as like kind of used in that way, even though MLK like. I think there's something in the conversation that you had with Josiah was, Sitch, did you think that MLK was not in favor of reparations?
I don't believe that came up. He said he was in favor of a check at some point. They had a famous speaker
because
who said, we want our check. So
he had speeches about like 40 acres and a mule and how like that was promised to Black Americans and they weren't given that. And he also did talk about how like he basically agreed with the personal philosophy of like people should look to strive to like pull themselves up by their bootstraps. But that Black people were emancipated, but they were basically endowed with the freedom to starve, the freedom to live in poverty and in fear because they weren't actually given any sort of like meaningful recompense or alternatives to the lives that they had just led. So he was like, it would be cruel to tell a bootless man to pull himself up by his bootstraps. So to me, maybe I'm taking it a step further than he would, but to me, it sounds like he was in favor of some form of reparations.
Yeah, no, my understanding, I believe he was in favor of some form of reparations. I don't remember the context that we're talking about that with Josiah last time, but I mean, I don't know if what my position is on MLK. The thing that annoys me is that when I look back at his works, I mean, he's very obviously seemed to believe in liberalism and the principle that our system and our liberal system could produce a racially equal society and could produce an income equality for workers. And that he, even though he did like, some of the welfare and social programs that existed in Norway and some other European countries, he was not in favor of abolishing private property. He was not in favor of advocating for communism or anything to that effect. And the people that are kind of putting him as this radical leftist is not true, when he was very much opposed to a lot of the radical leftism that was existing in the civil rights movement, and he spoke out against it.
I think it's because MLK spoke positively, and what I mean by that, I mean that in the like neutral sense of the word, not like favorably, but just like he spoke mostly about what he supported and didn't really do like a lot of polemics or like railing against too many policies or anything like that. So when people are like MLK wouldn't like this, he wouldn't like that, it's hard to say because so much of what his rhetoric and like preaching focused on was like being champions of like the underdog, the working class, the Black man, the Black woman, the Black child, and just being pro them. But you can really fill in the gaps with anything you want and say like, well, if he's pro this, it must necessarily mean he's anti this, he's anti that. And that's what I feel like people kind of like ventriloquize their own positions and like project that onto him when it's like he didn't really ever speak to that. So we can't really know.
I think that's mostly true, except he did explicitly speak out against communism several times as a religious person, saying that he was against materialism and he was against communism's, he was against communism being so materialistic and the whole idea of the corruption of the individual. So
I see.
So, but anyway, and also he was in favor of nonviolence. I know I've been hearing people say that he secretly is in favor of violence, which is a complete lie. And I don't know what they're talking about when they pull that out of their butts. But
I think they're talking about The Other America, the speech where he talks about riots being the language of the unheard. But it's in a.
But if you actually read the whole speech, he does not.
Say, in the context of that speech, he's pretty firmly like you should try to, first and foremost
be understanding and sympathetic. Yeah.
Right.
But then he also says it's still really bad. So everyone really leaves out the second part. Pixel, thanks so much for the first ever super chat. It says communism requires centralization of power. Centralization of power equals dangerous and easily corruptible. Capitalism has a good degree of decentralization.
True.
I mean, the type of communism or like leftism that I'd like to see instituted would not be this like kind of like top-down dictatorial organization of government. So they can go talk to the tankies about that, I guess.
I think it's hard because we've never seen, to my knowledge, like a big country exist under the sort of co-op only model of socialism. So it's hard for people to
Yeah, there's
conceptualize it.
like only small kind of experiments like
Right.
Madrigals, like what Noam Chomsky talks about, or like Rojava, like these like smaller scale things.
Mhm.
But like you're right that like data is certainly incomplete when it comes to like what would this look like on a large scale? What would this look
Right.
like, in all of Europe or all of the United States where you have 230 million people?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but
I'm skeptical it could work on a large scale, but
like sometimes I see, and I hate to be like the 700th person to say this, but like obviously Hassan has the capability of running this co-op shit, this
True.
socialist type of thing that he's always bragging about. He's capable of doing it, but he lives in his
he's an
mansion,
idiot and he's
right?
lazy.
He's capable of
He lives
financing
in his mansion. He wears his Gucci shirts. It just feels like a lot of the people
Does he really?
who preach socialism, it's like they like the idea of it, but if they're going to be the only one who does it, and then all of a sudden they have to live the same as everybody else, but then there are rich people who exist, they don't like that. It's like, no, either everybody is on the same low level, like this level as me, or I'll just preach socialism from like my castle. And to me, that's you don't actually like that world then. You don't like that situation then.
Base.
Well, I think
True.
maybe their whole, it's like this 5D chess strategy of like holding themselves up as like, see, this is why we need more regulations.
No,
and
no
restrictions.
chance, no
come
chance.
on.
You have a mansion and a
Make a
Gucci.
career off of advocating for
Erin.
You have a
communism.
mansion
and,
and a closet of Gucci, and you think that that's to sell the socialist idea? No,
to the working man.
To the working man. Yeah, because everybody's gonna have a mansion and a fucking Gucci closet.
Under
I don't think
communism,
so.
yes, everybody gets an
No.
Xbox, everybody gets a Gucci belt. Under
They
any
do
version
not.
of communism that
People
I
are
like,
not even
they
making
like-
Xboxes. Like, I don't
or
know.
like I don't know, like game consoles. What's like the most recent one? I feel like such a boomer.
It is or the PS5 is the newer model. I think so.
PS7.
The PS7. Everyone gets a PS7. There you go. And a pony. Why not?
And you don't actually believe that, right? That you're just trolling. Like
I
Hassan
threw in
is
the pony thing because
being
of like
rich to be like, look, you shouldn't be like me. Let me live lavishly so people get mad.
Like we just
That's not like
wouldn't-
real, right? That's just you're just
I don't
Yeah,
think
it's a
that like
really
what I don't like when people make these criticisms about like, Hassan's materialism and stuff like that. I'm like, would you take him any more seriously if he was wearing a barrel with a pot on his head? Like, I feel
That's
like people would
not
still
what I'm
disagree with
asking.
him.
All that's
Well, no,
so
but I think
dramatic. I'm
people-
just
I think
asking him to do the co-op that he says works so fucking well.
Yeah, I think people would take him seriously if he was out there like filming like, oh look, I'm streaming at like the co-op that I'm building with, Richard Wolf or whoever, like then he's like, oh, he was actually like trying to enact the policy as opposed to just sitting in his room eating nuggets and yelling about Ben Shapiro or something.
That'd be great content.
So
Like
We would
wouldn't
love to
want
see
this.
his co-op fail in front
well, no,
of everyone.
I mean that's true. Actually, you know what the
No.
best content would literally be if all bread tubers and the big social streamers all did a reality TV show where they all tried to run a co-op.
Yeah, that would be
make
great
$1 billion,
content.
$1 and they'd all hate it and destroy the notion
Like
of communism
communist
working.
Jersey Shore. I like it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my God.
I just don't think that we would let anyone else preach and be taken seriously in any other situation, but we
Yeah, we do.
it
What do you
for
mean?
socialism.
We do it all. This is
Donald
like Joel
Trump.
Osteen.
Not seriously, not seriously. You have somebody who tells you, hey, you should go out and you should marry 20 wives, and this
Right.
person only has one girlfriend. You're not taking them seriously. This person never even married one wife. You're looking at them and you'll be like, okay, this is a funny show. This is a bit. That's not a
Right.
real person.
I
That's not a real
You're talking about the red pill
lifestyle that you
community
should
now,
mimic.
right?
Yeah, kind of.
Yes. True. I mean, it's
The
weird. There's all
people
those red
who-
pillars out there that are like,
The
yeah,
people who buy hookers and prostitutes but tell you how
that
to
they're
have a
getting
trad
women.
life.
Yeah. They take the
Mhm.
picture of them with the hooker on
Well, at
Twitter
least
and
they
like,
have the decency to do that in private. Like the evangelical preacher, he's doing crank in a hotel room and having gay sex privately.
Yeah, but
Hassan
he's
does
not-
it in front of everyone like every day.
yeah, but he's not advocating for it.
No,
no,
the
but he-
preacher doesn't do it privately. We've seen that guy buy his third jet. So
That's true.
Mhm.
those
Well, no,
people are not
look,
humble.
Well, I'm saying, look, the preacher is preaching against a degenerate lifestyle and not parading
Not
around
getting caught,
showing
yeah,
a
yeah.
degenerate lifestyle. Hassan is preaching a socialist lifestyle
Mm,
where
no,
he doesn't live a socialist lifestyle. It's painfully obvious.
no. This is the same because the whole rich man needle haystack into heaven. I don't know the whole thing. I don't follow the
Mhm.
Bible, but that's the preacher thing. But we still have these flashy, pimped out suits. This is my third jet.
Yes.
Pray, please pray, please donate the money, call this line because I need my third jet because coach is demonic. Like, no, these people are materialistic in front of our face and they shouldn't be, but it's
True.
rewarded. It's applauded.
True.
Chaeiry, you're saying no one would take them seriously, and I think I
They
would have agreed
shouldn't,
with
but they
you
do. That's
before.
what I'm saying.
Okay, then like maybe it's like I would have agreed with you, I guess, before 2016, because I never would have thought that like, you know, a billionaire like Trump could be actually pitching to the American people that like, yeah, I'm basically just like you, I'm for the working man. And it's like, dude, you're a billionaire. You're like raised in wealth. You went to like the best business school in the country. But, you know, a lot of people actually found that to be a convincing pitch. So I don't know how much people actually demand authenticity of their like, you know, thought leaders on their in their personal lives.
And when I see that, when I see the type of support that Trump has, when I see on the opposite end, the type of support that Hassan has, and then I also see the type of support that these pimped out millionaire pastors have, the only thing I think of is we need to invest more money in education because these people are dumb.
I don't think that's going to help, but
it's the only option I think that I can think of.
It's not the people when you say like dumb, they're not intellectually stupid.
They are stupid.
No.
I don't think they're dumb.
They have an emotional attachment to something, right? Like with like Trump support, like people like Trump supporters, they know that Trump is not the average working class, you know, middle American, whatever, but they're willing to overlook, you know, flaws because they still support because they think he's going to destroy some enemy of theirs, something worse. Right, like
this person,
like you know the meme of like I can't take you down, but he can. They're like that's Trump. Trump is the big monster that's going to take down the big evil left monster.
He's going to.
And I think if you are educated, and I think if you are taught better critical thinking skills at a young age, you do not get to the point where you believe a man who's promising you to build a wall for the third term, the third run. You don't think that man is going to solve your problems. That's what I'm saying. Like, to me, maybe stupid is the wrong word. They lack any critical thinking skills.
Well, so I think the problem is the way people tend to think is that they don't approach a situation. They say, okay, let me use my big logic brain to try to figure out like who to vote for, what's the best policy, blah, 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 blah. What happens is people are kind of like hit with an issue and their lizard brain the emotion part of their brain that kind of reacts instantly has an emotion about something. And they have a moral intuition about some situation, and then the logic, intelligent part of your brain,
they are not smart enough
post hoc rationalizes like whatever your emotions, whatever your intuitions are. So that's why I'm saying I don't think it's like an intelligence issue. I'm not sure. Like maybe if you taught people how you think about things in terms of how to like you need to pause and break away from your sort of emotional intuitions.
I think we are talking about the same thing. You just don't like using the word stupid. Or intelligence.
Well, no, because a lot of intelligent people with high IQs are
incapable of getting there because they're stupid.
Well, no. So what I mean is a lot of people with high IQs who would not be considered quote stupid do a lot of stupid shit because of this, because of how people think.
I would agree. There are people with high IQs that support the. You know what? I'm not going to go down this route because I'm a moderator.
Ben Carson.
I'm a moderator, and I do not hate anybody who votes in any direction.
Listen to this.
What you're
who do you hate that comes
say
on?
They're all retards. Shout that they're all retards.
No, I say sheep.
Okay.
Sheeple. Chaeiry, you sound like an undercover like Democratic strategist because what you're describing has been
I'm not undercover. I'm a moderate Democrat. I'm a liberal.
Moderate,
I'm
very transparently, what you're describing has basically been the Democratic Party's strategy since like the 1950s, where the strategy was basically like we're going to abandon trying to fulfill the New Deal and organize labor, and we're going to reach out to what was dubbed like the learning class, and they recognize that the learning class, people who are college educated, you know, young urban professionals who were going to be the winners of like a post-industrial society. And they needed to start courting these like people with college educations as opposed to the unwashed masses who have never been to college and they do blue collar jobs or whatever. So when you're like, they need to get educated, it's like, I mean, yeah, this is what the Democratic Party wants people to do. So they'll go vote for them.
I'm not sure that happened in the 50s.
It's not necessarily to vote for me.
Maybe the 60s.
Or to vote Democrat. I think that there are people who can this is why I'm agreeing with Sitch that there are people who are high IQ, they're intellectual, and they still vote Republican. Right. It's because they have just different
priorities,
different beliefs. It's not because they're dumb or something. I think that you're dumb when you think that building a wall is going to result in you being able to buy your first house. I don't think that you
I understand what you're
understand
saying.
what correlates
I
together.
understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
You should read Jonathan Haidt's The Righteous Mind. I think you'd find a lot of utility in it. So
Okay.
check it
I
out.
was going to say you should read George Lakoff's Moral Politics, where he talks about.
Don't
You
read
don't
that.
like George
George-
Lakoff?
Lakoff.
Lakoff,
I
how
feel
do you
like
say his name?
Yeah.
Did I do
More-
something wrong? I feel like
I've
it's
read-
only
I've-
when people
look-
say
Cherry's
dumb
heart
shit
right now.
that you're like,
no,
go
no,
read this, go read that.
Listen,
I've
Cherry,
read Moral
you did everything
Politics.
wrong. Okay.
That's interesting that you have. Have
Did
you
you
read
like
any
it?
other? Have you read any other Lakoff? Yeah, I mean,
I've read excerpts from Don't Think of an Elephant, but just those two.
yeah, I don't think his way of his lens for looking at politics is accurate. I do think
I think he puts the conversation in a better way that I could and explains it in a better way. And it sounds like you already
That
of like
book might
you're
be
already
on my
there.
reading list.
Right.
I
You're already
have,
there. So
I just want to make it clear.
Yeah.
I'm not saying because your chat thinks I'm a straw man and I'm bad faith. I am bad faith, okay? But I am trying to be fair in this situation.
don't say that. Come on. How are you defining bad faith? Look, people use bad faith.
I'm just gonna let them say
No, it's
bad
fine.
faith.
It's fine.
I
Just
think
move on.
I do look down a bit on people who voted for Trump because it's directly against my interest. Okay,
You're
That's
an
me being honest.
elitist. That's not
Fair
bad
enough.
faith.
Fair enough. Listen, there's lots of stupid people out there. I
But
argue
I
with them on Twitter
acknowledge-
all the time. Okay.
I acknowledge that there are not people who are voting for Trump because they're stupid. There are people who voted for Trump and will vote for, if he becomes the candidate, they'll vote for him again because he aligns with their interests. The conservative judges, less degeneracy in society. Like there are interests
a
that
huge
might
degen.
not. Yeah, I understand
Trump
that
is
there are
the grab him by the
reasons why
pussy
you would
guy
choose
is
it.
about the less degeneracy.
Stormy Daniels.
They don't. It's not even seeing him as the one. So the fact that he's a hypocrite who will still give them the judges that will get them the results, like they don't care. It's
A lot of
literally the
people are voting
results
for
that
Trump
matter.
because he's a middle finger to the establishment.
Yeah. But like you're saying,
feel like
Cherry, he's
that's
like a
too-
stand-in for their like
I don't think people are
morality. I guess.
five-head enough. I don't think people are five-head enough to do a fuck you vote.
I think they are. I think it's
Spite-based
not a
voting?
five-head thing. I think it's just they act on their anger and their emotion. I think it's like the opposite of a five-head.
Especially if they're suffering economically. I mean, a lot of
Right.
people are suffering economically.
But no, so now you want me to talk about the stupid people. Because if you're talking about middle finger to the establishment,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to vote for Trump, and his first promise is to build this expensive freaking wall, then yeah, you're stupid.
Look, if I'm a working class guy and I'm working my ass off, 6 days a week, as much overtime as I can get, and Biden comes in and is forgiving college student loan debt, I'm like, how is that guy economically on my side?
Because he was
Again,
championing like increasing the minimum wage, and he was like championing other.
Look,
like,
I don't make
policies
minimum
that would
wage.
be-
That's not going to help me either.
I
Oh, what you're
understand
talking
being
about?
frustrated.
Somebody who's working class, but above like I guess entry level positions.
Most people don't make minimum wage. Yeah, like I think 10% of the population makes minimum wage. So yeah, he's helping those people. He's helping the college graduates, and he's helping the people who make the 10% of the population that makes minimum wage. What has he done for me? Nothing.
I understand being
I
upset
feel like he ran
there,
those.
but you could be upset there that he hasn't done something for you. Okay, I wouldn't argue what Biden did or what Biden didn't do. Let's say you are upset to see somebody forgive student debt.
Yeah,
student loan
rich
debt,
college
do
students. He's
this.
giving my tax dollars to rich college students.
Okay, and then I would ask you, how the hell does voting for Trump do anything better for you?
Well, Trump gave us a tax cut at least.
No, he gave rich people a tax cut.
No,
Yeah.
middle class people got a tax
Middle
cut
class
too.
people got a tax cut for the first year, and then the
Mhm.
second year maybe, but then their tax
No,
went
look,
up
my
the third and
my
the fourth.
tax-
I file my own
tax lady
okay?
made sure I knew what the Trump tax cut was every year. But
Okay, well,
anyway.
you're
Is that
going
why
off
you
your
didn't
tax
like Biden?
lady.
Because Biden
I
said
did my own.
Biden made the promise. He was like, day one, I'm reversing those Trump era tax cuts, and still they're still in place. They just quietly ended up doing it.
A
Not doing
third
it.
thing here. Not only did he give my tax dollars to rich college students, did he try to give a $15 minimum wage to people other than me? He
Again.
also he also gave me a tax hike.
This is exactly no. This is why invest money in education, because the fact that you don't like what Biden is doing, but you have a bunch of people to choose from on the Republican side, and you're going to go with the person who is advocating for things that also aren't going to give you better outcomes. It's ludicrous to me.
Look, you're making an argument that people are stupid because they would vote for Trump.
No,
but you can't make that argument when it comes to economics.
I did not say that, Sitch.
Okay.
Unless you want me to turn around and start saying that you guys are fucking Trump supporters, okay? Do not misinterpret what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying that there are people who are stupid who think that they're going to have better economic outcomes because they are in hardship right now, that are voting for Trump when his first promise that he's never fucking presented is a wall.
Right.
But
is a wall and is stopping transitioning. These things are not going to give you better outcomes. If you are a rich Republican, you benefit off these tax benefits. If you are a middle class person and you benefit off these tax benefits, if you are a religious person and you want the conservative judges, that makes sense. I'm not saying you're stupid. You're voting in your interest. But if you're the poor person and you're voting for Trump, you're fucking dumb.
Well, no, but I gave you the economic take from a middle class person voting for Trump.
Let me insert into this.
Are you going to build the bridge?
Sitch wants to insert. Go ahead.
Let me insert here. Well known for inserting at the right time. Okay. No, so
don't pull out on us here, Sitch.
So I mean, the argument that I hear people make regarding the kind of what you were saying, Chaeiry, is they say, well, they kind of make the argument that they believe that immigrant labor is like pricing out, Americans, which I don't necessarily believe, but that's generally where they, the argument that they would make. As I've said, and I think I said it in the conversation we had some weeks ago, I don't think people vote based on their economic policy. I think they have a moral philosophy. And I think the moral philosophy for people who generally lean right is the idea that when there's a problem in our society, we need to kind of like stop everything, stabilize, lock down the borders, figure out what the problem is, because it's some kind of external threat coming in and destroying our system. And I think that's why Trump, and I think Trump realized this intuitively, I think that's why when people on the right feel like, oh no, like our country's in like free fall, there's some problem, we need to like change things, they want to lock down the borders intuitively. Like that's
we're not talking about locking down the borders. We're talking about building a wall, because
but that's what building a wall represents emotionally.
Yeah,
as locking
and then
down
that's that's stupidity. If it's you're having an emotional response, you don't understand that with Biden, our borders didn't open, and you want a wall for your emotional need to feel like the country is safe. Like
you're right. Listen, I don't disagree, but my view on it is that the left operates the exact same way, that people are voting for quote stupid emotional reasons for everything. They're not like sitting around thinking for big brain reasons why they're going to vote.
Yeah, absolutely.
There are like, Donald Trump is the racist and Joe Biden's going to solve racism or whatever.
Yeah, there are people who vote left, or I'm sorry, real quick, then I'll let you go. There are people who vote left for stupid feel good reasons too, because they think that they're curing racism so long as they say yes to reparations. I understand that, and I agree. I'm not saying that this is solely a Trump supporter thing.
Right.
This is a sheep thing.
I understand. Yeah, you're saying for these specific issues, people are not voting within their own economic interests, which I don't necessarily disagree with.
I think to me, it's not a matter of stupidity. It's that like both parties have kind of like abandoned trying to meaningfully court labor in the way that they previously did. Like there's photos of like Nixon in hard hats. There were times where Democratic parties like really did champion labors other than just like the teachers union, which seems to be, I feel like, the last like vestige of like appealing to like a faction of like like unions or like a large like blue collar segment of the population and voters. And so in the place of that, a lot of voters have become kind of disillusioned with the Democratic Party. And in the absence of either party promising any sort of like economic promises, they're like, well, I don't agree with the Democrats on anything except economic issues. They're not even delivering on that anymore. So I'm going to go to the Republicans because I'm not getting anything economically there, but they are going to fulfill my cultural desires. So at the very least, that stands as like a consolation to not getting the economic promises I should have.
I think, I do think that happens. People like to blame politicians for this. I blame Americans. I blame the people because it's like after FDR and after World War II, we were in this post, World War II economy. And basically the left won the economic argument. It was kind of inconceivable that we'd ever move away from kind of a left-wing Keynesian economic model. Nixon very famously said, we're all Keynesians now. And it was really only when the kind of inflation crisis started to hit, because a combination of labor having too much power and also the oil embargo under Jimmy Carter, that people started to think, okay, we need to kind of move away from this left-wing economic system. It's creating too much inflation, too much instability. And then what happened, they voted in Reagan, and Reagan ushered in the neoliberal, let businesses do whatever the fuck they want kind of global order. But not only did he do that, Reagan won he just annihilated so powerfully. And not just him, but also the House and the Senate was so Republican after that. The Democrats became so kind of terrified that they would never win an election. And that's kind of how you got Bill Clinton kind of out of the ashes 3 terms later, who was like, oh, I'm going to be the sort of somewhat neoliberal, somewhat classical liberal kind of middle ground guy. And I think that's what shifted the Democrats' focus away from labor. But the electorate wanted that. If the electorate didn't want that, if they wanted to go back to the 50s, 60s, 70s economy, they would have voted for it.
It was like the Clintonism kind of like ushered in like the embrace of like third way politics. The DCCC had an influence in this, like this wave of kind of like business friendly Democrats,
right?
Whose policies weren't looking to like meaningfully redistribute wealth, or really threaten capital in any substantial way at all, or like looking to like Bill Clinton gutted welfare. Bill Clinton helped or like was okay with like Glass-Steagall being repealed. Like he represents a lot of like in American politics, like the worst pivot I've ever seen. I know,
people
but
wanted all these policies. So I mean, yeah. So
I was too young to vote, obviously, but I look back and like to me, the Clintons represent like the worst of American politics, some of the worst that American politics has to offer.
But I mean, we didn't live through the hyperinflation of the end of the 70s. So.
Yeah, the same thing. It's like why the crime bill came into fruition or whatever, is because like they campaigned on that. Yeah, that was like what people wanted. So like I wouldn't expect anything else, but like we look back and people are like, well, that led to mass incarceration. Now we're trying to fix that.
Short Fat Taco, look at that. Hey, Short Fat Taco for 5 Canadian. He says, Dear Straighterade. Yeah, you didn't know that?
I didn't know that either.
No.
He's a dirty Canuck.
I didn't even know there were otakus in Canada.
Oh yeah, they're everywhere. He makes good content. I don't know if you guys are familiar with his channel.
I'm familiar with him, but I haven't watched a video from him. Okay. I just know him in name only.
They're very good. Though you probably wouldn't like them. But dear Straighterade.
Why wouldn't I like him?
I mean, he shits on communism a lot, so.
He hasn't met me. That's okay.
There you go. Well, maybe you guys will talk after this.
Yeah.
He says, Dear Straighterade, in a fully market socialist economy, how would a worker co-op company raise capital for expansion without it being extractive?
Sure. No, let's not get into the fucking weeds on this. All right.
Wow,
let's talk to our high
dodge. What a dodge. Oh,
I'm dodging.
God.
I'm dodging.
Dodge.
Because I don't think I would talk to him. I'll talk to short fat otaku. Oh my God. Yeah. Individually about this stuff, but like I will spare everybody the conversation on like the very specific and the minutia of like economic reforms that I would embrace.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. Okay. Do that boring stream on his channel. None of us care.
There you go. Well, there you go, Dev. Adam, please don't give people blunts.
Look, come on. It was fun. Everyone in the chat was begging.
So stupid. Okay. Let's see. Oh, Daniel Irish for $20. He said, hey, Adam, asked the guests if they support UBI. And you did ask that.
I did. Yeah, we talked about it. So
Mithram 6 for 500 Kazarks. Thank you. Says,
they do sound like future UBI supporters, Dan. So that's good.
Right.
Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt, Sitch.
You will end up with a dictatorship because people are naturally entrepreneurial, and dictatorship is the only way how communists eventually manage to stop people from recreating capitalism. I'm from a former communist state. This was their constant struggle.
That's true, yeah. If the only hierarchy that people can climb, because you've basically taken the hierarchical stuff out of the private sector, the hierarchy that they will climb is politics.
That exists right now. Like, do we have a dictatorship? Obviously not. We have like a constitutional republic. But in a lot of ways, like I tell people, you may as well look at the president kind of as like an elected king, and the head of the Senate, like the Senate majority leader, is basically the prime minister. That's kind of how it works in this country.
Yeah, but the will to power that people have, they can use it productively in the private sector to form businesses, products, and services that serve the population.
Right, but I think people discount the, like, I guess what I don't like is people seeing, and like, I guess right now there's ample reason for people to have distrust in like certain institutions or their government, disillusionment with all of those things. But I feel like they're kind of throwing the baby out with the bathwater by thinking like these could never be reformed, or the government could never actually serve me. It's like we brought up Ronald Reagan. I feel like the Reagan line kind of still persists in the cultural imagination of like the worst thing that you could hear is like someone from the government saying, I'm here to help you, like making people hostile to the idea that your government that you pay taxes to, that you have to pay taxes to, could ever do anything positive for you, which it's not the case. Like there's plenty of.
Is there?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry. Is there ample reason to not trust government institutions?
Well, I corrected that and I said disillusionment with those institutions. Because I think like regardless of whether or not they're correct, like I think that is kind of people's perception, and it's like very clear that there is not the faith in public institutions that there used to be. I think it's too strong of a claim for me to say like there's ample reason to not trust them. I just think there is a distrust of them. Whether or not it's legitimate you'd have to get into the details, right?
For me, I think whenever I see a politician playing into some sort of like conspiracy within the government, I just think that they're farming the tinfoil hat wearing people on YouTube, because the idea that we need the government to tell us what happened for this thing, like we don't understand the need for there to be classified information.
To me, I guess the cute thing about conspiracies like QAnon and stuff like that is that they're presupposing that rich people and elites, quote unquote, actually bother to cover up the heinous shit that they do. When they don't, you could pretty much flagrantly just see on display how they choose to like use their wealth and like the ridiculous things that they do with it. So it's not really like a conspiracy to me. I feel like it's out there,
Okay, this is probably the one super lefty thing about me. I hate all billionaires. They do hide shit, but that's not the government. That's not institutions. That's rich people who feel like they are beholden to nobody. Like what? They individual island of sex trafficked children.
Like I know, but like Clinton and Trump went to that island. So it's like there is.
Yeah, Trump is not a
the
politician.
Government?
He's not a billionaire playboy who just decided what Democrats weren't going to give him a favor this year, so he's going to run and turn Republican.
I feel like he, positioned himself as like, I'm an outsider. I'm not like your typical politician, but it's like once you become the president, you're now a politician, right? So like now he's on the inside.
And he behaved as billionaires do, thinking that they can get away with everything, trying to be hidden and secretive. And the way that our institutions function, most of it comes out. We get to see it. We get to see that people were investigating, people were aware. I don't know. I'm just.
What's your lefty take on Epstein? Did he kill himself?
I hope so. I'm glad anybody.
That's the best take ever, right there.
Nice.
I like that one.
And I hope it was difficult.
I don't know. I kind of hope he was killed. I think it's better.
I feel like it's easier when somebody else kills you. Well, the way that it's depicted in movies, the person will go do something, so someone else has to pull the trigger because a lot of people are too pussy to kill themselves. And I imagine it's really terrifying, like as you're doing it, like, oh no, what did I do? I can't undo it. So I hope that all of that happened to him.
You hope he died slowly and in panic.
And regretting it.
Right.
Do you know that there was a camera that didn't go out that was on the doorway, and they don't have anyone that came or went from the room when he killed himself?
You believe that?
Well, look, it could be a lie, but that's the evidence that people put forward who say Epstein did kill himself.
They faked
because
tape.
no one went in or out of the room.
Hillary
on
did.
The video.
Hillary went in with a bunch of guys. She sat in the corner smoking a cigarette, and she's like, "Kill it."
That's what
she's my fucking hero. Then
look,
she started
think.
Touching herself as he was dying, because
that's what I thought, Sitch. I thought Hillary came in and she taped up a photograph over the camera that made it look like nobody came and went.
There you exactly. We've seen those Ocean's 11.
Of course, yeah. And then she did go in there. She went in there with a ski mask, and she's like, "I'm here for Donald Trump."
Okay. Let's see. Oh my God, for Jar says, Erin, do you have a job, and have you had a job before streaming?
Yes, I have. Everything. I
very
joke around when I say
extreme.
I'm unemployed, but it's only because my explanation for that is like the Department of Labor Bureau stats does not consider me employed because I'm just like a gig worker. So that's all. Like I don't actually have like stable employment or anything like that. But yeah, I have my undergraduate degree in biology. I have my substitute certification. I've been like a nanny. I have done waitressing. I've done like all sorts of like weird, odd and ends jobs. Like I've worked music festivals for fun when I've wanted to like get in for free and get paid at the same time. So
she's working class and you guys are talking smack.
Yeah.
I have a background with that stuff, but everyone I guess thinks like, I don't know what people think. I guess they just think I don't do anything.
They think you're a streamer, but you don't turn on your stream.
But I don't stream. That's the thing. I just go on other people's streams.
It's not see, that's because you're not thinking like a capitalist.
Yeah, you got to get rid of this communist stuff. It's slowing you down.
Right.
Damn it. Okay. But you guys were making the case to me that some of the best communists out there, like Hassan and Vosh, are like the super capitalists. So maybe there's something to that.
That's what I'm saying. You need to be a super capitalist.
I need to be embracing
so you
capitalism.
Can be my rich friend, please.
Wow, there you go.
I'll look into it, Chaeiry. Anything for you?
Nice.
Let me know if you need help.
Val Van Gogh for $40. Thank you. Says wealth inequality is extreme because inflationary practices combined with democracy. During hard economic times, people vote in politicians that deliver economic relief through inflationary tactics. New spending power ends up as more wealth for those already in position to take advantage of. In a global economy, the impacts of this on the most downtrodden are unimaginable. In the US, you end up with a whole generation of communists like Erin.
Like me. Oh God. What if all of society was like me? That'd be terrible, right, guys? I feel like there's people like I guess what you could argue is that like, what'd you say?
Nothing. Continue.
No, come on, repeat
I said, do you want to answer that question?
Hell yeah. No, I guess people would see me, they're correctly identifying me as like a symptom rather than like or they should be looking at me and other Zoomers who are looking to like embrace other economic models as like a symptom rather than like a problem, which is that like, yeah, if the government doesn't get their shit together and doesn't just institute basic social safety net reforms, you're going to have a lot more Zoomer communists on your hand with TikTok accounts than they ever fucking dreamed of. So, but right now they don't seem to be voting. So that's the saving grace.
WTF1A1A for $5 says, I work with a lot of teachers right now. Teachers dislike the new policies because they can't get control of their students. Some kids just suck like adults. True.
Y'all are so jaded on kids, man.
It's true.
Like why kids act out and like why they behave the way that they do. I can't remember the name, like who wrote the book. I think it was called like Changeable. And he talked about like kind of it was a book written by like a child psychologist and like PhD in education and challenging like conventional. No, he's not actually. It was like an evidence-based approach and what was seen as radical. And it was like to treat kids with kindness. And like the reason that kids act out is not because they're really bad. It's because they don't have the tools to behave any better. And like how to correct them on that, as opposed to just have all these punitive measures and hope that works.
Just fucking hit them a lot.
Yeah, just cane them.
Yeah,
we solved this long ago. Just paddles,
paddles, canes. We made society weak. Bunch of liberals came in, said, "Stop hitting your children," and look where we are.
Were you guys? I feel like were you spanked as kids?
I was, yeah.
And like the argument that I always hear, there's mountains of evidence saying that yeah, spanking is not good. But I always hear people like, I was spanked and I turned out okay.
That's Lakoff talking right there. I don't know that he's correct about that, but
well, for me, one of the big problems growing up for me was I didn't do my homework ever, and that spanking would have helped. That's just because my parents didn't force me to do it.
How would they have done? How do they force young Sitch to do anything? What would you have needed?
Sit down at this table, do your homework. I'm going to check and see what your homework is, and I'm not going to let you leave here till you do it.
No dinner? Would that be too much?
Dinner, but you can't play video games. You can't go to your room. You can't do anything else until you do your homework.
Yeah, I always got grounding. I never got spanked. So
yeah, I don't think spanking works because I think it's short-sighted correction, and then the parent never learns how to actually discipline their child or teach discipline to their child. Because when you hit a certain age, your parents can't hit. I remember being the age where I was like, my mom hit me on the ass, and I just thought, wow, this bitch can't hit. And then I just stopped listening.
I remember I was getting spanked, and I made the mistake of telling my mom it didn't hurt, and she spanked me so fucking hard right after.
Wow.
I mean, they realize that they're gonna either have to like murder you, cut blood, and hopefully they're not like that deranged and that terrible of a parent, or they've at that point they don't know what to do. They throw in the towel. And at your teenage years, preteen, teenage years, like those are so important to have focus and discipline in school. So yeah.
Yeah, I think it depends on the age, because there's certain, I forget, there's like, they go through the ages of how morality forms in children. And when you have like really young kids, they don't understand anything other than force. And you're like
Corporal
trying to explain to them why you shouldn't do something, and they just literally don't understand. And it is true. I forget, there's stages of when kids understand morality and empathy, and young kids don't. And so you're just trying to explain to them why they shouldn't do something because it annoys you is not really going to do anything.
Such is this firsthand knowledge, or this is just like your understanding of like child psychology?
He talks about this in Righteous Mind, doesn't he, Adam? He talks about the formation of morality in children.
Piaget.
Yeah.
Piaget is the researcher that went into it.
Right.
You're
I forget what the exact,
morally
ages were, but
you have a complete moral compass by age 12.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And it never changes?
No.
Well, I mean,
he's saying more like you have a fully functioning moral compass.
Look, you know the difference between right and wrong. Obviously, psychopaths are an exception to that. They rarely, they learn the difference between right and wrong. They just don't feel it.
They can't help it, or they don't control it.
Right.
Well, they don't have empathy for other people, so
they don't care. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Sitch when he canes his child, he doesn't care.
True,
no, that's because that is because you care.
Yeah, because I love them. I'm trying to instill value and discipline.
That's what he tells us.
That's true. I just like to hit children. Ovid for $20 says, money, money, money. Everything with socialism comes down to money. What is materialistic? There are basically no problems in existence that can fix by throwing cash at them. I mean, it's the conservative mindset, I guess. But
I mean, if they sent that in the topic of the conversation about how schools need to be funded, I know that there is evidence that shows that like simply giving schools in impoverished neighborhoods more funds is not going to be enough to overcome the like structural inequality and poverty that the students face at home. So that's like not alone or in isolation going to be a policy that actually works. But I mean, the charge of being materialistic, it's like, I don't think it's materialistic to acknowledge that like, yeah, the world economy is something that like demands a lot of people's, or like, you know, interests a lot of people, especially people on the left or whatever. I mean, if that's a charge, then like, if that's if that's all it takes to be materialistic, then I guess I'm materialistic, sure. Because like I'm interested in the economy. Yeah.
I think the problem is that to solve these, like, I believe America spends a crap ton of money on education per child. That is more so, or at least in par with most of these Western European countries, and still has worse educational outcomes. And I think the difficulty is you can't, I mean, in this way you said, you can't just throw money at a problem because there's all these other complicated environmental issues that just throwing the money is not going to necessarily solve.
Environment?
Because
like if people are growing up in a shitty environment, it doesn't matter how much like funding the school gets.
Yeah, it's like, okay, cool. So your school has like a new gymnasium and they have new textbooks and every kid gets an iPad now. It doesn't change the fact that if they don't have parental supervision at home, that's like making them do their homework. That's actually seeing that they get to bed on time. That makes that they're food secure. That you know, I'm not going to say it doesn't matter because I'm sure it helps, but you're not going to see the return on investment that you probably should, given the amount of money that's being invested at that point.
Yeah, that's why you have to send them to boarding school.
True.
Yeah, you're just giving a new gymnasium to all the people who have a mom and dad and are rich.
Right.
Yeah, pretty much.
And a stable home life. Yeah, exactly.
The Justice 35, thanks so much for $20, says Straighterade doesn't know anything, about education money in the U.S. All 50 states' education funding is their biggest budget expenditure. We spend enough on schools. We need to reform the teachers union and start disciplining students.
This sounds like straight out like talking points from like a right-wing think tank that got like copy pasted and like sent in.
Right.
It's not just about the money, because I'm talking about readjusting how the funding structure of these schools. It's not a matter of just like a budget, like a question of like what should the budget be. I'm talking about like the way, like restructuring how we even fund it. You know, I don't think they really understood the point.
Look, that's great. Obviously the fact that it sounds like a right-wing think tank is not really a rebuttal. I do like that you did have a rebuttal. Yeah. I mean, you could leave out the part about how, that sounds like a right-wing think tank.
No. I say that neutrally just because like the thing that like really did it in for me is like it's the damn teachers unions or whatever. Right. But you said earlier, look, I'm not saying it as like a dirty word.
look, that is a popular argument on the right. I just don't think calling it a right-wing argument just dismisses it. I think you should just answer the argument on like
True. I have to explain, because to me it's like in my head, by saying, oh, it's from a right-wing think tank, it's like a given, like therefore it's silly.
Right.
But no, I need to break it down.
But yeah, and also you dismiss, like, so what? Like maybe it's a good argument.
Let me first of all, I think the teachers union argument is a terrible argument.
Right.
This is for someone who I strongly dislike the teachers union because they're hyper woke, but that's not the reason that we have these education problems in our society. And if you look at the funding, I don't believe teacher salaries or even administrative salaries, which has increased through the years, but teacher salaries is not like the big thing that's sucking up all the money. So I do think it's more a discipline problem. Now, maybe the teachers union is being super woke will then kind of help create more of the discipline problems. That's possible, but
I guess the reason
I agree with you that the right is just too hand wavy on teachers union bad, and they just give this kind of simplistic answer.
I know what the solution is, because I said like the right-wing talking points, because I've heard these talking points and it always leads down to like, this is why we need charter schools, right? And like school choice and charter schools have not been demonstrated to actually have the improved outcomes that like parents are looking for. Like it sounds good, but what ends up happening is that every parent wants to put their voucher towards like the best school in that district. It overcrowds that school, leaves all the other schools in that district like impoverished and underattended. Then they have to close down, and it has like all these different negative effects. Like I think Sweden was the one that attempted to move away from like the public schooling model towards like school choice and chartering and like embracing like privatization of like primary education. It didn't work out for them. So I implore them to go look at the outcomes in those countries first to see what it looks like when charter schools are instituted.
You're saying it's a real resource problem because like the school is like the fanciest restaurant in town. And you always think, well, why don't they just open more of these fancy restaurants that everyone wants? Well, it's hard to run a fancy restaurant. Not everyone can do it.
It's that, and it's also
resources.
It's a distribution problem, because I feel like there's ample resources. It's just a matter of like, are they they're concentrated in some of in like not the wrong areas, but there's an over concentration in some areas and then there's other areas that are completely impoverished,
Well, if we could figure out how to do charter schools, like with some kind of consistency, we find a system that works and we just, we're pumping out great students like hamburgers and other things that we mass produce, cars.
You can't mass produce it.
But if we could find a way to do that, then you might be in favor of charter schools, right? It sounds like the problem is like you create a charter school and it's more like a fancy restaurant, like a boutique that only the right people can make work. And it's very hard to duplicate that process. You get too many people that want that school because it's the favorite school. That school runs into trouble accommodating everyone. All the other schools close down, and then that's the problem. But if you could make every school as good as the best school, you wouldn't have that problem.
Basically, it ends up kind of almost being like the same issues that you see with monopolies, is that like none of the other schools can compete with like what you're saying in this analogy is like the best restaurant. It puts all of those out of business, and then all of a sudden you're not actually left with more choice, even though it starts off with like school choice, right? But it's like at the end of the day, it ends up being that you actually have diminished choices because you've put out of business all the neighboring schools effectively.
So that would be more like the Walmart effect. So the best school becomes like Walmart, where they just really try to nickel and dime everyone down once they put everyone else out of business. Okay.
Or Amazon.
Have you seen that new Jubilee episode, the Black conservatives versus the white liberals?
I saw parts because Stephen was in it.
Something about this came up, not specifically what you guys are talking about, but like the issue of affirmative action in like colleges, and should college be free? And this Asian person didn't get into MIT because affirmative action, which is a pretty racist assumption that like any Asian will get into MIT. There must be affirmative action that stopped them.
I thought that was funny too.
But for them, the idea was, well, once college is completely free, this problem goes away. And it's like, if everyone has no like barrier of entry to go into MIT because it's free, you think everyone's getting into MIT?
Yeah, it would lose its prestige.
That's not. It might not just lose its prestige. It might lose its
it would be
how effective it is.
Based purely on merit at that point if it was free, right? How else would they sort people to get in?
To me, the thing that's interested me, I heard a proposal that was basically like a lottery. And then instead of having schools and like admissions councils on behalf of like all of these, or like part of all of these schools that individually assess all like thousands of applicants to their school and the application fees, you just admit that you can demonstrate that you are capable of attending the institution, whether it be like minimum GPA requirements, certain courses that you needed to have completed to attend it. And then you're thrown into this lottery, and then X number of students are permitted with each new semester or whatever. And then, from there you have a big random pool of capable candidates. And this would actually like randomize who ends up getting in instead of it favoring like the wealthiest students. You can actually have people from various backgrounds.
If it was like, say, theoretically, money isn't the issue, why should we have a lottery system as opposed to just doing like a rank order merit-based system?
Why would money not be the issue though? Because like the best students are usually, the ones whose parents could afford to have them have like private SAT tutors.
Right. I'm saying theoretically, like the college is free, right? In terms of that not being the money issue, why should it just not be based on merit? Why should we have the lottery?
I thought she was because like Chaeiry brought up MIT, so I didn't know. It's like, I guess in this hypothetical where we make it like MIT becomes like a state college or what?
No,
it's that hypothetically
nobody has
MIT,
to worry about the ticket.
Yes,
it's going to be paid for. They just have to apply.
Free. Yes, to anyone that can want to, as long as they can get in, it's free.
Yes.
Right. And it sounded like you were saying that it should still be like a lottery-based system. And I'm saying, why shouldn't it just be based on like the top, 1,000 or however many students they can admit, they admit?
Because like with the merit-based issue is that I think it presupposes that there isn't actually like a greater pool of capable applicants. It's that like we have to get like the best and the brightest. But to me, it's like, well, that's the purpose of college, right? Is to like gain and attain skills. And so as long as you're willing to demonstrate that, like you're able to demonstrate that you're capable of like going and like taking advantage of that opportunity, why should it necessarily be the people who perform the best in high school? Shouldn't you be measuring it based on the people who have the, I guess, like the aptitude or the capacity to perform better in college? To me, that's a better argument for it.
I think that is
the people that work, since people that got the best grades, the best scores in high school, I mean, they definitely worked significantly harder than the other people, regardless of whether they had tutors or whatever.
They did work harder, but it's the difference between, like, I'm not trying to discredit like the students of like wealthier parents or whatever.
Merit without saying merit, though.
What do you mean?
She's saying they have aptitude, some kind of like unmeasured aptitude. Right.
Yeah, because it's like, how can you meaningfully realize or demonstrate that you have the potential to be like an exceptional student when if you come from an impoverished background and you have to have a part-time job and you don't have time to like do extracurriculars, but your grades are really good, like even if you have the grades, you're just not going to outcompete the student who also like was in rowing and had the grades too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, that person would still get into a good college. It just might not be like the top college.
To be fair, people put any curricular on there. You're assuming that the college prioritizes rowing. Your part-time job also goes on your college application.
Well, even if we grant, let's say like, there's a kid, they're from wealthy parents. So not only do they get, good grades, they can go to SAT tutoring and spend a lot more time on, schoolwork. So they're going to get better grades, better SAT scores versus a kid that has to work a part-time job, to help his family, right? He's going to presumably get lower grades, lower SAT scores. And I'm sympathetic to all that stuff, but I still don't see why, like, so what? They'll still get into college. It just won't be MIT. It just won't be a top college.
Well, I guess because if you were asking me in the thing, like, why should it not be merit-based, it's like I think that these institutions are kind of overlooking what would be like a valuable asset to their student population, which would be a diversity of backgrounds. And right now the merit thing, since you're more likely to have been able to get ahead if you're from a more affluent background, I feel like my system is actually one that kind of favors and recognizes like the diversity of like having working class students or people from disadvantaged backgrounds part of your college, and then kind of, how is this not like the fulfillment of like the American dream? Like, I feel like it's better to demonstrate that like we have students who said in their, application essay that they were the child of like a single mother on a single income, and yet they graduated from MIT. I feel like that's a more impressive thing to boast on the part of like MIT than saying like, yeah, we have like the wealthiest kids in the world because like graduating from our school,
I mean, I think you're right in terms of the prestige of the college might want that. I don't know if it's fair.
Well, I don't think that they do, but I think they should. I think
Yeah,
that's
Well,
something
right.
they're
I
overlooking.
can understand the argument. I don't think it's fair necessarily to the kids that work their ass off in high school who just because they were, affluent or their parents were affluent that, they get deprioritized in some
But
metric.
the flip side of that is that right now, I don't think it's fair that just because you're from an impoverished background that you're at a disadvantage just because you didn't have like your parent, you're at the mercy of your parents' choices, or your parents' life circumstances.
Yeah, but the problem is kind of like life isn't fair. And so we kind of have to balance out like, well, who gets, who are we going to kind of lean the scales in this direction? And to me, I think you just have to kind of do it on merit as opposed to trying to guess a kind of etherical, non-measured level of potential.
I think this is an area where I'm a progressive. I'm all the way on the left. But I bite every bullet. I think it's not fair, and I'm glad. Good. We needed affirmative action. Things needed to not be fair to get a demographic into higher education because the college being free would be wonderful, but MIT is what MIT is because that university invests in an education system that produces higher learned individuals. They have professors. This is on track for just higher, like a higher degree of education. So I agreed. It sucks for some people. You didn't get into MIT. You have such first world issues. I'm so sorry. You, as whatever race you are, white, dude, Asian, you were born in a generation, in a world where the worst struggle that you have is you were born during affirmative action. So you didn't get into MIT. You had to go to a state university. Don't care. There were people who were born into slavery. That's
not work in the reverse,
tragic
though.
fucking thing.
Doesn't that work in the reverse? Like if you're black,
what's the reverse?
If you're black, you can't get into MIT and you get into a
Okay.
state school. How is that not also a first world problem?
Well, so I'm saying I think affirmative action is necessary because I want them to exist in higher education. I want them to exist in higher positions in learning because I think overall, once we are more diverse, then we don't know like what we don't know when we don't have like these people all together in these industries or whatever. Like nobody knew that, what is it called? Facial recognition software was going to fail for Black people because there was no Black people in the room when they were checking it, right? So I think that there is benefits and there is the possibility that the next Einstein is like an Indian woman or something. And we're never going to get that if they don't start seeing representation in these other places. And that's why I'm pro affirmative action. I'm not saying it's fair. And I think that there are minority people who struggled and failed because of it. But I think, and I'm okay with it being gone now, because for the most part, I think we've gotten to a place where it is sought out and it is proven to be beneficial. And yeah, unfortunately for 50 years, we went through affirmative action and that might have felt bad for some people. Don't care. I'm okay with it for the outcome.
Lucky for us that the Biden administration said that the next Albert Einstein would, in fact, be an Indian woman. So.
Did they say that?
I'm kidding.
I was just
you set me up for the perfect joke. Come on.
But no. So my position on affirmative action is, I'm against fully lowering of any standards for any sort of program. I think the standards should be the same, or there should be some minimum standards that everyone has to achieve. But then once that is achieved, I'm in favor of affirmative action in terms of socioeconomic status or class. I'm fine with that. I don't think it should be based on race, because usually with race, it's just a proxy for class anyway.
Yeah, but the problem is you don't get to see if it will be equal if you never get these people in that situation, in that position. And
yeah, Chaeiry's saying
it's
like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Society, and this is why I'm saying I understand it wasn't fair and it feels bad, and I'm kind of okay with it being gone now. I'm not saying it needs to be implemented forever, but we needed to do something to sort of like what is it called? Electrocute, jumpstart the diversity, inclusion feeling for society.
Yeah, no,
that's what affirmative action did. I don't think we would have gotten to where we are now if we didn't do affirmative action.
I understand what you're saying. I mean, me and Adam both believe that people need role models to show them that the pathway to success is possible. We had Nate, the lawyer, on. I don't know if you're familiar with his content.
No.
He's a Black lawyer, and he was talking about how when he graduated, he grew up in a lower income situation, and when he graduated from law school, and a lot of people in his neighborhood would like literally, and he didn't expect this, would like literally take their kids up to him and be like, oh, I want you to like explain to my kid how it's possible. Like they want to use him as the example, say, listen, you can study in school and you can go to law school and you can get out of here, you can become a lawyer. And, so I definitely think that this is real, that people do need to have people to look up to show them that they can become lawyers, that they can do all these things. But the flip side of that is that he also said he was part of a program where they were trying to get Black males specifically to engage in higher education programs. And they couldn't. Whenever they would do these sort of higher education outreach programs, he said it was entirely populated by Black women and Latina women. They could not get Black males first for whatever reason to engage in these programs. And so, my white explanation for this as a privileged white person is that I do think that there is an idea that I think CRT, pushes, which is this idea that you are selling out some aspect of your Blackness by participating in society, by paying attention to schools is not cool. Is you're kind of selling out to the man, and to me that would be a better. And I don't know how you would solve that issue, but I think that's really like the key issue that's kind of preventing success, as opposed to the lack of affirmative action, race-based policies.
I think there was one thing that you said, Erin, that I have contention with, where you said, like, I'm not comfortable with standards being lowered. I think this tends to be one of my, one of the biggest misunderstandings of like how affirmative action works in the majority of cases, which is that these laws basically allow for race to be one of many factors considered when they are making choices as to who is going to be admitted into these schools. And like another, and I'm not going to attribute this to you, this is just generally another criticism of affirmative action. Right. That I hear, and it's probably one of the more like grotesque ones, is that it ends up kind of like stigmatizing like Black entrants into these colleges, or at the very least like non-white entrants, because I think people think that they're illegitimate, like they shouldn't be there. But to me, they're these like Black students tend to be the students to whom like the intellectual meritocracy that we speak of or like aspire to kind of most brutally applies to, like the more marginalized you are, underserved you are, whether that be because of class or your race or your gender or intersections of those, like you're more likely to have to depend on like your talent rather than any money,
Okay, well, that's the whole thing. That is the whole thing. So first, it's fine to acknowledge that people were made to feel ostracized, made to feel you're just here for charity. That absolutely happened. You crazy make if you pretend that didn't, and you're gonna see Black people and minority people that will tell you how much they were not accepted and treated like this was just a fucking handout, even though they worked their ass off for it. But then there's also the idea that the standards weren't lowered; they were specifically lowered to include them. So it is. I understand it's like, oh, well, he came from rags to riches, so that's a bigger jump. So he worked so much harder. Yes, but also, the standards were lowered. I don't know. Well, the rags to riches jump doesn't really matter. The standard was lower, but that's back then. I don't think that exists as much today, which is why, again, it's like, it's fine to, I think, to get rid of affirmative action. I would just want to see like statistics moving forward on how much we continue diversity despite not requiring it.
I guess to me, it's like, I don't like, I guess I just do see it as like when you're saying like the standards are lower, I mean, I guess that's one way of looking at it. Maybe people think I'm coping and trying to like make some kind of postmodern argument about like why this isn't actually should be considered it that way. Well, I don't
want to insult them by implying that, and you don't, but it is a little bit like patting down, like when you think it's like somebody for winning the relay race for the Special Olympics, and you're saying they tried just as hard as the regular Olympics.
You're saying it's like liberal white paternalism or whatever.
I did
right?
not mean to make that analogy. This is not like an ableist thing.
It's
But I'm
fine.
just saying,
Be
like people are
ableist.
being held to different standards, and it's okay to acknowledge that. That's how it got started. It's not to say that all Black people entering college today are starting at a lower standard. I don't think
Right.
it's applied today that way.
Well, so when I talk about lowering standards, what I mean is, and this, I think this came up in the affirmative action case. There's that chart that was produced that showed that, like, there's whatever the minimum threshold of acceptance into the college was. And they showed how if you were Asian and in the top percentile, you had a less chance of getting into the school if you were Black and in the bottom percentile of, as long as you got the cutoff mark. And to me, that's what people mean when they say lower the standards.
I've seen some evidence that like affirmative action ends up like working against Asian applicants, but I know there's also data to the contrary of that, or that like at the very least, it's not enough to say definitively that if it's instituted everywhere, that will always disadvantage like Asian students. I guess I would like challenge people to like.
Well, regardless of that, I'm just talking about in terms of how I'm describing lower the standards is if you're taking people that have lower grades, if you're weighing the race factor, if you're considering race factor to be so heavy that it's like propping up people from like the bottom percentile past the top percentile in terms of other factors like grades, SAT scores and extracurricular activities, to me, that seems kind of crazy.
I think to me, like what's lost in that though, when you say like lower grades, like the difference in grades, are we talking like we're letting in people with Fs, or we're talking about someone instead of an A+, an A sufficed? Do you know what I mean? Like we're talking about,
I'm sure, because they're getting into some top level schools, so they all have good grades. I'm assuming they all have good grades, right?
And this is also going towards the idea that a school would only predominantly value the highest SAT or ACT scores, testing scores, and that employers only value certain Ivy League schools, certain grades and stuff like that. And that's just not true. We're pulling further away from that. There are plenty of high paying jobs that hire people with just a college degree or just a GED. You pass a skills test, you do an interview that tests you for your critical thinking, your problem solving. Companies are putting effort to not value SAT scores or college applicants over others. And for me, I don't put any weight to the fact that, okay, a college chooses some grades that are less than. They don't just go for the top 20 stacks. It's probably ideal. Employers also don't want to do that.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying is that like the diversification of the different metrics you can look at to see what really qualifies somebody to be like a candidate that is actually demonstrates like the aptitude to perform very well. I think we're trying to I'm more interested in like challenging people's like basically conventional assumptions about what that has to look like, because at first we had these very like rigorous standards of just like SAT scores and grades and stuff like that. And I think people, especially like employers, are starting to see the value in like looking beyond just like standardized testing, as like the metric that determines whether or not you're going to have somebody who is like going to be a good employee,
Well, I mean, everyone's looking for, the reason for all this stuff is just because, we're not a hive mind. They need some way of figuring out who is the person that would be best suited to be in the job or best suited to be at college, this specific college. And so they have to use some metric. They have to use something to determine that. And grades and standardized testing is just sort of like the simplest way to do it. Right.
Yeah.
As opposed to
the
trying
best
to like
way.
Read an essay and determine, some factors based on their writing or something more kind of, not as tangible as that.
But I think people are falling through the cracks because of that, because we've defaulted to the easier thing, but is it the best thing?
So it's not the best thing. They understand it's not the best thing. There are a lot of people who are brilliant, intelligent individuals that will never excel on standardized tests. Whether it's anxiety, whether it's ADHD, neurological deficiency, that there's something with doing a test with and sometimes basic functions that are just not interesting, that will result in a person underperforming who otherwise would go on and turn out to be like I'm sorry, I can only think about Bill Gates right now. but yeah, so
Jeff Bezos.
Nowadays we're looking at more people being diagnosed with ADHD, being medicated for ADHD.
Yeah, but I don't know if those people are going to do well in school and college anyway. So,
I don't know if they're going to get those diagnoses before they take standardized tests. I don't know if it's going to correlate with better testing.
no, what I'm saying is like you could have a kid
Or-
who's like a super genius, but he does poorly on tests. I mean, they might
Yeah, that's what I'm
fail in
saying.
they might fail in college because even if they're super
But-
genius, they still do poorly on tests.
Yeah, but that's so what I'm saying is that effect has been correlated with like an issue with focusing or an issue with attention and for motivation, and the test doesn't do it.
I
So
understand.
yeah,
Right. Okay.
But
I
he's,
don't know.
I
That's
think
a great
Sitch, you're saying that
reason
there's
to not
almost,
care about them.
it's not that there's no point, but that like you'll still have the challenge of like, even if we diversify the different metrics we can use to assess which candidates will be better, or like sort like a different way of like measuring who has the most merit, you're like, well, what the fuck is the point? Because in college there's still going to be tests, right?
Right. There's still
Like
going
there's
to
still
be
going to be
like,
all the conventional ways of like before, you know, you
right.
like,
I mean, like in a lot of ways, college is high school plus plus plus. I mean, so
Yeah.
you presumably the same skills that you need to survive in high school, you need to survive in college, up just to a more extreme degree, generally, because the workload's much more, depending on what you're majoring in. So,
guess we have to overhaul college too.
there you go. And of course, there's the Thomas Sowell argument. I don't remember his stats. You know, famous Black conservative economist who always says that, you know, these affirmative action programs actually are a detriment to the Black community because they'll get into these schools and they'll end up flunking out at very high rates. So
Yes, that is also an unfortunate effect that happened. I don't know if it doesn't continue to happen, but these are like issues that happen at the start of affirmative action. You give people an opportunity, hope that they reach the occasion. It did not reach the occasion, but it did inspire other people to want to go and meet the challenge. And then people continued and did meet it.
Forrest for $5 says benefits of free pre-K early childhood education disappear by high school. The Finns have done a ton of studies on this. All the benefits are temporary. Okay. Unfamiliar with those studies, but I mean, I know I've heard
studies?
that. The Finns have done free pre-K.
Isn't being against charter schools being in favor of the status quo? Because I've heard the status quo is horrible and a bad thing.
No, I think it's like a false dichotomy, because you're saying like if you're against this particular policy proposal of charter schools, that must mean that you love and embrace every aspect of the public education system, which I've never heard anybody's like critique of charter schools being the solution to starting and ending like, oh yeah, everything's completely fine. I think they're saying that like there needs to be reforms, but charter schools are not the reforms that need to happen. Does that make sense?
I have a serious question. There's a lot of private schools that are obviously very well attended and very expensive to attend. Is that makes me think maybe you could do charter schools and it wouldn't be like all the schools wouldn't go out of business.
That's actually one of the criticisms of private schools. Like it's funny because the same people who are usually very anti-affirmative action are the same ones who will typically champion like, you know, private schools, charter schools, even though these are actually some of the most like unorthodox schools on the market that you could send your kids to, because they usually are not subjected to the same standards.
I
that
like
public
that. Look,
schools.
Montessori schools are badass. I don't want my kids to have to work. Come on.
I like the Montessori schools, but they usually don't, like some private schools, they don't have any sort of like requirements for their teachers. You know,
right.
Like some don't even have to have like undergraduate degrees. Other times that like a vocational school or like a certification is enough for them to be hired as like a teacher, where at the very least there's more standardization for what requirements and credentials you need to be like a public education or like a teacher in like the public ed, you know.
I think I've been kind of persuaded on the charter schools thing. Just because
Really?
I do think some free market solution might be better, and schools seem to be getting worse and worse and worse. So something has to, we need to try something. I mean, the free market is stepping in because people are taking their kids out of public school and putting them in private school, right? And paying extra to do it. Wouldn't some sort of voucher system or charter school system just be like your tax dollars going to you being able to spend them at a private school? I feel like also
saw that policy institute and it didn't lead to basically the monopoly issue, then I would be more open to it. But until I see that, I'm very skeptical that that's like the overhaul.
Already there are a bunch of private schools in Southern California that are competing against one another. Everyone's like, oh, that private school is better than this private school. So there is kind of a hierarchy of which ones are better. But if you can use your whatever voucher system they come up with to attend that school, it's as good as money. It seems
Would you
like
be
that
open
would
to
be.
them being subjected to government regulation at all, though?
They already are regulated. The charter schools are regulated to some extent.
But private schools, because I know a lot of private schools are able to like skirt around certain exemptions.
I think private schools and charter schools are kind of in the same bucket.
There's some things they have to do and some things that they don't have to do.
Right.
Yeah, I think it depends, because I don't know. I think you're saying you're putting like charter schools and private schools in the same category, but I think like they are separate enough that they get different regulations surrounding them. I'm not sure though.
I think we agree that the problem is the same. The public schools are being funded by property tax dollars. If you're in a crappy neighborhood with a bunch of crappy houses and low property taxes, the school tends to not have a lot of funding, right?
Mhm.
That's just the reality of the situation. But if you had a charter system where you were giving everybody the same amount of money per kid, and that money could go towards a private school, wouldn't that help people that lived in the bad neighborhoods? I feel like.
But how does that help the public schools? I feel like that's like on top of the issues that the public schools have. Now you're going to take more resources from them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
like
don't
Adam,
see
would you
that as a
completely
solution.
privatize it, or you basically see this as like a school like public option thing, where like
Well,
if you wanted
yeah,
to do the
I
voucher
would
thing, you
be-
could do that?
I would be more in favor of a public option thing, just because obviously if it completely destroys the school district, and also it would be better to try it in a major city like Los Angeles or even, a smaller city. You could do a city in Texas to kind of feel it out and try it out. So yeah, doing everything all at once, I think would be a mistake, but some way of phasing in with a kind of a public option thing, I think would be good. I mean, in a sense, the public schools are the public option, are they not?
I was asking you if you would be like, if you were to embrace like charter schools, would you want it to go from like the way that we do it now to like the abolition of public education as we know it in favor of like
No. Look,
this,
when
you would just have
Vivek
it,
says
like,
that, it
alongside
drives
each
me
other?
crazy. Look, I don't. It's like the abolishment.
Does he say that?
Yeah, he wants to abolish the Department of Education.
Oh man, I thought Betsy DeVos was like as crazy as it gets. Now I'm learning that there's even more extremism left
Yeah,
How
no,
to be
I'm,
had. That's interesting.
that's
How
not
long
a
are we going?
conservative thing. Look, yeah, we should wrap it up. Like, obviously, you guys are doing a side quest for 45 minutes here, so I don't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
any
We
more
c-
super chats?
We have a ton more.
We have
but,
a ton
like,
more, but if you guys have to go, it's up to
Yeah.
you.
I would like to go so I can eat more.
You go
Okay,
eat.
good.
You go eat, Chaeiry. Are you gonna stick
Okay.
around?
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Of
See ya.
course,
Bye,
it was
Chaeiry.
always great to talk to you, Chaeiry.
Yes.
Bye. I can stick
Bye.
around for like a little bit more for
Okay.
a
We'll
couple
try
more
to-
super chats. So
We'll try to go through them quickly. Let's see. Stug says, I champion the form of communism that never arises. There you go. Joe the Meg says, how can a person be so unbased on communism and yet so correct about MMT? Well, there you
because I
go.
said money printer go burr.
Yeah,
Is
exactly.
was my description of MMT.
Yes.
Have
There
you
go.
read? I mean, have you
Mm-mm.
read Stephanie Kelton's book? Or
No, I
mean,
have like
you
a
would
I have
probably
a
love it.
very, very
She's-
ignorant understanding of it.
Mhm.
look, read Stephanie Kelton's book, The Deficit Myth, and get back to me, because I think the second half of the book is a communist wet dream. So
Nice.
you probably love it.
Right up my alley. Okay.
Look,
I'll get back to you on the
I
indoctrination.
usually tell people not. I tell people not to read that book because I feel like the level of communism in that book will completely trigger them.
Mhm.
It's
But
not like
now you're like, it's gonna help.
Instead of
Well,
the Communist
yeah.
Manifesto, this is Adam's version of distributing the MMT Manifesto.
Yes, exactly. WTF1A1A says, for you guys, should men be able to opt out of paying for a child they don't want, just like how a woman in Vermont can get an abortion at the 9-month mark?
And the thing they're talking about financial abortions. This is where you sign away like all custodial and parental
Right,
rights to
yeah.
a child that's yours or whatever, and just abdicate responsibility. I don't really have any like strong opinions on that. I'm not sure where I fall on that.
I mean,
It's like a nice get out of jail free card for men that got somebody pregnant accidentally.
yeah, I mean, I guess it's weird because it's like, so if we live in a society, I mean, I'm pro-choice, not the
Mhm.
9-month mark, but I am pro-choice up to consciousness. which I believe is like 22 weeks or something around that
Okay.
period of time. If a woman can go get an abortion and a man doesn't have a choice to say, no, you have to keep the baby, which makes sense because it's in her body, I would argue then the man should also have the ability to say, well, if I don't want the baby, you don't want the abortion, I'm not going to pay for it.
I feel like I feel like this is always like the wrong end of the conversation.
Mhm.
It's like I feel like the better approach to it is like sex ed and like comprehensive sex ed and contraception.
Yeah. I mean, I'm okay. That's all good. I'm all in favor of all that stuff, right? But
as far
putting
as
that all
like
aside,
as far as like the other end of it,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
It's difficult. Like I feel like almost we kind of like de facto, regardless of like whether or not that financial abortions are legal or happening.
I like that you call it financial abortion.
That's what I've heard it called. That's not my terminology. I don't even know where I got
It makes it sound so awful.
They call it financial abortions.
Yes.
Paper abortions. I think paper abortions is another term for it.
Jesus.
Like, what is the penalty really for being an absentee father or not paying child support in this country? Like,
don't you there's some penalty, I assume.
There are penalties, and I'm not even saying it should be as punitive as like jail time or something like that, but like it's not even that hard to get away with like not paying child support, like,
yeah, but I mean, it's
go
still
speak to mothers, like,
I mean, I don't know if that's
no, it is, but it's like if it's not enforced, it's like it's a law in name only, like go talk to a bunch of women whose like their partners or their like baby daddy like skirted out on child support, and it's like they're not in jail. And I'm not saying they should be in jail, but like
right. But if that's the case, then why not just have it be that if a person doesn't have to pay for a child? Legally.
Yeah, I don't know. Like it's one of those things. It's like it's too complicated for me to arrive at the conclusion. Like from the first time I've heard it.
Okay.
Or the second time because I haven't thought too much about it.
You really
but maybe
you think about these financial abortions,
and maybe I need to go talk to like some MRA like men's rights activist who's like got all the arguments for me.
Okay. Solbro says, I prescribe that all of you reread Jonathan Haidt. Liberals and conservatives view fairness differently. It's equity versus karmic. Therefore, they aren't voting against their economic interest. Economic interests are moral interests. That is true.
Economic interests are moral interests, and Haidt separated the Fairness Cheating Foundation, which is based on proportionality, with the Liberty Oppression Foundation, which is based on
right. But he was talking about in terms of people on the left generally view fairness regarding equity, and people on the right kind of have a more karmic inception or perception, I should say, of fairness.
Yeah, like you reap what you sow. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Proportionality.
Right. And so therefore, if you are in a bad situation, then it's more of your fault, as opposed to the left position, which is, well, it's the environment's fault.
The victim blaming mentality sounds like.
the victim blaming, and then we can also use the negative term, the coddling mentality, right?
True.
Well,
I like that dichotomy better.
Right.
If you're drunk driving and you get in an accident, are you really the victim?
Oh.
I mean, the default like descriptive answers, I think society would say that like you're not the victim, right?
Right.
Of course. But I mean, anyone that does something, I mean, from the left-wing conception, kind of gets in this weird argument about free will. I mean, everyone's a victim of something, right? Most people, even if you're a born sociopath, it's not your fault.
Look, I'm addicted to alcohol. I had to look.
Right. Yeah.
Alcoholism is a disease.
Listen, even though I ran down that family of 4 people, okay, my parents abused me, and that's why I'm addicted to alcohol, so it's not my fault.
I think people start to make assumptions about people giving context and explanations for why somebody is at that point in their lives where they are drunk driving, they are driving while intoxicated, they're putting others and themselves at harm, and they make the next leap to think that that's an excuse for that behavior, or that people are saying, therefore, we should be easy on them, when I think what people are asking for, if they're demanding compassion in that context for somebody who is, probably going to generally be held in contempt by default because of, a morally abhorrent crime, like killing somebody because of a result of your intoxication. People are saying like, I guess like asking like sympathy for the devil, kind of like, are we really actually rehabilitating and like helping this person reintegrate back into society as a more productive member if we're simply punitive with their punishment, rather than looking to see like, is there something there that could actually be corrected and fixed?
I agree with all that. I think it's just, I think Adam asked the question in terms of relating it to like, because you were saying like, you're calling it like victim blaming, that the person is like, usually we're talking about like poverty or some other situation, they kind of equate it to like everyone is the victim of their environment, obviously.
I wouldn't say victim. I guess I would say like the product of your circumstance, the product of your environment.
Of course, everyone's a product of their environment. So it's kind of like there's got to be some level of, I think there's some level of charitability where you want to help people, and some level of like people do need to just take responsibility and be accountable for their actions.
I guess people don't really feel like
that balance.
Like, where can you find like that balance that you're talking about? Right. This golden mean for karma when there are people that start off on such unequal playing fields. I think that's like where they're coming from.
But you can have a
situation. Can you meaningfully have karma for like, what does karma look like when you are the child of like 2 dentists, and you've lived like a relatively comfy life, versus what does karma look like when you are like you have a single father and he works as a trucker all night and grandma takes care of you during the day?
Of course, it's like much harder. Much more difficult. I agree completely. But it kind of, the difficulty for balancing it, because I'm assuming that you would agree that like if you just give people money, there's a level of which, or behavior which, they'll just become lazy and not work, because that's just kind of seems to be human nature. If you just give people a bunch of shit for free, they're not going to really respect it.
Like and UBI? Sounds like you're coming out against UBI here.
To some extent. Listen, I always bring up the Minecraft example, okay? You go in creative mode, you can just create a bunch of things in Minecraft instantly. You don't really have the same respect for it if you have to go and mine the ore and smelt it and do all this work.
Wait, didn't we all agree earlier that if we were UBI recipients, we would still work alongside that and it would just be treated like supplemental, rather than what you're saying, which is that it's this race to the bottom that people get it and then they fuck off and they don't feel like doing anything else.
But my point is there's some you agree there's a limit, right? I'm not saying you can't give any help. I'm just saying there's some level that we have to find the balance between giving people something supplemental enough so that they still want to go out, versus just giving them too much so they don't want to do anything.
Yeah, I agree. So there's a threshold there, but I think my threshold, it's a matter of application. I don't think we disagree in principle. I think the disagreement will always come down to like, where do you draw the line?
Yeah. Sure. Okay.
People are going to work for luxury items though. I mean, if they can't, if UBI is not going to be enough for you to afford a car, I mean, you're going to like...
You're very highly motivated individually, Adam. And I don't think you appreciate how many people are not.
The couch potatoes of the world.
Look, I do appreciate that. And
speaking as a couch potato.
Often I feel like we've got to test that. We've got to figure out how many people are couch potatoes. Even the couch potatoes out there, I think, will be enlisted by family members in other sorts of endeavors. So
they'll find their niche.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Right now, I think people I think comfort and like economic security actually does enable people to work harder in a lot of different respects, or at the very least, like the most I could say for sure is like certainly in creative endeavors, like if you have all of your needs met, now you have the freedom to actually focus on like the better aspects of life that you never had time for previously.
Sure. They're going to want to compete on those. They're going to want to produce epic novel or
finally learn that second language or finally pick up an instrument, learn, like stuff like that. Finally
take
learn
care
to
of their mom and dad.
There you go.
Yeah.
Flaccid Phoenix says, I finally caught up to stream in 2x speed. When are we going to talk about Game of Thrones? That's the real question. How do you feel about Game of Thrones?
I have seen 1.5 seasons of Game of Thrones. I do not get the fucking obsession. I think it's one of the worst shows that I've ever seen.
What did you say? One of the worst shows you've ever seen?
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of shows, but I guess for reference, for what
the first season, or did you watch like a random season?
Yeah, what's one of your favorite shows for reference first?
My favorite shows are probably I like Mad Men. I think probably the most. The Sopranos is another show that I really like.
One of the most sexist shows on television.
Yes, which is why I like it. No, okay.
There you go. That's really playing a stereotype, but
yeah.
No, wait.
I
So
do my
did
best to beat them.
Exactly. So wait. So you just saw like a random season of Game of Thrones?
No, I saw season 1 and I think like 3 episodes of season 2, and I was like, I can't fucking do this.
Oh wow. Okay.
To me, like I have almost contempt for like the whole genre of fantasy because I feel like the best fantasy has already been made, and it's Tolkien. It's like the Lord of the Rings and the fucking Hobbit, and that everything else attempts to live up to it. But you're not gonna ever. Why wouldn't I just go fucking watch the Lord of the Rings again? Why wouldn't I just go watch The Hobbit again? That's how I see
the
all
Hobbit
fantasy.
sucked, but
there's something about the Hobbit series that I liked. I don't know. To me,
Okay.
it's like, is it anywhere close to how good like the Lord of the Rings series is? No,
No.
but the enjoyment that people get out of like rewatching the Harry Potter movies, I get from just throwing on the fucking Hobbit movies. I feel like I can't,
understand, yeah.
at this point, I can't watch the Lord of the Rings movies without like in the
Mhm.
next couple of weeks throwing on those two. I feel like it's incomplete if I don't. I don't know.
As a communist, how can you support Lord of the Rings when it's based around monarchy and one true king?
I mean, we're separating like no, I'm not one of those people who I want to see my politics reflected in all the media that I watch and consume.
Good.
I think that's actually what makes it a lot more interesting. You know, like Ben Shapiro like railing against Barbie because it's too woke. That's silly to me. It's like, did you enjoy it or not? This is such a weird lens
Mhm.
to look at this movie from. I think Adam, I don't know why, but I saw this clip of you saying it was like Barbie is like a Rorschach test, and I completely agree with you. Like, I think people at this point, for whatever reason, they're just interested in only looking at it, is it woke or is it anti-woke? And then all the reviews it's this breakdown of scene by scene, and they give it like, did I like this scene or not? Next scene, did I like the scene or not? It's a strange way of going about like media analysis to me.
Well, it's funny because I love talking about the Barbie movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But without getting too deeply into it. Like if we talk about like the politics of Lord of the Rings, obviously there's some theme of like, Aragorn is the true king, and you kind of get into this kind of like, but I feel like that's all kind of detached. Like that's kind of like in the background. The main story is just kind of like good versus evil and kind of this kind of classical sense.
Mhm.
And the hobbits are the underdogs, blah 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 blah. But with Barbie, even though there were a lot of things in Barbie that I liked a lot, the politics of Barbie was so front and center to the movie that I can't really put it in the same realm of like the politics of Lord of the Rings.
I think
Like
that
the
has to
central
do with
plot
the
of
fact
Barbie
that
was like, we need to speak truth to power to to come over the patriarchy. So
I think Mattel had like Greta Gerwig and Noah Baumbach's balls in a fucking vice grip, because at the end of the day, any sort of like social commentary that they were trying to make with that movie ends up being very ham-fisted, because they don't really ever do more than like a surface level exploration of like what they touched on. They kind of just pay lip service to it, or they lampshade it like, oh, we're aware of the fact that like Barbie doesn't have like body diversity in it. And then they just move on from that, and they move on to the next thing. And I guess it feels like to most people who like upon like kind of just a passive first watch, but there are people in my theater literally on their phones. So I don't know how involved and invested people were in watching the movie other than kind of like as ambient background noise. But I was like, I mean, they don't really ever kind of dig that deep below just like a surface level like take on every like criticism of like the patriarchy of Barbie and all of this stuff.
Well,
and
I mean,
they just move on. It tells you what to think at every point.
It was I don't disagree, but I'm like with the Barbie, the messaging that's political, it was surface level, but it was all in your face. I mean, it was, the whole, Ken's literally bringing the patriarchy to Barbie land, and then you need America Ferrera to speak her
that part was
feminist
so
speech to sort of like
all the like
deprogram
pseudo feminist like Tumblr feminist,
Yes.
BuzzFeed feminist like
Yes.
platitudes
right
of like this like snaps
see,
them out
you
of it.
say that, but there
that
was
was one of
so
the weaker
many-
points of the movie.
there were so many newspapers that are like, oh, here's the entire speech. Oh my God. They're all just
I know.
like,
I saw
happy
like
with it.
an article from The Atlantic that was like, or like it wasn't an article. I'm sure it linked to an article. It was a post from an Instagram post from The Atlantic talking about how like, why is a movie called Barbie that centers around like finally like a mostly like female diverse cast, we're still all talking about Ken? It's like, yeah, because the fucking Ken's patriarchy was way more fucking fun than Barbie Land. That's why we're all talking about it. Like,
Well,
I'd rather live
yes,
under Ken's
true.
patriarchy.
Wow, what kind?
That's
Oh
the
my
madman
God.
speaking right
There's
there.
the madman. You're hitting that stereotype. Oh my God, look at this.
I want to
Okay.
live in the Mojo Dojo Casa house
Exactly.
over like
Who does
over the
that?
dream house over that Barbie was in. For like, give me
Wow.
that any day of the week. Yeah,
Were,
give me.
were you
I'll listen to I'll watch I will put up with some guy like explaining The Godfather to me if I get to watch that, as opposed to a world where there is no Godfather.
would the
Based.
movie have been better if Barbie and Ken got together in the end and went to the real world together?
I actually made the case for this with the person that I saw it with, because they were like, no, I actually like that they subverted expectations. It didn't just end with them ending up together. And I was like, no, they should have ended up together, because if you're talking about the nuances and complexities of like the modern woman falls for like losers all the time. And like, I didn't think Ken was a loser, but I thought he was supposed to be kind of portrayed that way. So I was like, it's more realistic that she actually would fall for this guy over the span of the movie, even though he's kind of a fuck up, and try to be with him. But like, I guess they didn't want to do that. So, you know, the note that they ended on with her going to the gynecologist, I did think that was funny. It got a laugh out of me.
That was hilarious, but completely unintentional.
Yeah.
It would have made more sense for Barbie to stay in Barbie Land for Ken to leave, but you couldn't really do that because it's the Barbie movie. So, but whatever. True. I could talk about Barbie movie for hours. Afro Fry Cook, thanks so much, says Erin should read Mises' calculation problem. Basically, single command economies cannot work as economies need trade between different owners to get true price points, which informs resource allocation.
Right.
Mises' calculation problem?
Yeah.
All right, I'm putting it down the Goodreads list, okay? Or is it on the list of things, okay?
There you
I'll
go.
look into it.
Mises infuriates me.
Why? Because does he make arguments that apply to MMT also? Or like UBI?
Like, it's super boring. It's always presented as like the amazing gotcha, but there always seems to be some critical component that they get wrong about human psychology or the economy. And it drives me crazy.
Well, so. I'm not a big Mises fan, but I agree with at least that tidbit that you need different owners of industry to interact with each other to figure out what the price point is.
Oh, I agree. I do agree with that. Obviously,
point,
yeah.
Oh, really quick on the Barbie thing. I thought that was an underrated line when she was called a fascist, and she was like, "But I don't control the railroads or any arms of commerce." Like, right. I felt like I was the only one laughing in the theater when she said that in the first time I saw it.
That was a funny line.
I laughed pretty hard when the little girl called her a fascist. I thought it was hilarious too. I do, like, we watched some videos with the filmmakers, and I don't think we were supposed to be laughing at that point. I think it was that character was supposed to be like the serious character.
Really?
Which is kind of
that's
strange.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was serious at all. I thought like the whole point is supposed to be that like, yeah, she's like a mean girl who has like no fucking fun or whatever, and like is like a little tyrant in her friend group because she gave like a look of disapproval to like the one dissenting girl who was just like, I don't know, I kind of liked Barbie, and I was like, oh, never mind.
Well, since you like Mad Men and stuff like that, you're kind of not in the headspace,
right mindset.
Yeah, of the standard progressive where it's like
you're a secret conservative.
You know, what do they call it? The Barbie is bad for body positivity because she creates unrealistic beauty norms. So that the little girl is supposed to be speaking to that audience, and that audience is supposed to be taking it very seriously. Oh yeah, well, Barbie is a fascist. Obviously, I could never. She ruined a whole
generation.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't even play. Exactly. I played with the even more anatomically unrealistic dolls, which was Bratz. Like, I don't know if you know what like Bratz dolls were. Like Bratz were actually like the first doll on like the doll market that actually was a meaningful competitor to Barbie. And like Bratz basically had the look of the 2016 Instagram baddie before that was big. Like the huge lips, the curvaceous figures, the super long legs.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I always thought like, and there was the joke about the Midge doll. I remember my parents, I found the pregnant Midge doll on eBay, and I asked my dad to get it for me for Christmas, and my mom forbid him. Because she thought it was weird. So
that's funny. No, when Adam said that the movie was a Rorschach test, he meant in terms of like, are we the audience supposed to see the woke stuff as like the filmmakers advocating for it, or are they making fun of it?
Yeah, they're taking the piss out of it. I've heard both arguments for it. Well, like I haven't watched Shu's video all the way through, but she's like, it's the actual like ultimate anti-woke like thing, because it's like making fun of all of this shit. And then there's the Ben Shapiro. Like Michael Knowles, I think, kind of concurred with that. That's why he likes it. And then Ben Shapiro was like, no, it like is in your face supporting all of this shit. And it's saying if you're against it, you basically love oppression and capitalism, and or you love patriarchy and oppression and all of that. Right.
Well, I think the filmmakers, when I've listened to how they describe the movie, like it's literally an interview with Greta Gerwig and what's her name, the actress, the Harley Quinn lady.
Oh, Margot Robbie.
Where Margot Robbie's like, oh yeah, it's about so many things. It's not just about feminism. That's just one piece of the pie. And Greta Gerwig like looks at her with this like look of like derision and says, well, it's a pretty big piece of the pie, and like laughs in her face, like as if it's ridiculous and not call it a feminist movie.
Oh my
And
God. There's the fan theories that could just come from these interviews alone must be insane.
I know, but so that's so I watched it. I'm like, wow, because to me, the way I interpret it is that the filmmaker was very super woke and they were trying to make it super woke.
Mhm.
But Death of the Author, I think they did such an incompetent job that you can run away with it. And I do too, with the kind of shoe and head interpretation that it's actually anti-woke if you analyze it from that perspective. So
I think this phenomenon is called like the anti-fan fandom. Like if you look at movie clips on YouTube of like American History X, where Edward Norton's character is like going off on this racist rant at the dinner table, the comments underneath all of that, everyone's like, this is so based. Why is it like he's supposed to be the villain? Like what? He's fucking speaking the truth. And so like the people who it intends to like criticize either don't get it or they realize they're supposed to be the target but don't care because they think the point was so eloquently delivered that they're like, you made our argument. Like, how could you disagree with it? You seem to understand it, you know?
Right. Yeah, no, it's a funny comparison. I hadn't thought back. It's probably awful to go back to American History X and look at clips all the groypers time and how awesome it is. Terrible. Sammy G for $10 says, not to be rude. That means she's going to be rude. But has anyone on this stream actually built or ran a business, hired or worked staff, or dealt with money management? Because I feel the answer is no, but I would like to be told I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
They love to be told that they're not wrong. They love that no one here. We're all talking about all this shit. None of us have the background for it. Okay. Yeah, this is my outsider's opinion, Sammy. Yeah,
yes,
I don't have any fucking experience with that. Like most people, I am just one of the sheeple, as Chaeiry would call me, or part of the unwashed hordes of people. Yeah, that's me.
There you go.
Well, I mean, I've run my own business and stuff like that. So
okay, I have.
Okay, there's Adam. There you go.
I don't know if this counts as running a business, but
look, and I've worked in management too at other businesses. I've had people work under me. So I mean. You said you've worked, so I mean you've had those experiences.
When they say money management, though, I assume they mean like something related to like being like a monetary custodian or something. Like I was assuming like stuff related to like stocks or like serious figures, not just simply like personal financing or or budgeting like that.
Okay. Sammy is our resident artist of degeneracy.
Well, and I mean she's I believe a business owner as well. So
yeah, ruthless businesswoman in the like you have girl bosses in the audience.
We have lots of girl bosses.
Our audience, a surprising number of girl bosses in our audience.
Mark Twain's Revenge, thank you so much. Says Erin, when it comes to nationalizing industries, would you support violence, killing, or jailing for business property owners that refuse to sell, assuming that fair market compensation upon expropriation is given?
No. Here's the boring answer is no, but I also don't support punitive measures like that in terms of criminal justice, like period. So I feel like it takes the like teeth out of that, me saying no to it. It's like, yeah, but I don't support that for like almost anyone.
There you go.
Wouldn't it cause inflation if you had to buy everyone out, like in an eminent domain fashion?
For the government to seize it?
Yeah.
I feel like, because they do have to actually like compensate people for the property that they seize.
Right.
But I don't know to the extent which are people actually getting like the full value of like property that theirs that was like eminent domain? I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I don't know, but if you eminent domained a hospital or something like that, say you were going to take it over and
nationalize it.
Yeah, I guess it's not privatized, but whatever the
that's why I would rather just seeing like the policy switch rather than these like individual things that are like individual like eminent domains of like you're saying like private firms or whatever. It seems like it would be like a straight path to fucking like hyperinflation or bankruptcy.
Yeah, see, you're worried about inflation. Yeah,
I told you that. I was like, I think, I am just like primarily concerned about like how it doesn't lead to like hyperinflation. But I guess we could just abolish landlords, right? And then I don't have to worry about that.
Well, I think that we should have different tax rates for people who are innovators and people who are rent seekers. So I do think if you're in a business where you're just basically a rent seeker, you're not really innovating or developing new products and services, I mean, we should tax those people higher.
Yeah. Well, like Warren Buffett says this. he was like the way that he got rich or whatever had a lot. He was like, it was like passive income, wasn't actually anything to do with any sort of like innovation. He was like, I just monetized these different avenues that I invested in. The other issue
Is that
like,
Warren Buffett?
Yeah, as like a
Yeah, I think
billionaire, he
his
talked about
biggest.
this.
Yeah, I think his biggest gain was on Coca-Cola, sugar water. So
Sugar
yeah,
water.
obviously.
It's funny that like Chaeiry brought up, she was like, I'd like to see she's like Elizabeth Warren's take on UBI. And I was thinking like, really, I wouldn't, because I remember like Elizabeth Warren was proposing some sort of taxation on like CEOs, even though the majority of wealth that like CEOs and like financiers of that economic caste even have is from like stock options. It's not actually from like any of their liquid assets. So I don't even know if it would be constitutional to attempt to tax gains that haven't even been realized by these people. I think there's better ways of like going about it than like what Elizabeth Warren was proposing.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, because that is such a ridiculous proposal, and most people don't realize that. Like, yes, you would have to liquidate all your stocks just to pay the tax. Way to destroy the economy, right?
Because I'm just wondering, like, could you even like under our current constitutional framework in like any state, would that even be legal? Could you actually force a business owner to do this? I was like, forget it. Like, I feel like there would be so many, even let's say like she gets elected and she manages to actually get this passed, right? There'd be so many legal challenges to it. I'm like, it would be DOA. I actually don't. I was like, it wouldn't even come to fruition.
Right. Leanne McGregor, thanks so much, says, I'm living proof that Sitch's idea of disciplinary boarding schools works effectively. There are already programs such as these in place that help at-risk youth, at least in my neck of the woods in West Virginia. Look into the MCA program. Well, there you go. Thank you. And thank you for the first super chat. I'm glad it worked for you, Leanne. Daniel Irish for $5 says, Erin seems smart and honest. I'm surprised she's a communist.
Yeah, me too. What a great super chat.
I always hear that, like people tell me that, like, I just feel like there's not very many like communists, I guess, in the world, or like I said, like I feel like there are socialists that are communists at heart and they're afraid to avow themselves as communists, so they call themselves socialists. So maybe like it's like already a smaller pool of communists, I suppose, to begin with. But you know, I think
they're including socialists. They're not just saying communists. But
I think so. I think socialists right now who won't just fucking just say it, just say you're fucking communist. Come to the dark side or whatever.
I feel like you know the difference between socialism and communism, because capitalism, there's like an evolutionary process here. Capitalism leads to socialism, which is the point of superabundance. But communism is the end process where it's actually a stateless society.
Classless society.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
And I think some people, it kind of like everybody has their kind of like wall that they hit. And with some socialists, the ones that understand socialism and they really don't want to see it go further than that, I think kind of see even they have like utopian limits to what they think could meaningfully be enacted in the world. And they just see like the amount of like, I guess, micromanaging on, like they don't want to abolish the state, and to the extent which like the state would have to regulate these things to achieve the end goal of communism or whatever, like it could never be realized. So they're like, I'm cool with like stopping here, you know?
Right. So you're calling yourself a communist really just for the wow factor of it. You don't believe in a stateless society.
No, I do think that would be like a virtuous end goal. Yeah.
Okay.
But do I think it'll be seen in my lifetime?
It's not
No.
achievable, right?
I don't think it's achievable through the mechanisms of the state, almost by definition, right? But I'm like, even like I wondered to the extent to which like you could actually meaningfully put into place like this top-down approach is what I'm very skeptical of, because like I wouldn't want to replicate. Oh, well, I feel like that's the biggest misconception about like communism or like decentralization, is the idea that there's a lack of leadership or whatever. But even like anarchists and like other strains of like anarcho-communists or like ANCOMs are not for the abolition of all hierarchies. They limit it still to like unjust hierarchies. You know, there isn't this disdain for like intellectualism.
What is a just hierarchy?
Like an example to me, I guess, would be like the pecking order of a hospital, right? Like that a hospital is organized based off of like the intellectual capacity of the people working, where you have like the doctors kind of at the front, then like as attending surgeons, and then underneath you have like nurse practitioners, you have PAs, you have stuff like that. Like to say that like, oh, if you believe in communism, you believe like even that would be an unjust hierarchy. It's like, now that would be a straw man.
So it's more of a competence hierarchy. This is one of my critiques of a lot of people who are socialists. Like they conflate competence hierarchies, which is what you're describing in the hospital situation,
Mhm.
with dominance hierarchies. They think if you're the doctor at the top, that you're a domineering alpha that just wants to destroy everybody.
Yeah, like you must necessarily, just because there's like a hierarchy or whatever doesn't mean it must necessarily be unjust. It must necessarily be that there's this like oppressor oppressed dynamic. That doesn't necessarily have to be the case now.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, this is the like the people who adopt the oppressor oppressed lens for everything. Generally, I consider to be the problem.
It's too reductive. Like if people want like what would communism look like? I mean, I'm thinking like maybe there's these people that exist. Does anyone actually watch Star Trek and think this looks like a dystopia? To me, it's like
of course not. It's a communist utopia.
It's like a communist. I'm like, why couldn't this? There it is.
It's not communist. It's not really communist.
No, why not?
No.
Is there a state?
Who owns the enterprise?
There's a one world government in America and Earth. Yeah.
On Earth? Oh God,
Earth has its own government. Each Federation planet has its own government.
Oh, fucking nerd over here. Okay, I only have
you're not even a Star Trek fan. You don't even know. They just don't have money. Everyone just assumes it's communist because they don't have money.
I've seen the movies and I saw them
but they do
exactly
have
once years ago. They have MMT and
I mean, it's a super liberalistic society where everything's about individual achievement and merit. So
yeah, like somebody pointed out in your chat, they're post scarcity. I think that's also like the biggest appeal or whatever.
Just like another name for superabundance.
Right. Yeah, but obviously, the economy in Star Trek never makes sense, and they never explain it because they never could make it make sense. So
I believe superabundance is actually Marx's word. I think he might
it's one of my little bugaboos when people say communism in Star Trek. It's like, okay, they literally never explain how the economy works because they don't even want to try to figure it out. So, but anyway.
I think it's one of those things that's supposed to be like the only rule is that there are no rules. So the economy works because there is no economy.
Right. Because it's like, well, if there's no money, why does someone have a restaurant? And why do people work at the restaurant? How are they like, why would you be a waiter at a restaurant if there's no money? Like, I don't know. There's a lot of
They're all robots. I'm telling you.
They're not in Star Trek. They're people.
Yeah, but they're going to be robots.
Some of them are droids, right? Or am I wrong?
No.
Am I thinking of the wrong?
Droid. There's only one droid. Or yeah. So anyway, but
I agree with you though.
Mr.
Obviously.
Anderson says, is anyone into astrology? I mean, I'm not.
No, I'm not.
Really.
I'm a Capricorn, but I'm not into astrology. Sorry.
I'm
not into mysticism of any kind, really.
Like a true materialist.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't.
That's good though.
I guess like I would go just as hard against like palm reading as I would, or like astrology or like crystals or whatever, that kind of stuff, as I would against like any critique of like religion I would have.
Yeah, I understand. You're consistent. Merlin says, is using a hairdryer gay?
Obviously.
There you go. Very straightforward. Fat Brown Buffalo, thank you, says, do you agree with Emma that most shoplifters are Aladdin, or do you agree with Sean that most shoplifters are selfish, opportunistic thieves?
Oh,
with
that's
who?
a good question.
Actual Justice Warrior, Sean. He's a
Sean
YouTuber.
Fitzgerald.
And Emma is the co-host of
I met Sean
Majority
once.
Report.
I met Sean in Austin at the Minds Fest very briefly.
Sweet.
So, but like,
I'm sure he was very rude to you.
He was he pushed me to the ground and he used to talk to me. No, I'm kidding.
Wow.
I was trying to think of that. There's that copy pasta or whatever. Do you know what I'm talking about?
About pushing someone on the ground? No.
It has something to do with like you slot in meeting like a micro celebrity or idol of yours, and it's like, I saw this person when I was out and I went up to them and I said hello and I introduced myself and they said huh, and I said what, and they were like huh, and then they pushed me, and it's like this whole long thing. Or I was trying to go off that, but I can barely remember the details.
I do know what you're talking about. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
you did
that's
good
like
enough. Good enough.
All of that is what Sean did to me.
Okay, gotcha.
But the question was like, are they Aladdin or are they
shoplifters? What's
they
your
assholes?
position?
Yeah.
Is it poor people or opportunistic thieves?
I think it's too simple of a dichotomy. I think people are like fetishizing this idea, I guess, like of this like nebulous thief or whatever, and they are kind of maybe projecting this sort of like Aladdin or like Robin Hood mentality. I don't think it's interesting to try to like analyze the individual pathology of each individual shoplifter, and try to see like, are they a kleptomaniac? Are they doing this out of like resources or whatever? I just feel like on average, like who is more likely to steal? It's people who are like economically insecure. Now, I agree with you guys that like people aren't always the best, or like, nor do they have the financial literacy to assess like what is in their economic interest. Is it even to steal? Like, are their based instincts to do that or whatever actually rational? Given like what you risk when you actually steal, and like the penalties that could be incurred from getting caught, and how that bars you from even having like a retail job that can make it difficult for you to get a home, or rent somewhere. It's like, to me, it's like, no, clearly the calculation that you shouldn't be stealing.
Well, they changed the calculation though. That's the problem.
How do you mean?
Because there's not a lot of I think they've done studies where most of the retail theft that's going on is done by a very small number of people. Like if they arrested 60 or 70 people, they could knock out 90% of the retail theft.
Yeah, he talked about this in his debate with Sam Cedar, where he was he used the example of like in New York State, he was like, it's mostly like repeat offenders. But I thought he swung too hard in like the direction of like too punitive, when he was like, I think talking about almost like 3 strikes laws, where he was like, you have to get these people off the streets. And I was thinking like, is he saying that you could potentially steal enough times that it would incur almost like a life sentence? Which is not actually till you die. A life sentence is like X number of years or whatever.
Well,
that seems very harsh to me.
Most of the crime is committed by people in their 20s, though, so they age out. You don't have to incarcerate them for life. You can incarcerate them for 20 years and deal with the issue.
And then they'd be done.
The question is, and I do look, I think there are terrible people in the world. I think there are total selfish shitheads that will steal from people if there's an opportunity and they're not going to go to jail. I think that's a giant problem that's going on. I do think the left often manufactures this narrative that it's just, a poor pregnant woman stealing diapers and baby formula, which I
the way that the baby formula theft works is actually that people shoplift it. There's like an entire
like
black
a huge
market.
Fencing. Yeah, there's a huge fencing operation.
Yeah, it's like not the moms that do it. The moms are willing to pay a price for it, but it's not the market price that it currently sits at. They go to people who basically are like street corner dealers of baby formula and will pay a price for it, but they're not willing to pay $30 a can. They will pay like 15, and that's what they do. And that's how it ends up being lucrative. I think people think that economic insecurity and like theft out of necessity is like this one-to-one, like I'm hungry, therefore I go steal my next meal, from the rich of society. I think it's less that, and it's more like, theft is an antisocial behavior, right? So when you're making the decision to steal something, what you're saying is that you will take on the risk of doing this because you don't really have that much to lose. I think that's more the mentality going into like shoplifting.
I disagree. I think it's that you have so much to gain
if you don't get caught. But if you get caught, you so much to lose.
No, even if you get caught, the penalties for shoplifting now have been reduced so much in California that is really no big deal. So
in Texas, it's not, because in Texas it's a crime of moral turpitude, which is literally.
Oh, okay. Well,
nice.
Texas has got their stuff together. They should just hang them in the town square and be done
throw
with
tomatoes at them for a good measure.
Well, that would be the nice way to go. I was thinking of something different, but what
were you thinking? Stoning?
Maybe
put them in the stocks.
One more question. We can move on from the shoplifting thing. If we had UBI right now and the shoplifting didn't decline, would you then admit that people were selfish pieces of shit and they were just doing it to enrich themselves?
Sure. There you go.
Okay.
At that point, you were talking about like the Marie Schraders of the world that just go out and do it for the fucking the rush, the thrill.
Yes,
and I'm thinking of that scene in like Family Guy where like Lois takes like she like has all the shit that she shoplifted in her car, and she like burns her arm with a cigarette. She's like, the rush of being like a kleptomaniac. Sure. Then at that point, I will decry the shoplifters and say like, all right, you guys are just like doing this for shits and giggles. Have fun.
That's another good reason to do UBI. Then we can find out once and for all.
Yeah, true. That'll be like the ultimate like moral test for these thieves. Like, will they reveal themselves to be Aladdins, or like have been Aladdins all along, or will they just be like fucking Marie Schraders of the world, stealing tiaras?
That's
for
great.
Fun.
What was the name of the actress in Beetlejuice and
Winona Ryder?
Winona
a-
Ryder. Yeah, she's
yeah.
in the
Yeah, she got busted for
Netflix TV show
shoplifting,
now.
She
didn't
did.
she?
It was like,
yeah, she got a big thing for shoplifting, right?
I don't know
Yeah.
that she would like, what did she steal though? It was like jewels, right? It was like clothing and just random shit like that.
I don't remember.
I
but
thought
yeah.
it was jewelry. Yeah.
I feel like celebrities fall into this, like the psychology of a celebrity and the socialization that you get from being in the public eye. Just it almost makes you just not really a great case study for like trying to and analyze like the personal pathology of like why people steal, because I'm like there's a whole other thing, you know, like
Of
to me
course,
that seemed like, you know, the way that like some of these former like Disney kids like Miley Cyrus or whatever at the VMAs is having her like rebellious stage, but at the age of like 28 instead of 16 like most girls did. This is like Winona Ryder's version of that, where she's acting out like, even though she's, you know, living much better off than the average woman and like average person in America. Like she's
Right.
wealthy, she has status, she has all of this, but I'm like, it reminds me, it's like as futile as trying to like Michael Jackson apparently would stage grocery stores for him to like shop around in with like paid people who would not go up to him and like
I remember
Wow.
this. Yeah.
yeah,
totally
right. I
insane.
was like, I'm not making this up, right?
No, that was a real thing. There's videos of it. Yeah, it's very
Mhm.
bizarre.
Wow.
So he could,
can
like,
have a
feel
normal
normal.
shopping experience.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah, because he got too famous, and I feel like Winona doing that is like, it's some sort of like weird pathology that kind of extends from like the Michael Jackson thing I'm talking
to be
about.
a normal person, just to be like normal people
Yeah.
shoplift all the time. I'm just normal.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's kind of
I
funny.
would say like average people are more likely to shoplift than like affluent people. Yeah, that's what she's getting. I guess that's where that comes from.
I do think also celebrities have people giving them stuff for free all of the time. So there's
Mhm.
kind of that psychology could be playing into it as well. So
Yeah, Britney Spears talked about this. I mean, she came from like a working class background. And she was like, it's weird because once she was like, my wealth became kind of self-replicating, because when I was like impoverished and growing up, you know, nobody wanted to, like, charity was hard to come by. But then I became a celebrity, and suddenly,
Yeah.
even though I already have all the money I could ever need in the world, we learned later that wasn't really true. But she's like, I have all the money in the world, I have all the status, and yet people are so generous to me at this point when I really don't need it.
right. Yeah. Is
There you
that
go.
the last super chat? Are we the last super chat, Sid?
Well, I mean, there's a bunch, but that was the last like question.
Oh, okay.
So,
Wow.
thanks for coming on, Erin. It was a lot of fun talking to you.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I was glad to like, I will take away from this that Adam, I think people will leave instead. Like, you're saying that there's a rumor going around that you're a closet Trump supporter. Now I think the rumor mill will turn out that you are a closet communist.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
The
Well,
the
that's
true horseshoe theory.
I think that's
like
like
the
e-
opposite pole.
that's probably equally as bad. But why can't I just be me?
Why can't I just be me? Oh.
You have to align yourself with
I
think
hate
if-
that. I hate that. It's like, why you have to put yourself in a tribe these days. Why is that?
because if you don't, other people will stuff you into a different box, regardless
It's
of whether or not you
so-
asked for
look,
it.
It's so bad. We gotta end that stuff.
You're in the MMT tribe, Adam. You're a dirty.
Yeah, you're an MMT
printer
head.
bird communist.
Well, we'll talk again. Read Stephanie Kelton's book, and we'll do.
Yeah,
an
once I
MMT
read
stream.
the economic calculation problem by, was it Mises or
Mises,
Mises?
yeah.
Mises. Okay, once I figure out that
You're gonna-
problem and I
look,
have the
yeah.
solution to it, I'll come
Right.
back on and talk about it. And once I read the MMT thing, that too.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
All
all
right.
right.
Have a
Take
good night, you
care.
guys.
Have a good
Bye.
night. There you go. That was fun.
Nice.
It was a good conversation. Much better than Josiah.
Well, do you want to end it here? And I set up another stream. So if you want to read more super chats, or do you want to? I mean, do you want to just finish super chats and call it a night, or do you want to respond to the?
Well, here's what we can do. We can just read super chats, call it a night, and then we can do the Jesse single clip and the other clip on Wednesday and Thursday, maybe. How about that?
Okay, sure.
They'll be
I'm down.
so, and I think we should release them at 4:00, just because so people can kind of be in the mindset like it's 4:00. You know, when we stream, like there's going to be new content.
Are we going to
like at that
record them,
time?
or are we going to stream them?
Why not both?
Well, I mean, let's just do super chats and we can talk about it when we're done.
Okay, we'll figure out.
Yeah.
So if we might, so we did a couple new clips. I don't know if people know. We gotta hype it up on the stream. We did clips last week where we read stories that were not clips from the stream. We just did like, you know, unique new content. So And I think we're going to continue doing that or experiment doing that. And if we do, I think we're going to upload it at 4 o'clock on the days that we do it. So,
which is a terrible idea, but I'll talk to Sitch about that after
Jesus Christ.
after the stream.
I
Well,
completely disagree with you, but
I've experimented. What are the best times to upload clips?
yeah, but the
And
problem is
most of our audience is on at like 10 a.m.
I understand that.
my
but
time.
I understand that. But the problem is that if we upload a clip, people assume it's a clip from the stream and they're not going to watch it. They're not going to know it's new content. So that's why so normally what you're saying would be true, but we're in a unique situation where it might not be true.
Right, but there's ways around that other than just uploading at a bad time to publish clips. Like we could let people know.
Okay.
I am using a unique thumbnail for the original content.
Right.
So I would tell them about that. And I mean, I do think we should have published the original content at, I think we were publishing at 6 a.m. California.
It's 9 Eastern,
6
10 Eastern, yeah.
Right. I think those are the better times to publish clips and whatnot, but I mean, I feel like if we're going to respond to that Jesse Single thing, I think people would rather that we stream so that they could interact. And I like a lot of people like it when I publish the clips as premieres so we can hang out in the chat and stuff.
I mean, we can do it after this. I just thought it'd be better to do it.
Well, no, I mean, I'd rather do it when I'm fresh.
Right.
I feel
right.
like,
Yeah.
obviously.
Okay, we'll do it Wednesday. And we can stream it. It's fine. I'm post-streaming it. So
Yeah. Well, if we stream, I think streaming at the 1 p.m. my time is good.
right.
But I think the clips, they get more views. And like I said, I've tested this out. They get more views if you do them in the morning.
Right. Okay. Also, we have some art that you can go put up on reading the super chats.
Okay.
Well, let me start with the Streamlabs because I didn't read the Streamlabs from Sunday. So I'm going to start with that. Arithmus for $2 says, if hypothetically we have a democratically elected legislature and 3/4 of the states sign off on a constitutional amendment to allow Trump a third term, then what's the problem, Adam? That would be democracy in action.
Well, say, what?
If
translate for me.
hypothetically we had a democratically elected legislature and 3/4 of all the states signed off on a constitutional amendment to make it so the president either can run for 3 terms or there abolishes term limits, then what would be the problem to have Trump run more than twice?
It would be. That would be the solution for Trump
Right.
to run
Yeah,
for
I
a
think
third term.
right. I think Adam was saying it would be a problem if that law is not changed and someone attempts to run for president more than twice.
Right. Yeah.
So
Look, we're having all this geriatric problems with senators and Congress people. Like,
yeah,
I'm just wait. Imagine if we started having the stuff that we're seeing with Mitch McConnell with Biden.
I mean,
which
we
literally
are to a lesser
could,
degree, but...
yeah, we are to a lesser degree, but imagine we start seeing those hiccups.
Right.
He's in front of the crowd in Hawaii and he can't remember where he is. That's just such a messed up situation. Like the whole idea that Biden is running again, completely irresponsible.
I agree. Biden is 80 and Donald Trump is 77. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, not great. Not great. Zodoge for $4 says, I'd be curious to hear what these people actually describe the Civil War was as. Morons like Tim, Destiny, etc. always seem to phrase it as, oh, the military will perfectly side with me. In reality, the concept of red versus blue states would cease to exist as it became rural versus urban, militia enacting terrorist violence on a scale unseen. And yes, you as a political podcasters would be targets, Tim, and Destiny. I believe...
Oh, hell yeah, they would be.
I think Tim sort of walked away from like the open Civil War stance, or is he still on that stance? I don't know where he is. I thought I heard him once say he doesn't think there'll be like a physical in the streets Civil War anymore. But
Did you see Brianna Wu is going on Timcast on Friday to talk about the Civil War stuff.
I did see that, so we'll watch that and maybe we'll find out.
I mean, we may be watching it on Sunday depending upon
How it goes.
how hard she goes.
Right. Could be fun. So
Yeah.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, I agree with Sitch. That's always a great way to start a super chat. That there's always been a culture war. You've had abolitionists, flappers, blues music, zoot suits, beatniks, rock and roll hippies, the Black Panthers, punk, rap culture, etc. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, counterculture rocks.
There's always been a culture war forever. I think you go back into like ancient history. So people complain about the culture war and ancient Rome and shit.
It's not the same though. The counterculture with fashion and cult and like movies and games and media is completely different than I don't trust the institutions or my fellow citizens who are in a different political party than me. That's a completely different phenomenon.
Well, no. Well, first of all, again, literally the 60s was don't trust anyone over 30.
Right. Yeah, but you're not, don't trust anyone who's a Republican, don't trust anyone who's Democrat.
Yeah, but saying don't trust anyone over 30 is much even more potentially destructive than don't trust any Republican. That's literally don't trust any institution that has adults in it.
Yeah, well, there was only one organization that was saying that, and they were the socialists. So you didn't have the young Republicans saying don't trust anyone over 30.
That is true, but it wasn't just the socialists. My understanding was that was a pretty broad idea for the counterculture movement was, all adults can't be trusted because they're all, conformists. They're going to send us to war to die.
There's polling data on this. There's literally polling data on this. Like right now, people would rather people are terrified that their kids are going to marry someone in the opposite political party. That's a completely new situation.
Right. Yeah, but before it used to be based on race. So we've made progress.
Okay, maybe. I mean, is it progress? Really?
I would prefer people be. I mean, if I had to choose, I'd prefer people be less racist and more politically biased.
I mean, the best case scenario is why not both? Right?
I understand. I'm just saying if I had to choose.
People could be non-racist and non-partisan.
Yes. Right. I realize we're going to get back to where
I realize you're more Pollyanna about this, and now I've been totally blackpilled. But
I know, because that book, it's poisoned your mind.
No, look, ultimately, I like the fact that they make predictions, solid predictions that we can
test.
Yeah, keep track of. It's not a very, 10 years is not, it's a long ways away, but we're not talking about something that's going to happen 50 years from now.
Right.
And we're in the midst of it. They catalog 2008 as kind of the same point as the Great Depression. So, what the Great Depression led to, right?
Yeah, but the weirdness was that we didn't have the economic reforms that the Great Depression did. And I think that's why we're in the weird state that we are right now.
Right. Yes.
So I don't know but I don't know how that's going to end.
But where did they also not have the economic reforms? Nazi Germany.
Well, that's not accurate. I would not use it, because in Nazi Germany, it was like they had all the economic problems, but then they had the socialists take over a bunch of, there's so much going on there, right? I mean, they literally had socialist coups going on in Nazi Germany before they became Nazi Germany.
My point is to bring up the pattern.
I understand.
The stock market crash and the Great Depression was at the beginning of the crisis era. And if our crisis era began with the housing crash, and you've said many times on the show that the problem with the housing crash was that we didn't really solve anything. Nobody paid. No reforms were put in place, and it just exacerbated income inequality.
Yeah.
Which is why there's so many people online who are socialists. Is because they're like, look, I don't stand a chance. Like when young people today say, how am I supposed to start a family? I don't think I'm ever going to be able to afford a house.
Right.
And then you got all these boomers talking about, oh, just pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I had a house when I was 21. Well, yeah, of course you did, because houses cost $5,000. Right?
Right. Right.
It's
Yeah,
just,
I mean, I
it's
actually looked this
ridiculous.
up yesterday. There was, I don't know if it's true. The claim is that for inflation from, I think, the 80s, housing price has gone up 600%, and general inflation, no, I'm sorry, general inflation went up 600% ish since the 80s,
Yes.
and housing went up by like 1,300,
Thousands. Okay.
1,300. So
1,300%. Yeah.
right, so almost
Yeah.
double.
It's ridiculous. Something is going to give. So when I hear Tim Pool talking about civil war, like, this is what I think. I think he's right. Something has to give.
Yeah,
Just on an
I don't think
economic
it's going to
basis.
be like a violent
Look,
revolution or anything.
I want that. That's exactly what I want.
You want a violent revolution?
No, I want I don't want it to be violent.
Okay.
I want there to be some sort of restructuring that addresses the income, the middle class getting fucked, because the middle class is getting fucked. And this is why we're having the rise of populism. This is why we're having all the ethno-nationalist shit. That stuff needs to be addressed. If it can be addressed politically and non-violently, yes, that is the absolute 100% best case scenario.
No, I 100% agree. The problem is, and this is kind of funny, I think this is why some of the more classical Marxists are actually really hate woke people, because to some extent, America was in kind of the perfect position for massive economic reform, and so much of that revolutionary energy just got stolen by all these race and gender and woke bullshit issues.
Oh, I agree.
And I think that that kind of like threw a wrench into the whole process, and that's why I'm kind of not certain where we go from here. If anything will change regarding this, or people will just kind of slowly die out because wokeness kind of stole the energy from the room, and then business will go back to usual once wokeness is kind of bled out because everyone gets sick of it. So,
well, I mean, we should be thinking in terms of what are constructive ways to deal with the issue, obviously. So,
okay. Dr. Ler for $2 says, Adam, your conception of Generation Z and millennials seems different to what everyone else has for it. Pew, for example, starts Generation Z at 1997. Most start prior to 2000. Yours started before 2000, but it went up to 2008. Or not yours. In the book, it started before 2000, but it went all the way up to 2008. So.
Yeah, they like I said on the live stream, they separate the generations out because they're looking at the population peak of these generations and kind of forming 20 years around them. A lot of other people who are coming up with generations are marketers, and there's no firm science around generational theory yet. So I don't know. I understand why that's important to certain people, because they're like, look, I was in this generation and now your numbers put me in another generation. So I'm uncomfortable with that. And I mean, I get and respect that. So there's no hard and fast numbers on generation.
Right. Sodoge for $2 says, Sitch, the explanation is easy. These Florida Nazis called themselves the Goyim Defense League. I refuse to believe that anyone who wants to be taken seriously would go by that name. Therefore, ergo has procto, it's the feds. Well, it's funny because, like, if you go on Gab or whatever the fucking the other one is where all the Nazis are, I mean, I think a lot of the newer, younger white nationalist movement, I mean, a lot of it is tied up into goofy memes, like calling themselves the Goyim Defense League and all this shit. So to me, that makes it less like I feel like the feds would be more inclined to give it some sort of classical name instead of like some fucking meme name that the kids would use nowadays. It's kind of annoying because I tweeted out that tweet I made about, kind of making fun of the idea that these Nazis were feds, but also supported Biden and Ukraine, because that completely destroys the narrative. And there are all these people replied saying they're both fed, they're still feds, and none of them really explained the conspiracy. Like, why would the feds have a bunch of people pretend to be Nazis or get real Nazis that they somehow cultivated who are going to go out there and then hurt the Democrats or hurt the narrative that they want to pose against Trump by having them come out and say they support the war in Ukraine, have them come out and say they support Biden. Like, why would the feds do that? What is the purpose of doing that action?
I have no idea if you're asking me.
I'm asking.
Okay,
I'm just asking anyone.
I'm not
no
a
one.
Fed.
No one. On Twitter, when I tweeted that out, my tweet about it, no one gave any explanation that seemed like it made any sense.
Look,
there's just kind of this emotional, no, they're feds, like answer that I was just like, okay, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this.
People say feds just because they're like, it's pretend. I
It's just
don't
like a
want to
meme.
acknowledge this.
It's like it's a thought terminating cliche to just say, glowly fed. It's like an NPC response to seeing someone, being a Nazi. Just assume, But there was no actual explanation that I saw. So I don't know, maybe it got lost because my notifications blew up because I had that tweet and then I had another tweet that got like 1 million responses. So I didn't see any good responses to that.
No Fed is going to come up with that stupid name. It's going to be something like Bone Crusher or Razor Hawk. Something
right.
Like...
DeSantis forever, ashes of humanity.
Yeah, exactly.
So something like that. So Dill's fascist with a U, fascist elephant for $2 says, you seem tense this stream, Sitch. Oh, this was Sunday. I was like, I seem tense today. Did I? So let's evaluate our elephants. I ride a majestic rhino elephant hybrid. Sitch rides a mighty, scary dragon, and Adam rides an upside down bull. Wow, Adam, get a room, not the China shop room. There you go.
Look, I've been getting triggered on streams, and I'm trying not to. I mean, sometimes it's difficult, man. You're all human beings. You know how it is. We got a lot of haters.
You know how it be.
We got a lot of haters coming
True.
at us sometimes, and it's like frustrating. So
True.
You can only take so much bad faith in your life before you snap.
True.
So luckily, Sitch and I have each other, which we keep each other sane pretty well. I feel for these people who are out there all alone in this crazy environment. So,
where was I?
Shinto says, when Adam gets triggered, it's based.
There you go.
Don't encourage me.
Don't encourage him, guys. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, oof, R.I.P. the lead singer of Smash Mouth. That's right. It's crazy. Lead singer of Smash Mouth died. He was only in his 50s.
Ah, that's so sad. Wait a second. No one in their 50s can die. It makes me feel like I'm about to die soon.
Yeah, he had like liver failure.
Oh my God.
Apparently
was it from doing too many drugs? Please tell me it wasn't.
Probably. I mean, he's a rock star, right? So you assume. Apparently, he had a really rough life. Kind of felt bad for making fun of their band for so many years, but only kind of. Well, there you go. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, glad you translated that paper because I was playing Warframe at the time, and when I realized I stopped paying attention, I was horribly lost in the maze of techno babble. Yeah, listen, even people that were like trying their hardest to pay attention, I'm sure, were lost in what the fuck that guy was saying.
What was the paper?
The individualism socialism paper that we read.
Oh yeah. I went back and I listened to that, and I kind of figured out what he was talking about. I messaged you on it.
Yeah, I read what you messaged, and I said that doesn't make any sense.
Well, it does. What do you mean? Why doesn't it?
You bring it up. Let's see.
Well, no, I do. It's
Marxism. You want me to read it?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Marxism is individualist because, according to Marx, the working class is not a collective. By his definition, they are all individuals. He believes they will become a collective once they achieve class consciousness, but that has never happened.
Right.
I mean, that doesn't mean anything to me.
So if I'm a working class person defined by Marx, I have to sell my labor to survive. You're working class if you have to sell your labor to survive. If you make money off of stocks and investments or rent or something like that, you're bourgeoisie. You don't have to sell your labor to survive, right? So a collective is a group of people that share some goal or political orientation, right?
Yeah.
By his definition of working class, you and I, like you're You're working for somebody as a working class person. You're selling your labor. I'm selling my labor, but we aren't together as a class, as a collective. We're just individuals that are both doing the same thing.
Yeah, but that makes it seem more collectivist, because basically what you're saying is we start as individuals and the goal is to become a collective, right? That's the goal, is to unify around class consciousness.
Well, he's saying that there are going to be certain developments in the economy that will raise class consciousness to the point where this is the workers unite, right? We all realize that we're all working class and we unite together.
Right,
but that's never happened. What happened was capitalism ended up making things good enough for us as individuals that we all just said, let's just be individuals and take care of our families and work hard and stuff.
Right. But under that framework, it would still be collectivist, because the goal is literally, it's placing individualism as like the bad thing and collectivism as the good thing. So the philosophy is a collectivist philosophy.
But that's where the disagreement is, because they say it's how society relates to you as an individual in an individualist paradigm.
But that's how anyone can think about anything.
Look, it is what it is. Look, if you want to think about it differently, you go ahead and think about it differently. Okay.
Like you could read fascist literature, and I'm sure they'll talk about like how you as an individual will feel better living in the collectivist fascistic society. Because that's just how it's framing it. It's still a collectivist
All I care about is that you understand the definition and the difference between individualism and collectivism.
I don't, in terms of how the fuck you talk about it.
So how are you defining collectivism then? Just to give me the...
Let's see, let me Google collectivist.
No, tell me just tell me the idea.
The way I think about it is a society that primarily emphasizes and protects the individual. And the collectivist society is a society that primarily cares about and protects the collective versus an individual.
Right. They think of the individual as cannon fodder.
Not as cannon fodder, as saying, so the individual society says we need to protect individual people from groups of people, from classes of people, from society, from the broader society, right? We need to create natural rights, individual rights, to protect individual people from the mob.
That's individualism.
Right, exactly. And then the collectivist society is the opposite. It says there are individuals, there are bad people out there, or other groups of people out there that are evil and are going to fuck you up. And so we need to protect groups of people from the other bad groups or from the bad individuals.
Well, they're not groups of people.
As an individual need to and you as an individual are going to kind of have to sacrifice something to be part of this group. That's what I view as collectivist.
Cannon fodder.
Yeah, but so do you agree with that? Just how I'm defining these two ways?
Yeah, that's my way of
defining well, then how the fuck is communism not collectivist?
Because you are not cannon fodder. And nobody would sign up for communism if they were going to become cannon fodder.
No, but you're reducing it down to this cannon fodder label, right? No one's going to sign up to be cannon fodder for any ideology ever.
The fascists sign up all day long to be cannon fodder.
No,
yes, they do.
No,
yes, they do.
No, the fascists don't say, I want to be cannon fodder, sign me up. That's not the way in which they perceive it, okay?
They do. They think the highest honor is to die for their people.
No, wait, that's a little different. Okay.
What
you can be part of a society where the social norms are crafted in such a way that the highest honor is to die in protection of the community or of the service of the country, right? But that is what? That is collectivism, correct? That is collectivism, right? That is a type of collectivism, right?
It is.
To me, if you live, and maybe there's an interesting distinction here, because maybe that's like a right-wing collectivism, is this idea of like sacrificing your life for the community. Though I would imagine if you went to communist countries, that idea was definitely being pushed around by the Soviet army. But to me, if you're saying, listen, you can't own a business, you can't engage in individual success because to do so is not fair to other people. So the state is going to come in and force equality on everyone so that you're all one amorphous group. I don't see how the fuck that's individualistic at all.
Okay.
But that's what I'm saying. Just because it's sold, I understand I agree with what you're saying, that it's sold. It has actually to do with what I brought up in the conversation.
No communist is ever going to agree to be cannon fodder for
No,
the
you're not.
cause.
Okay, you need to put that out of your mind. Okay, you just need to throw that away. That's a bad frame.
Okay. I'm not going to throw it away because it's devastating.
Okay.
Look, you don't want me to keep bringing it up because it destroys your argument.
It's not. It doesn't destroy my argument.
How does it not?
This is what we need to figure out a better way to say this, because this goes back to exactly what I said to Erin and Chaeiry.
I'm bringing up the illustration now.
No, just listen.
Not only am I going to keep saying it, I'm going to bring up my illustration.
Just listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
Because I don't know, because you didn't respond, so I don't know if you agree or understood what I was saying.
Okay.
Or if I was making myself clear. The fundamental difference, it comes down to our free will conversation. Okay.
Okay.
Is free will the idea that a person comes to a fork in the road and there's no physical factors, nothing there that's telling them to go left or right. And so they have a completely free choice to go left or right. That's free will A. Okay.
Gotcha.
Free will B is a person approaches the fork in the road, and even though there's no physical force, nothing telling them what direction to go, they have a lifetime of experiences, of environmental experiences that have conditioned them in some way to make them want to go left or right.
Okay.
Okay. That's free will B.
Okay.
Okay. So the conservative idea or the liberal idea would be to say free will is free will A. As long as there's no force that's telling you what to do directly, you have free will to achieve whatever you want in life, right? But then the more left-wing or even the more communist way of thinking is, well, you don't really have free will under the free will A conception, because all the choices, all the environmental things that occurred to you on your path to get to this choice basically conditioned you to want to go left or right. And so the only way to truly have free will is to fix all the environment, right? To make it so all the environmental pressures, all the evils of the world go away so that you truly are free.
I sure hope there really are environmental pressures and they're not just imagining them.
Well, regardless, that's the thought process, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you understand that is the key distinction between liberalism and communism. And that came out a lot in this conversation, is this idea that the only way to truly be free, to truly be an individual, is to fix all the evil environmental pressures, because they always come from kind of the more blank slate, people are born pure in society, makes them evil perception of things, right?
Right. Fix them for the individual or fix them for society?
For the individual.
Okay.
Right. But so that's where you're coming from. You're saying, well, it's individualistic because it's framed in this, you can't truly be free unless you fix the environment. And I say, okay, I understand all that, Adam. However, the way it manifests and the way it's sort of promoted is that you need to basically sacrifice your individuality almost for the good of yourself as an individual, to be part of a collective, because you'll be better off as a part of a collective.
Well, if you're going to play the logic out, sure, but I don't think anyone does. I think everybody
I think they said
you can have them both.
I think they said it I think Marx was I'm pretty sure Marx says pretty directly in terms of, that's why he literally said he was against individual rights, because it separates people.
Okay.
So I don't know why.
Okay.
I don't know why you really want to map individualism onto Marxism.
First of all, I'm not the only one doing this here. Okay, there's a bunch of scholars doing it. They're teaching it at Yale University this way.
Send them my way. I'll be curious to read their argument. Because the guy's paper that I wrote,
I sent you the video and we watched it together on the other stream. I rewatched it because it was too long and boring to watch on stream, and I broke down the argument for you.
Does he go into
it doesn't
longer?
All this entire argument, and this is why it's so frustrating for people, is it's all just a word argument. Which is
not a word argument. We're talking about concepts. We're not talking about words.
Well, I laid out for you why it's an individualist philosophy, but you're like, that doesn't make sense.
Because it doesn't make sense.
Okay, well, look, that's his argument.
According
if you want to watch a video and look at the argument. Fine, do it.
So just to me, the most basic, simplistic way, and then we can move on, is according to Google AI, is collectivism is kind of viewed as people should prioritize the good of society over the welfare of the individual.
Cannon fodder.
An individual is the belief that the primary importance of the individual and the virtue of self-reliance and personal independence. In individualist culture, people give their own interest precedent over the interest of the state or social group.
Which makes it impossible for you to be cannon fodder. That's why I keep making the distinction.
Yes, but
in a collectivist
right.
society, you
Yes.
have cannon fodder. In
Yes.
an individual society, you don't.
Yeah.
People have to volunteer to be cannon fodder.
Right, and under those two definitions, communism way more fits under the collectivist than the individualist, because your individual interests do not get precedent over the interest of the state or a group in communism.
Look, the distinction I am making is nobody in a communist society volunteers to be cannon fodder. In a fascist society, people do volunteer to be cannon fodder.
Okay.
If you can find me any communist that's willing to be cannon fodder for the cause, then that's
okay.
That's a person towards building your communist utopia.
Let's see. Earthmess for $6 says, "Hey Adam, I really enjoyed all your book recommendations over the years. I've got some Audible credits burning a hole in my pocket, and I could really use a book recommendation. Possibly that 80-year generational, possibly a book that's 80-year generation cycle related."
Look, I'll give it to you.
Everyone kind of knows if they're really paying attention, but
it's the fourth. It's the fourth turning is here. Is the book.
The fourth turning is here.
He had a previous book. Evidently, I mean, I haven't watched a lot of Tim Pool, but I watched my share of Tim Pool and heard him talk. It seems like I always hear him talk about the Civil War, but I've never heard him talk about generational theory or the authors of this book. So some of you obviously have. Brianna Wu said she was going on to talk about the Civil War stuff. And I tweeted at her when I saw her thing that if she wanted to look into this, because the guy has done a bunch of interviews. The book came out like a month ago. So he's doing a bunch of interviews and stuff. She could watch one of those interviews and kind of get the gist of what Tim's talking about. I don't know that she will, but
right.
I think she's still saying she's going to read Jonathan Haidt, but
okay.
We have confirmation that Anna Kasparian did read Jonathan Haidt and finished it and liked the book.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's based.
Especially thought it was very interesting about the Loyalty Foundation.
Of course.
Which always jumps out at. Well, Anna's not a former progressive, but people who are former progressives, it's pretty glaring. You're
right.
Because a lot of people are former progressives because, man, the purity spiraling on the left is out of control. Crazy
Agreed.
Out of control.
Agreed. Daniel Irish for $10 says, "I agree with Adam on a shockingly large amount of things. So it's nice to disagree with him on something for once. Sitch is correct on communism being collectivist." Thank you, Dan.
Well, a lot of people do say that Marxism is collectivist. But I agree with Ian Shapiro and Yale University, and that's a very shallow interpretation of Marx. Very shallow.
Yes.
So, I mean, I get it. A lot of shallow people in the world.
Wow. Yeah, I agree. Wow, this is rude. Hayden Dill for $2 sent us this. I can't believe this. This feels wrong.
Oh, no.
He says, "Hey now, you're in the grave now. Liver failure."
Oh, no. Is that aimed at me? You bastard.
No, that was he's just doing the, Smash Mouth guy dying to the Hey Now song.
Okay.
It's not aimed at you.
Good. It was aimed at him.
Terrible.
Rest in pieces. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Awful. Oh, we forgot to show Asif Artsi's picture. Didn't we?
Mhm.
We said we did. Did we show the elephant one?
Maybe. Here, I'll bring it up.
I don't remember. He was complaining that we didn't show something because we always forget.
Did we
I
tell
thought
everyone
we did
that
show it. I don't know. Now I'm all confused.
Did we tell everyone that Anna Kasparian liked my dual minimum wage idea?
No. No. Because I refuse to believe that she did.
But you saw it.
I chose to ignore it because it's a stupid idea. I said, I'm not looking at this shit. I'm talking about the dual minimum wage. My eyes glaze over. I go, okay.
That's so funny.
I'm not gonna look at this. I'm not gonna look at this crap.
Sitch, I want you to look. You're the hero generation. I want you to come up with a policy proposal. Why is it just
I
me?
did. Caning children. That was my policy proposal.
Okay. That's a
boarding
return.
School, caning children. Okay.
That's like a return to monkey type policy.
So what? Who cares? It's a good idea. It's a great idea. It's an amazing idea.
It's just not an original idea, okay?
Who cares if it's original? What original?
Look, all children should be caned, okay? Everyone knows that.
Wow.
I'm talking about a policy prescription that's brand new. Something like custodial voting or the dual minimum wage.
Something retarded? Is that...
Look, my policy...
I do have a policy that was new. You hate it.
My policies even have my own original names.
I do have a policy that's new. You just hated it. It was the one it was the Starship Troopers policy. Everyone when they graduate from high school should have to go with the military service or do social service for 2 years.
The cannon fodder policy.
There you go, the cannon fodder policy. And
don't call it that. That would not be a good sales pitch.
And you try to send people outside of their comfort zone. So if you've been living in the city, you go to the country, the rural area. If you've been living in rural areas, you go to the city. Just kind of give people a broader perspective of America. It's a brilliant policy.
Sounds like fascism, but
oh my God.
All my policies are about more freedom. UBI, custodial voting.
That's because you're okay. This is,
you know how people say,
I'm more center left and you're more center right, and they're wrong.
They're totally wrong.
Because I'm actually more center right and you're more center left. Yeah. I'm all about sacrifice for the collective, the right-wing collective. Okay.
Fascism.
I'm all about fascism, everybody.
Okay, here's the art. We share an elephant now. So we have a giant elephant puppeting both of us.
Yes. This horrific eldritch horror looking elephant.
I like it.
Us. It's
very David Lynch.
Yes, Asif did this. So there you go. We're all controlled by the elephant.
Great job. I like
Thank you, Asif. Asif did he did a really cool, we showed it. He did a really cool, had CT illustrate like a kid's book.
Yes. So. Yeah. I have a tweet to bring up here just to annoy all the Mises people, which I said in the chat, but I'll say it here. Yeah. DM me or message me on Discord. DM me on Twitter or message me on Discord. If you want to come on, I want to do a call-in stream with MMT detractors. And there will be questions about the economy. So brush up on your basic economics and your monetary policy. Because I am going to ask questions. I want to know that people know basic economics. All of these MMT critics. So hit me up. We'll do, I don't know, 5 or 10 people, however many. We'll hook it up. So I have this. I don't know if you saw this.
People have been asking for a call stream, and then we're like, yeah, here it is. It's on MMT.
Look, I'm all business, okay?
Yeah, okay.
So I don't know, did you see this tweet I did?
No.
So I did this tweet. It says, very interesting tweet. It's a poll. if I own a large enough stock of any good or service, I can control the price. Let's say that I have a vast oil supply. If I buy any oil at $85 and sell as much oil as you want at $85, I will, just through market incentives, control the price of oil. Is this a price control? Now, I tweeted this out because price controls came out on our last stream, and I started thinking about them more. Like, what defines a price control? Because everyone loses their shit when you say price control. So I'll ask you, is this a price control in your mind, Sitch?
I'm going to be honest. I was reading something.
Okay, so
do you want to say it one more time?
I can. If I own a large enough stock of any good or service, I can control the price.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say I have a vast supply of
a private
oil.
person or a government?
Yeah, a private person.
Right.
Just myself.
Okay.
Let's say I have a vast supply of oil.
I understand.
You
have a monopoly on oil. Right. Yeah.
Right. Well, no, I don't. You could have oil too. I don't have a monopoly on oil.
You said you just have enough to control. Wait, you have enough to control the price?
Yeah. But it's not a monopoly. You can own oil too.
Well, I mean, under monopolies, usually there is some level of competition. It's just vastly outweighed by the power of the monopoly, right?
Well, I don't necessarily know the specifics around monopolies.
Okay, whatever.
So,
anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
To get compromised.
Look, if you want to compete, if you've got oil you want to sell, you can sell oil. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I have oil. I have a vast supply of oil. If I will buy any oil at $85 and sell you as much oil as you want at $85, I will, just through market incentives, control the price of oil. Is this a price control? So if you have oil that you want to sell, it would be stupid of you to sell that oil for $75 if I will buy it for $85, right? Like, why would you sell it on the open market if I'm going to buy it for $85?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right.
And if you want to sell your oil for $95, why would anyone buy from you if they can buy from me for $85?
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay. So what your question was, is this a price control?
Yeah. Is it a price control? Like whatever people say when they lose their minds over price control. I did a poll. 40% say it's a price control. 60% say no, it's a free market.
Right. So it's a type of price control in terms of like what's happening, but technically I understood price control usually I thought only meant the government price control.
Yeah, you come in and you tell a private business you can't sell this for more than this.
Right.
You dictate what the price is.
Right. So even though you're sort of acting as something that's essentially a price control, I don't think that's what people usually mean when they use the term.
Yeah, and I think that's why 60% of the people are saying, no, that's the free market. If you want to come in and dominate a market, you have at it.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What's the point of asking that question?
Well, just because the idea of price controls came up on our show, and I was trying to think, well, how can you get around everyone losing their shit? How can you actually effectively control prices without people losing their minds?
Sure, but it was in regards to the Inflation Reduction Act passed by Biden, and in regards to allowing the government to negotiate cost of medicine.
Right. Yeah.
So, but that would be more.
Well, if I'm an insulin producer, I could do this, right?
Sure, but it's not a direct price control, because it's not like the government is saying, hey, we are passing a law that says your drugs will cost this amount of money. They're not saying that, but I guess people could make the argument that if I was to give them some level of charity, that it's a kind of softer form of price control, because the government, being the largest buyer of medicine, can negotiate however much it's willing to pay for Medicare, and that will basically set the price for the rest of the market.
Right.
That'd be their complaint.
And I was also in this tweet trying to separate out if people are objecting to the actual price control or they're just objecting to government intervention. My guess is they're only objecting to government intervention. Like if the private market wanted to do a price control, they'd be like, have at it.
Which they do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's usually when I hear people that complain about this, it's their primary motivation is the government aspect of it.
Yeah, government bad. It's a very simple
Yes.
program running.
Well, they would say, I mean, I agree that's what's happening, but they would say to give some level of charity to good faith Gary here. They would say it's, because the government has, like, if it's a private person, you could, in theory, someone could, fight that. Or if it's a government, you can't really fight it. The government has the monopoly on violence. And so they should have much more restrictive in terms of what they can do versus a private citizen.
I agree with that. I do.
Right.
So.
Right.
Anyway.
Okay.
Clip it, CT. I don't know if CT's going to clip it.
I don't know if that even work. Were you being serious?
That's how that's a button I like to put on our.
Regardless of whether it's actually going to be clipped. You just want to say
on our segments now. Yeah.
Okay.
Clip the individualism versus collectivism too. But no, that's look, that'll be the worst performing video on our channel ever.
Right.
Don't clip that out.
Soto Fedora says Sitch Haidt brought up that study to debunk it. The people of that study were using it as evidence of moral rationalism. By the way, this and you not remembering the cons versus libs see economic fairness differently. I declare thee rusty on Haidt. I don't. No. I think you're rusty on Haidt. Now, maybe I thought, okay. Wait a minute. There was some aspect of the Pinochet moral rationalism that he was debunking, which was the idea that there is like a universal sense of what is right and wrong. That was what he was debunking. He was not debunking the idea that children can't literally understand moral questions until they get to a certain age. Right? Am I right, Adam? I thought, or am I misremembering them?
What are you talking about?
Okay. Yeah, Adam wasn't listening. Zoto just so when I brought up in the conversation today about how in Righteous Mind he brings up that kids cannot even understand moral questions until they reach a certain age. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Soto's just saying that Haidt is debunking that in the book. And I'm saying I don't believe that's accurate from what I remember from the Righteous Mind.
No, Soldo's is right.
Okay, well, let me finish, and then you can say whether I'm right or wrong, or he's right. I thought Haidt was debunking the concept that, so what Pinochet and the other people were bringing up this, they were suggesting that there was some universal value of moralism that all children would acquire at certain ages. And Haidt was debunking that, saying no, because what is moral could be very highly, or no, wait, was Haidt saying that was Haidt the one saying that there's a universal moral value, or was he saying that there was a culturally deprived moral value?
Haidt is saying that there's a universal moral value that's like fairness.
Right. And so
developed through play.
Yeah. So the other people were saying that there's a cultural value that was imparted onto the children that they would learn. Right.
Right. From adults, but that's not the case.
Right. But so what I said was what I thought Haidt said, which is that no, children literally, they're not, the moral lessons are not imposed to them on children as they get older. They literally figure it out and they learn themselves as they interact with each other, right?
Yes.
And but putting that all aside, literally children cannot perceive or understand moral applications of situations until they reach certain ages. I agreed with that. He was not debunking that.
True.
Okay, so I was right. So you were wrong, Solodoj. He was not debunking that. He was debunking something else around that topic, but he didn't debunk what I said, which is that children at certain ages cannot understand moral questions until they reach a certain age. Their brain literally cannot process it. Okay?
Yeah, they're too dumb.
There you go. So take that. Take that, Solodoj. Put that in your pipe and don't smoke it.
Or smoke it. I mean, if it's smokable.
Sitch argues harder with chat than with Straighterade. Well, I don't remember Straighterade never said to me, you are wrong and this is why.
Oh, this is perfect.
I wish he did. Then I start arguing with her.
This is perfect timing. Sitch and I need to clear the air anyway. So
okay, about what?
About the pondering politics stream.
Okay, what do we have to clear the air about?
Well, I think this came out of the pondering politics stream. I've got Sammy G's has done this art of us slapping someone.
Oh yeah.
First of all, explain this smack art here.
So Sammy G drew me and you both doing the Chris Rock slapping Chris Tucker in the face.
Okay. Yeah, because this came up on the pondering.
Right, because so when Josiah he said your name, you were like, don't.
Well, he did it once and I let it go.
Right.
And then he did it again, and not only did he do it again, he said he knew my position. And I was like, fucking, you don't know my position. You fucking don't know my position. Shut your fucking mouth.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway. So I piped in and I said, look, don't mention me. I'm moderating here. Like quit saying offensive things. Just talk to Sitch.
Right.
And it came off very angry.
Yeah. Yeah, so it sounded kind of like you saying, keep my wife's name out your mouth. You know, like Will Smith said to Chris Rock.
So this is what spawned this. And I resisted.
This is a great meme.
Oh, it is a great meme. Oh yeah, of course it's a great meme. But I resisted. I didn't want to do this on Twitter.
Did I say Chris Tucker? I apologize. Chris Rock.
Chris. No, it wasn't Chris Rock. Oh, he slapped Chris Rock. Yeah.
Will Smith slapped Chris Rock.
Slapped Chris Rock. Yeah. Chris Tucker would have pulled out a gun and shot.
What do you mean? He's a good Christian now, isn't he?
He would have pulled out a gun and shot Will
Smith.
He's a good
dead, Christian right? Now. Stop it.
That would have been so much.
I don't think that would have been like better if he would have been like,
damn.
That's true.
Oh man, that would have been funny.
That would have been funny to hear him in the voice say that.
Anyway, so I resisted. I wanted to respond to this artwork on Twitter badly, but I didn't want it to be taken the wrong way.
Yes.
So I resisted.
Okay.
I wanted to respond when we could talk because obviously,
okay,
I'm in love with PSA Sitch. I think you guys, I think you guys should know. Look, we haven't obviously we're not married yet, but.
Well, why don't you hold this thought? Because I have to go to the bathroom and I feel like you're going to drop something on me. So I want to be in like a good state of mind to hear this.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead. Run to the bathroom.
You read some super chat.
Do we have super chats to read? Like, I don't even know what the super chats are. I can just talk to chat for a second. Let's see here. Where is that chat? Oh, look, here's a super chat. Look, and it's a perfect super chat. Mr. Ubercross, who no doubtedly will be coming on our MMT stream. Mr. Ubercross for $20 says, Adam, I ask about classical monetary theory every time you have an MMT talk. You and your undereducated guests always act like it doesn't exist. Yet, monetary theory was created by Mises. Why do you pretend it doesn't exist? Well, Mr. Ubercross, we will have to do the call-in stream when you can join the stream, because you would be a perfect person to come on and talk about this stuff. Obviously, I've talked privately in DMs with Mr. Ubercross about MMT and stuff like that, so you obviously don't like MMT and are skeptical of it. So I want to have a conversation with the critics of MMT and like a good faith conversation where we can kind of hammer out why it is exactly that people seem to be so against it. Aside from it being them perceiving it as government intervention. Because I don't know how you get around the government intervention stuff. So let's see.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, you're back already? That was so quick.
Well, I was excited to hear whatever
caffeinated tweaker. This is not. Look. Obviously, I didn't want to do this in text. Well,
Are you breaking up with me?
I didn't want to do it on. Yeah. No, it's not. It's nothing like that. But I did, like, immediately when I saw this work of art,
Yes.
I said, look, you got this. I said in my head, I was like,
Yeah.
Sammy G, you have got this wrong. You need to do me slapping the person, but you need to do Sitch playing patty cake with the person.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I was a lot of people thought I was mad at pandering politics. But I mean, I was really
mad at me.
I was mad at you, Sitch. Yeah.
Yes.
Because I'm sitting there, I'm going, why are you gassing this guy up? Why are you completely
gassing him up? I don't know what that means.
Well, you're sitting there having a stream that's just like, oh, so like you're not getting to any of the meat of the disagreement. You're like basically just, I felt like you were playing patty cake with
Well, I got interested when he was telling his backstory about how, all the backstory stuff kind of interested me. But so one of my weaknesses and strengths is that I don't hold, if someone's nice to me, I'm generally nice to them and I won't hold like some sort of grudge.
Yeah, but if someone is secretly mean to you and nice to you to your face, you come off like a doormat.
Yeah, but the thing is, that's definitely true. But I'm not following and tracking him after the conversation. That's why I got so mad at Pisco, because he was really nice to us on stream. And then on Twitter, he was like super like fucking Pisco at me. And I was like, what the fuck? Like in some like super bad faith way. And so this was sort of the opposite, because we had the original interaction with Josiah where I thought he was pretty aggressive. And then obviously Destiny was super aggressive. And then on Twitter, he was super aggressive. And on the stream, he was like super chill. And I was like, whoa. So this kind of was like the inverse of that. And so I don't know. I mean, I would suggest in the future, if there's something you want to talk about, or you want to be like, why are you such an asshole for XYZ? I mean, just tell me what it is. What is the specific thing you want to talk about? Like, tell me what is the specific, because I kind of went over the things that we're talking about. I was asking these questions and he was just kind of giving answers. I didn't really, I haven't re-listened to the stream. I didn't take notes. I didn't be like, oh, I want to tackle this, and this. And I really thought he was going to, because he said he was going to, and then he just kind of said, he just didn't. And he just kind of gave up on all that. And I mean, if you're interested in pursuing that and saying, well, wait, let's go through your list of grievances. I mean, just tell me.
Well, I mean, obviously I'm partially to blame here, because I thought you were going to engage in a more confronting posture from the beginning, which I didn't see. And then it was like, I mean, I understand a slow buildup, but we're like going into hour 2 and we're still like not getting there. Obviously, that was super frustrating for me. If I had it to do over again, I would say just bring somebody so we can have a 2v2.
No, but
so
like,
it's not that situation again.
So, okay, maybe this is like okay, maybe this is the issue here. So in that conversation, okay, my animus, my anger was not directed at all at Josiah. It was directed almost 100% at Destiny. So when I walk away from that conversation, I don't have this like super negative view in my mind of Josiah. I thought he was acting like a shithead on Twitter. And I was like, well, these fucking Twitter, these tweets are like ridiculous. So I think, but then I think, walked away from that conversation with a much stronger animus towards Josiah.
Yeah, because look, in the very beginning of the conversation, he basically tried to accuse me of taking 2 positions. Yeah, no, he was a dick in that conversation.
Okay, so so that's what I'm saying. So
and then he was a dick on Twitter too, to the point where I blocked him. Like he kept responding to my tweets and Kathy Newmaning me.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So so going forward for you, if you have some issue with someone, that's fine. You talk about it. Don't assume that I have the same issue with that person.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So I should have just said, look, you be the moderator and I'll debate him.
Yeah, I didn't know that you had this like level of wanting to, attack him that I did not share. So,
well, I mean, obviously, I think the second half of the stream was a lot better, but it came off as like a 2v1 thing. Which
I agree, but I also didn't expect him to just basically do the roll over
and say, scratch my belly.
Yeah, roll over.
Come over here and play patty cake with
roll
me.
over and scratch my belly posturing. I didn't expect that. When she did, I was like, all right, I guess. I don't know what's happening here, but sure.
Right.
You know, I'm generally not the person looking for a fight.
Neither am I. But if someone
Well-
talks shit about me and treats
Right.
me like shit and disrespects me,
Right.
I am gonna.
I agree. Right.
Look,
But I just felt what he was saying on Twitter to me was stupid. I didn't feel like it
Mhm.
was like, I didn't think he was being disrespectful to me. I thought he was just being stupid to me. And so
Look,
that's the difference. You felt like he was being disrespectful to you, right? So that's why you have a different mindset.
Well,
about
I
the whole
felt like-
situation.
Look, it's not really about the disrespect. It's more about the dishonesty. I feel like people lying.
Mhm.
It ain't cool, and letting it slide under the radar is not cool. I mean, I feel like it was kind of resolved in the stream.
Sure.
So I don't feel any
Sure.
animosity towards him now.
Okay.
But,
I mean, the only thing that I felt any level of animosity for against him that I didn't really, I don't remember if he brought up, was just, I brought it up, but there was never really a resolution, was him running to Destiny subreddit to cry. That was the only
you did
yeah, that
bring
was
it up.
that was the only thing that I was like, oh, that's fucking lame. Like everything else was just like, oh, he's just stupid and not understanding what I'm saying on Twitter.
Right.
So okay.
Well, okay.
Yeah, I
Do
mean,
you think Sammy G should redo this with you doing the patty cake though?
I think she will because you said that. So it doesn't matter what I say. If I say not to, it's gonna be more likely to do it. Okay.
This is a Sitch. Look, this right here is a Sitch we all wanted to see in the live stream.
You can have him
Nobody will
on his back and I'm rubbing his belly. Okay.
Nobody wants patty cake, Sitch. Everyone wants.
I was playing patty cake today with Chaeiry and Erin. I'm not like.
But they weren't out. Look, Chaeiry literally defended us.
I understand.
There's no reason.
I understand. Okay.
To adopt a posture.
Okay,
I
don't. I feel like we're just gonna circle. I feel like we're just gonna circle because again, you had the big problem with him. I didn't. Right.
He talked just as much shit about you, man.
Well, I didn't. So maybe it's just perceptually. All of my animus in that conversation, after conversation, in my mind, was directed at Destiny, and I didn't really give a shit about Josiah, really.
Right.
So that's where my headspace was, completely.
Okay. Oh,
Okay.
That's cool. Look, it's just good to. I feel like I feel 100 times better.
Okay, I'm glad you feel that. Sammy G says, "I will at him." There you go.
Don't do it. I'll feel bad as soon as I see it.
There you go. There you go. Now you should do it to make him feel bad.
It was horrible because oh man, chat was totally divided through that entire conversation. Everyone was like, "Oh look, Sitch is being so nice and everything is doing a great job," and everyone's like, "Adam, get him! What is going on here? Why is this happening?"
That's always chat though. Chat was like, "Oh my god, just fucking ripping the Erin." I'm like, "Why?" Like, Jesus, relax. God, fuck. Like, there's a difference between conversations, and maybe this is sort of the issue here. And maybe this is for my headspace and for chat's headspace. For me, there's a difference between like having a conversation with someone where I'm just asking them questions about like what they think about topics, and we're just having this conversation about like what's their worldview, what's our worldview, versus us debating some specific fact of the matter, right? Like, did U.S. coup Ukraine? Like, it's not a worldview. Like, that is a fact, and we can argue about it. Right?
That's a good, interesting divide. Right? Yeah.
Or did are the CRT bills?
Is Donald Trump a fascist?
Right. Is Donald Trump a fascist? Are the CRT bills, racist? Like if we're debating some fact thing, like it's more like I'm more aggressive in terms of like, this is the fact, like you're just wrong. Where usually in the other conversations like today and also with Josiah, maybe that's the problem if you want me to be more like for blood. We're just kind of having like a conversation about like our worldview and how we perceive reality, which I'm not going to jump down someone's throat for perceiving reality differently than I do.
Of course not.
So maybe that's the issue. If you want these bloody drag down conflicts, we have to be debating some fact claim that I can get riled up about.
I mean, I thought you did a great job in the Sam Cedar debate. That's kind of what I was expecting, the Sam Cedar debate.
Right, but I didn't. So if there was some claim Josiah made that I was focused on, like,
Well, hold on a second.
contradicting, but I don't remember
As soon as I
much
jumped
of what he
in,
claimed. So
as soon as I jumped in
Mhm.
with the claim that he was making that we were secret Trump supporters,
right.
which he continued to make throughout the debate, you were in the game. You were completely all in.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Exactly. Once there was the claim, he said, boom, this is the claim, right?
Right.
And I'm like, okay, now I can have something to focus on. This is the claim. We're secret.
Okay,
Trump
okay. So that's good. That's helpful. So if we
Right.
would have just started off with that,
Yeah.
then I could have stepped back into moderator role and everything would have been fine. You would have completely just gone to town.
Right.
Look, you had great responses as soon as that became the claim, the contested claim. You were like, listen, I literally said there's no way in hell I would vote for Trump. How am I a secret Trump support?
Exactly. Okay. Well, so that's what I'm saying. Yeah. If you want, listen, I'll be your little attack dog. But you gotta give me a target.
Get him.
Yeah. If you just say, Sitch, go do whatever you want to do, I'm just gonna frolic in the park. Okay. And sniff the flowers.
That's exactly what was going on. I was like, Jesus, this is some attack dog you are.
You know Jet Li in Unleashed, okay? You have to take the collar off first and point him at someone. Otherwise, you're just going to be like a nice guy.
Oh, that's hilarious.
So there you go.
All right, we have super chats.
Okay.
Well, I guess I have some other artwork. I'm so, first of all, I don't know how to handle this.
Handle what?
Well, I feel like I owe Sammy G a thank you.
Yeah.
But I'm worried that if I do that, I'm going to be the next target. So I'm just.
Thank you for what?
Well, the artwork, the dev artwork, I'm going to bring up next. So. Right?
Someone asked about that. I don't know if she gave an answer. I don't remember what the answer was. They said, where's Adam?
Yeah. Well, no. That's why I'm like. Thank you, Sammy.
Sammy, why would you not draw Adam in this attire? Okay.
Look, in all sincerity.
Yes.
In all sincerity.
Yes.
Thank you, Sammy.
Sammy, why would you do this?
Yeah.
Why would you do this? Okay.
Well, first of all, it's great. As long as I'm not in it, it's awesome.
Right.
So I guess this is.
Yeah, but see.
Just well, go ahead. What is this?
Did you bring up the picture?
I did, yeah. It's up.
Okay,
now.
so Lilith Lovett tweeted out this picture of these like ridiculous outfits and said, tag someone you want to see in this. If you don't get blocked, you win. So then Sammy said, why just tag people when you can draw it? And so she drew a picture of me and Dev in these outfits. And I'm saying, Sammy is still mad about my One Piece take. This is revenge. This is revenge for me saying that the live action One Piece looks crappy. Okay. Is this outfit?
My wife really likes that show. She's telling me I should watch it.
Wow. Well, there you go. And then Dev is saying $20 is $20. Oh, woo. Because, Dev's a whore. So.
Wow.
Did you ever, yeah, what were you going to say?
I took it down. So this was
why did you take it down? People want to see it.
I think people had seen it enough.
Okay.
There's throw up emojis in the.
Because homophobe.
There's throw up emojis in the chat now.
Sammy, are you still working on the third person? Are you still working on the third person in that outfit?
Who's supposed to be the third person?
You'll see. It's a surprise.
Oh no! Come on, that's what I was saying.
It's a surprise.
Oh shit!
Uh-huh.
All right, I got to bring up some other artwork. So.
Okay.
Who did? Oh, this was Zero Fox, right?
Who did what? I don't know. I can't see what you're looking at.
He did Trump with the
Trump with the Sitch
Anonymous.
comic. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Zero Fox. This is Trump supporting
the cause right here. Look at this.
Yes, look at that. Look at that. Beautiful.
Amazing. God, I love the way he holds that book. It's so strong and determined.
And I said, this was in Trump's voice. I haven't read it yet. I want to. I'm a very busy man as president. But people are telling me It's the best. They say it's the best comic out there. You have to read this. So there you go.
Nice.
Thank you, President Trump, for endorsing.
Was Trump 43? If Trump wins again, he's gonna be like 43 and 45? Is that?
Yes. Yes.
Does he get a hyphen it or something, or
I think he gets a comma.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Trump 43, 45.
Right.
Wow. You know he's going to be down with that.
Yes.
It's going to be horrible.
He was 45. No, he's still 43. He's still 45. He's going to be 85. No, 45 and 47. He was 45 the first time.
Good to know.
He would have to be 45 and then 47 because he was the 45th president and then he was the 47th president. Right. You wouldn't say he's just the 45th president because then the 46th president is Joe Biden and then the 47th president is Donald Trump again.
Yeah, that's what it would be.
That's how it would have to be, yeah. Sean M., thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Stock for $2 says, okay, good stream, guys. What say we call it a night? There you go. Thank you. Thanks, Doug. That was in like 20 minutes into the stream.
Sweet. I mean, they were very reasonable. So
they were.
I thought it was a good discussion.
It was
dialogue.
Great. This picture was I just closed the tab.
The creation of Adam.
The creation of Adam. This picture was drawn by Sean Ashcroft. Thank you, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
The creation of Adam.
Which is the same name of the painting by Michelangelo on the Sistine Chapel, right?
Yes, with God creating. That's supposed to be like God creating Adam. There's Sitch creating Adam.
Right. A lot of people think that Michelangelo was an atheist.
Mm-hmm.
And that he titled it The Creation of Adam because you could read it two ways. It could be Adam creating God or God creating Adam.
Wow.
Yeah. Pretty cool, huh?
Oh, I see. Is it God? I see. Is it the creation of Adam or is it Adam's creation?
Right.
Yeah.
Is it God creating Adam or is it
very
Adam's
smart
creation?
That Michelangelo fellow. He was a pretty sharp guy. I know people don't say it enough, but he seemed like he had a pretty good head on his shoulders. He seemed like he was pretty smart.
Yes. Yeah.
So.
And they even, if you notice in the original painting, the God portion looks like a human brain. It's
right.
Yeah. So you knew that part, obviously.
I've seen the Da Vinci Code. I knew that part. Yes.
I saw the Da Vinci Code, but I don't remember
he talks about
that part of it. Oh.
Well, I think this picture, this painting, this work of art, not only rivals but surpasses Michelangelo's original.
Oh, by a long shot.
And it obviously is more true. And when it says the creation of Adam, it clearly means that I created Adam. Okay.
Right. Well, no, it says the creation of Adam, as in I created you.
No, it's me creating you. This is the moment that shows that I'm creating you, the creation of Adam. Sitch, creating Adam.
And that's me right there, creating Sitch. Look, I'm giving him the enlightened centrist logo.
Mm-hmm.
Right there. I'm like, I have made this for you. I have made this for us.
Mm-hmm. No, see, what's happening is that I've tossed it to you and you're trying to catch it.
Look, no, you can see it floating up gently, floating up into your hand.
No, you can see it's floating down. Okay. It's about to hit your fingertip. You're about to fumble it, actually, unfortunately. So
you can see by the posture in my hand that I'm like actually flicking it up to you.
No, you just missed. You just have bad hand-eye coordination, so it's going to bounce off your fingertip.
There is no way
you're not actually ready to catch it.
Unless you've some kind of like weird cerebral palsy or something, there's no way that you threw that with that hand gesture.
What do you mean? I did it.
It's so obvious that I just am flicking it up to you.
Well, no, you see, okay, you don't understand this. I understand you understand this because you're like immortal and I'm like an eldritch being of shadow and power. I don't actually have to.
I'm not immortal. Look, do you not see the wings and the halo?
Right. Yeah, but then I took them away for you to become mortal so you can be part of the show. So I don't have to exert force. I just open my hand and it like floats out and is released and it enters into your palm. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I don't have to actually exert force like a disgusting physical being.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. I mean, obviously I'm creating you because you're below me.
Oh, okay. Is that how it works?
That is how it works. You're not going to create a shadow demon above you. That's scary.
How do they make space stations?
Well, what do you mean? They build it and then they launch it up in the air.
No, they build them in space. Come on, be real.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you, Sean. You got the Star Trek utopian shipyards, Adam, over here. They're building spaceships in space, but okay.
What are you talking? You don't know this?
Yeah. They don't build it. They build parts of it on the ground and then they fly up into space and they attach them together in space.
No, they do. They build them in space. They fly up there and
yeah, really they mine the ore and they flatten it out. They make up the pieces. They program the microchips. They do all that in space, really?
No, they send the pieces up and.
Oh, that's what I just said. You mean they build a bunch of pieces that they can then, when they put them in space, they can lock them together, kind of like a big, Roblox connector set, right? In space.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
Oh,
you.
look. I think I think I see something on the drawing.
Yeah.
Let me zoom in here.
What are
I think this may be able. I think we might be able to decisively determine which way this all-seeing eye is going here. I just noticed I think I have it a little too small on the screen here. Let me zoom in. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this. Oh,
what?
yes. Yes. Okay. There's speed lines. There's actually speed lines on the drawing that
There's
make
no speed lines. There's light lines. What do you mean?
I mean, there's light lines behind it, but there's actually speed lines coming from.
No, there isn't. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
There's no speed lines. There's
I just zoomed in. Everyone can see the speed lines. Okay.
Did you add speed lines? Oh, you added speed.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Wow. How did I miss that before? I don't know how I missed that. Jeez. How did I miss those speed lines?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
I'm so glad we could settle this.
There you go. There you go. I just found a massive bug in Twitter's programming.
Did you? The Twitter is all kinds of buggy.
Yeah, so you know how if you open a tab on Twitter, it has the new X logo?
Yes.
Yeah,
I hate that logo.
Yeah, it's awful. It's a fucking terrible logo, right? If you right click on a picture and you hit open image in new tab, it still has the old blue Twitter bird logo on that tab.
What? Really?
Yeah, go on Twitter, find a picture, and then right click open image in new tab, and it'll give you the old Twitter logo at the top.
I also noticed that all of these people are getting bad emails from Twitter or posting them on their Twitter, and they all have the old logo on the emails.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like porn. I agree. It's bad logo. Bad logo, bad name, everything about it sucks.
And now he's suing the ADL, and
we'll talk about that on Wednesday or Thursday, I guess. Okay. A lot of people want us to talk about that.
Look, we have to settle the who created who in the picture first. We don't have time for the serious stuff.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, he blocked Brett Weinstein, which is weird.
I know. I was like, what?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of crazy. I believe Brett follows both of us. I was trying to get him on the show, but I guess he's got a lot going on right now. So
right. Let's see. Federal Burger for $5 says, listening to a commie gives me the same feelings of disgust as standing next to a trash can full of fart spray. God bless the United Sitch of Adam. Wow. Okay.
I was wondering why you skipped that one, Sitch.
Well, it wasn't a question. I was going to read that to Erin. Was here.
Oh, you're right. It isn't a question. You should have
Right.
formed it in the. Should have worded it in the form of a question.
It's in jeopardy.
Yeah. What is it like to to spell?
Erin, what's it like to be a can of fart spray? Yeah. Sell it for $10. Thanks, Scylla. Says, quote, the United States elected a fellow by the name of Donald Trump to the supreme ruler, and they were about to unelect him. And before he left, he really tried to goof the floof.
That must be from the last stream.
That's so good. That's the perfect message, Scylla. It works so perfectly because that's literally what happened. They tried to unelect Donald Trump and he goofed the floof. He did.
I mean, that's
what
exactly
happened.
what January 6th was, right?
Well, okay. He didn't goof the floof. So goofing the floof is when you do something really minor, like accidentally genocide billions of people. Floofing the goof is when you do something really major, like you accidentally spill some ketchup on your pants. So I'm going to say Donald Trump floofed the goof and didn't goof the floof.
Okay.
That's my distinction.
That's an important distinction.
That's an important distinction, yeah.
It sounds like it's not. It sounds very similar.
Well, what do you mean? One is spilling ketchup on your pants and one is very major, like spilling ketchup on your pants, and one is very minor, like accidentally genociding billions of people.
Even though they sound virtually identical?
Well, there's goofing the floof or floofing the goof.
I know.
Can't mix them up. But anyway, that was perfect.
Am.
Thank you, Sal. That was perfect. Really goof the floof on that one. Anonymous Cow for $5 says, not gonna lie, I would enjoy being a communist guard that beats people for thinking reading poetry is a job.
Oh, you're evil. Why would you do that?
Yes.
Reading poetry should be someone's job.
Janos Kuhn for 1 year. Thanks so much, Janos Kuhn. Says, hey now, finally got the best badge. Keep up the good work, guys. And remember, S-Class is the best class. Thank you, Janos. As always.
Yeah, thanks.
Read that one. I think I read that one. Forrest for $5 says, how dare individuals and companies with the right of free association be required to involve government in an association when money is involved? There you go.
What does that mean?
He's saying, what do you mean? What does it mean? How dare individuals and companies with the right of free association be required to involve the government in that association when money is involved? He's taking the very economic libertarian stance.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the government already is involved because the government is the third party arbiter of the money.
Can I have roads, though?
Yeah, well, that's the government being involved too. So,
Okay.
Look, it's in the question. He says when money is involved.
I understand.
Yeah. What's that money say?
It says, in God we trust.
Well, it also says legal tender.
Oh, okay.
For all debts, whatever, payments or whatever. Here, look, I swear to God, I have a bill here somewhere.
Grassroots Hegemon for $5 says, I'm not going to fix my car if I'm destined to be bayoneted by Vosh and Tim Pool's Civil War. It's beyond my control. I'm trying so hard. True.
I think once the Civil War comes and goes, it'll be. If Tim Pool is still talking about Civil War in 2034, we got problems. Then we know it's a grift for sure.
We just have to listen, guys. We just have to wait 11 years and then we'll find out for sure. I'll really figure it out. The thing is, I bet you if you go back to like Rush Limbaugh in like the 90s, like he was making predictions that just never came true and he would just make them continually throughout his entire tenure.
We should do that.
Yeah, I almost guarantee it.
Mass inflation everywhere.
Yes.
The dollar's going to be worthless. It's going to be like the peso.
I'm telling you, Japan and China, they're going to totally overcome us. Okay. We're a fallen state.
Yep. That's exactly it.
Rico Zoro for $10 says there are parents who literal kids see the school system as a daycare for their kids and don't trust gentrifying. So what to do with these kids? Question mark. Exactly.
Well, they can stay in the public school. Obviously, their parents don't give a shit about them, so they're fine in public school.
Ed Wood Sr. for $10 says socialism from the point of view of resources distribution, Marx from each according to his need, would include social safety nets. Resource production could be capitalistic, but if the government seizes the products, ...
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand. Are you trying to say that all social safety nets are socialism? I'm not sure I understand.
If you
I
say
disagree with that, but
if you say to each according to his need, to each according to his ability, it feels like that takes cannon fodder off the table.
But that's literally collectivist because you're saying you only get what you need. It's literally deriving the need based on the group orientation as opposed to what you would acquire on your own as an individual.
Okay.
You're never going to win this argument. Okay. I'm not letting this one go.
I love that you put it that way.
Like that from each according to his need to each according to his ability, like that's like one of the most collectivist statements like ever uttered. I don't know how you're gonna say it's an individualistic statement.
It's just funny.
Oh God. I'm curious. Okay, if I look this up, from each according to his ability to each according to his needs.
Shapiro brings that up in the lecture.
By Karl Marx. The principle refers to free access to and distribution of goods, capital, and services. In a Marxist view, such arrangement would be made possible by the abundance of goods and services that developed communist systems would be capable of producing. The idea is that with the full development of socialism and unfettered productive forces, there will be enough to satisfy everyone's needs. See, I think you might be wrong because I think Marx did think that communism could bring about superabundance.
He did, yeah, of course he did, but that's where he was incorrect.
No, in the conversation, you made it sound like you were saying Marx didn't think communism could bring about superabundance, that it would be something to enforce once superabundance existed. That's why they were calling you a secret communist.
No, Marx thought capitalism would lead to superabundance. Yeah. The problem with the Marxists is they thought if they implemented Marxism, it would lead to superabundance.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think Marx also thought that.
No, Marx thought capitalism would eventually lead to superabundance.
Okay. I haven't read enough Marx to know the answer to that question.
And he also, like, it's part of his theory that technology is what would lead to the downfall of capitalism. Because technology drives down profit.
Sure.
Which, I mean, that part is true, correct? Technology always squeezes profit margin.
Yes. Well, no. Yes.
Okay.
Michael Gal for 12 months, thank you, says to figure out what group you go into in Marxism, of course you have to, okay, wait, there's a lot of shorthand in here. To figure out what group you go into in Marxism, of course you have to see if you as an individual fit into the business ownership class or not. That equals not individualistic. Exactly, yeah. I mean, it's literally oriented by class, by grouping, not as individual. Right?
I ignore
you're bourgeoisie, you're proletariat.
I ignore all super chats that agree with you.
All right. Okay. Okay. Kozarge, thanks so much for 200. Kazarkazark says, companies should be forced to perpetually employ bad employees? Question. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Would love to hear Stephen Michael Davis' take on this. Anyway, thanks for the show, guys. Great as always. Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly how it worked. And that's why I said I was pretty shocked to find out if it's true that most other Western European countries don't have at-will employment. I mean, that you know, listen, I have a lot of left-wing moral intuitions, but I'm not sure how I feel about that. I don't know about like you having to go to a fucking council meeting to fucking fire someone or whatever.
Yeah, that's
Going on in the
completely
situation.
ridiculous. That's the problem. That's a
So.
huge problem. I'll be right back.
Okay. Aussie ODST for 20 Aussies. Thank you. Says we've had all the carrot no stick program for years. Our crime rate for kids and young adults have only gone up. With the Aboriginal population, the criminal system lets them off for everything but the most serious crimes. Oh yeah, in Australia. And he also says for no $2, you have to have a middle ground for everything. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's kind of the same thing in America. You know, I understand what she was talking about because I think it's true. I think there is a magical way where most people can be reached in sort of a happy, productive, you know, corporal punishment fashion. I definitely think that's possible. I just don't think it's possible. Like, I think that requires individual intervention on a level that the state cannot possibly do or figure out or manage. And it shouldn't really be the job of schools to do that. That's supposed to be kind of the job of parents. And if parents are failing to discipline their kids or instill discipline in their kids, you know, that's where I say bring in the, you know, the boarding school.
All right, I'm back.
Actually, I mean, I think that's a better way of saying it than corporal punishment is boarding school. Because I think a lot of it is you get kids out of their environments and you put them in an environment where they have structure and order, you know, and kind of command. And I think it would help a lot of kids. I think the problem with that solution is that the Republicans would be against it completely because it would cost money to do this. But I think that is the only solution to this, or the best solution for a lot of these education problems.
The Republicans
liberals
don't
would be
want
against
anything that costs money, right?
Yeah, the Republicans would be against it because it costs money, and the liberals would be against it because it would be racist. So, Val Van Gogh for $5 says, "Hey, countries who don't control the global reserve currency, have you considered money machine go burr? It works for us." Those suckers.
Boo.
Losers. They're not us. Drew the Dogman for $2 says, Adam is the Dave Koresh of MMT.
Hell yeah.
Who's Dave Koresh?
A bass guy that got laid a lot.
Dave Koresh is a cult leader. What cult was Dave Koresh the leader of?
I don't condone any cult behavior. So
he was the Waco guy. There you go. And he's gonna start his MMT cult.
I don't condone multiple wives or any of that degeneracy.
You're gonna get burned down, okay?
No Branch Davidians for me.
Stock for $5 says Erin needs more evidence for UBI, but has all the evidence she needs for communism.
Oh my god, that's the best super chat ever.
Calvin Pafford for $20 says, quote, "Hello, Adam, you're gay. CP24.
You already read that one.
He did another one.
Oh wow.
Well, thank you, Calvin.
Fair enough.
Grassroots Hegemon for $5 says, "Why would I clean my room if the world has decided I'm destined to be bayoneted by Vosh in Tim Pool's Civil War?" Yeah, Adam, explain.
You wouldn't clean your room at all.
Okay.
You just leave it a mess.
You were picking up the cat.
Yeah, Wormy came on my desk.
I think you just hold them and just shove them against the camera.
Say hi. Say hi. Kiss him. Give him a kisses.
He just has no. He's like, what the fuck is happening?
Give him some kisses, Wormy. What are you doing?
What is happening here?
They want to say hi to you.
He doesn't know what's going on. Okay. Oh, the live playback for me just died. I don't know why. I guess
Did it?
Wormy was too cute and powerful for the stream.
I always pause it anyway.
Let's see. Tommy Simonson, thank you for the 50 DKs. Says only 25% of Americans vote. 50% of the ones there can. Most won't care either way. Is that true?
Voter
Only
turnout
25.
is actually going up according to that.
How many people voted in?
Yeah, let's look. Can you get a graph of it?
How many people voted in 2020?
I want to see if it's going up. In the fourth turning book, they said it's way up and been on a steady climb.
Bum, bum, bum. How many Americans voted in 2020? Voting hit a 30-year high in 20 years.
I think it was the
hasn't-
highest number of dead people that have voted.
It actually didn't go up that much. I'm looking at a big graph.
Oh, you are?
I'll send it to you.
Sometimes they cheat on the graph though, and they
So
make
it says
it look like
It says 61% voted. I don't know if that's of the electorate of the total population, but 61% voted in 2020, which was the same in 1992. But in like the 60s, 1964, 69% voted. So it's gone up, but it's not like a peak in the last 30 years.
This
So-
says 2018 was the highest midterm voter turnout in a century. 50%.
That might be true for the midterm. Yeah. I think this is only for presidential election. So
Let me see here. What's this say? Oh, voter turnout by family income.
why the fuck don't these things tell me what is like the raw number of people that voted? You fucking pieces of shit. Like this is the most obvious thing. Fact
Preliminary
check.
data.
Over 159 million people voted in the US general election. Oh, untrue.
This
say.
says preliminary data suggests highest U.S. election turnout since 1900 in the 2020 election.
Mm-hmm.
That's good, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think higher voter turnout was good.
But the reason it's going higher is because the Civil War.
Okay, so it says 155 billion people voted in 2020. There are over 234 million people eligible to vote. Well, it's more than 50%. But okay. A lot of
Voter.
people.
So this is when Trump was elected.
66% of the eligible voting population in America voted in 2020. There you go.
60%?
66%.
Wow. Almost 70%. Yeah. I think I
Okay.
saw that one. Yeah. 66.9%.
Forrest for $5 says Tankies, quote, Vivek is too young and cringe. Also, quote, there are too many old people. Get the under 30s involved in office. Fair point. It's a fair point.
There's plenty of young. I mean, DeSantis isn't too old. Nobody on the Republican primary debate stage was too old.
No, he was saying because, Erin was saying like, oh, Vivek is cringe. And then she's also saying like, get the under 30s involved.
Right.
So I was like, oh. Bosimo for $5 says, in light of the Marx ball washing and fairness to Sitch reactions to fascist philosophers, state Marx JQ take and ask for disavowal of philosophy. I don't even understand what that super chat meant.
Yeah, I don't either.
That was like
Are they
word
asking
salad.
you to disavow? If you're going to disavow the JQ, sure. Yeah, disavow. Bullshit.
Fairness state Marx state. Are you saying like state like you want me to state Marx's JQ take and ask for disavowal of the philosophy?
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
You're saying, I should have asked Erin.
I'm sure I'm sure she would
I don't think she
easily
would have
disavow
JQ, yeah.
Marx's JQ take.
Right. I would only bring that up in terms of if someone brought up the whole I guess I could, because I did want to come back to the fascist Trump thing, but we kind of got sidetracked on all these other topics. Because that's a good thing to bring up in terms of if someone's going to say, oh, the Republicans are all fascist because they're advocating for something that's rooted in some sort of fascistic philosophy or some philosophy that's white supremacy. That would be the situation where I'd bring up but Marx was anti-Semitic. Like if someone brings up the whole CRT notion of like, well, these people that created the system of liberalism were all white and racist. It's like, yeah, well, Marx fucking hated the Jews and was also racist. So I don't know why.
That would be a great counter.
I don't know what you're trying to solve here. Fondue for $2 says, okay, hear me out. Custodial UBI.
Yeah, of course. That'd be great.
There you go. PC for $20. Thank you, PC. It says, capitalism doesn't prevent people from starting co-ops or worker councils. You can share property rights with workers and cover their health insurance when they leave. Can I own my own business under a communist regime? No. No, you cannot. But yeah, I agree. So I say, if they just, and I said this when we talked to Ben Burgess a million years ago. I said, just do it. Just start it. And if the problem is, and I think even Ben acknowledges this, they're just not going to be competitive. I don't think co-ops will ever be competitive to private business.
And that's why we're talking to next week.
Who?
Yes.
I don't know. Ben Burgess? I mean,
Ben Burgess.
Oh, about what?
CRT. That CRT article.
Oh, interesting. I would think he wouldn't like CRT.
Ben Burgess wrote an article saying that the religion poisons everything guy. What's Christopher? I don't know,
Hitchens?
Christopher Hitchens. That's it. Okay. Thanks. Ben Burgess wrote an article saying Christopher Hitchens would be against banning CRT from schools. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like CRT is basically a religion. And Christopher Hitchens was against indoctrination in public schools. There's no way Christopher Hitchens wouldn't be down for banning CRT in public schools.
Right.
So we're going to debate that.
Okay. That'll be fun.
Yeah, okay. It's going to be great. It's going to be awesome. I gotten a little kerfuffle on Twitter over
goofloofing?
Over no goofing floofing. But it was over Gina Carano. And I can't look. I responded to some.
The actress?
Yeah.
What about her?
I responded to Brianna Wu.
Mm-hmm.
Cause I think she tweeted something about that game or something. I can't remember. Oh no, it was something about
the Starfield thing.
The Starfield game, yeah, because they have some pronoun controversy going on in there.
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck. Like honestly, about the pronouns in the game. Maybe I should. I only have a limited amount of energy. I'm not sure that I can care about a video game that I'm not playing. Right. I understand if you're upset about it, but I tweeted out something about, she tweeted out something about the pronouns thing. And I remembered that Gina Carano, that's basically how Gina Carano's downfall started, was people demanded that she put pronouns in her bio. And instead of putting pronouns, she put beep, bop, boop. And it, like everyone perceived it as giant transphobia and basically targeted her.
Right.
So I said this and it became a big controversy over that narrative, which I was super surprised by. Yeah. So nobody wanted to believe that this is actually what happened and were completely attacking me as if I was lying. And even Brianna Wu was like, look, I have all these articles. You have to admit what you're saying is not true. And I'm like, look, I'm not going to admit that. First of all, what I'm saying is not untrue. It totally is true. Just because it's not mentioned in a Yahoo News article, which why would it be? Obviously, they have this is the narrative that you're all talking about. She got fired for anti-Semitism, right?
I don't remember, but I think so. I thought there was some accusation of that.
I was amazed. I didn't realize that Gina Carano being fired from The Mandalorian is like still a giant culture war issue that the entire Twitter is going to go to World War III over me just saying, oh, by the way, look, you're not in favor of mandatory pronouns in your bio, are you? That's what got Gina Carano fired. Ben Burgess actually chimed in and was saying, oh, that's not what happened. Look, I went to our Wikipedia page. And then proceeds to send me a screenshot that says everything that I basically said.
Brianna said, I know I should be a bigger person, but seeing so many adult male gamers have a breakdown over pronouns in Starfield makes me laugh. My blank until my ponytail is all fuzzy. I don't have pronouns in my bio for a reason, but this is objectively hilarious. And then you said, do you think it's fair that the campaign that canceled Gina Carano started because she refused to put pronouns in her Twitter bio? So ultimately got her fired from Mandalorian and ended a spin-off show series producers were developing for her character.
Right.
And then someone said, no, that did not get her fired. She implied that being a Republican was the same as being Jewish in the Holocaust. Disney decided not to rehire her, unsurprisingly. So, okay, I think I understand where the issue is. So I'm assuming that you're correct that her putting beep boop in her pronouns was like the first thing that set off people attacking her.
Right? Well, there was some Black Lives Matter thing beforehand, because
so maybe it was the second thing.
Yeah, Ben Burgess did a screenshot of her Wikipedia page, and I read it, and I'm like, look, everything I said is in this Wikipedia page. Like, I don't know why you're sending this as a smoking gun. Yeah. Yes. So there's a BLM thing, and then then the beep bop boop, and the beep bop boop eventually led to. I mean, the reason she posted that thing, and I got to admit, like, she should have seen this coming. This was like the easiest thing to twist into anti-Semitism as humanly possible. But I do believe she posted that because she was like, look, we can't be attacking people for stupid stuff. That was basically the gist of what she was saying. And she was saying hating on people is what leads to things like the Holocaust, which, I mean, is true.
Okay.
Yeah.
So okay, wait. I'm looking at this Black Lives Matter thing because it doesn't make sense to me. So it says there was a woman named Jay Justice who cosplayed as Gina Carano's character on Twitter, and Gina Carano said it was great. Well, how does that translate into? 2 months ago, Carano made dismissive remarks about trans pronouns.
Yeah, that is the first it got on my radar. So.
Okay, wait, but where's the BLM thing? This could be an example of the Wikipedia just fucking straight up lying.
Of course.
Oh, here we go. Wait. In early August. Okay, so the beep boop thing was in September. So this was first. In early August, some Twitter activists, users began pressuring Carano to make supportive posts about the Black Lives Matter movement. She impolitely implored while others were accusatory and hostile, the latter of which in part led to her increasing defiance. Quote, in my experience, screaming at someone that they are racist when they are indeed not racist, and any post and or research you will do will show you those exact facts. And I'm sorry, these people are not educators, they're cowards and bullies. Gina Carano replied on August 4th. That led to praise from far-right outlet Breitbart. That's the problem. For refusing to buckle and bow to social pressures.
So maybe that was the beginning of it.
Yeah, it probably was. In late August and early September, Carano again clashed with fans accusing her of racism on Twitter after some followers highlighted posts that she liked that mocked or cast aspersions on Black Lives Matter. Protest. Then a few weeks later, Carano said she came under fire for resisting calls to specify her pronouns on Twitter bio, an act aimed at avoiding harmful misgendering, and she responded in her bio to beep, bop, boop. So Gina Carano definitely seems to be someone seems to be very reacting to negative.
Yeah.
What is it? Negative reactance.
Psychological reactance. Yes.
Right. If someone tells her to do something,
completely
she says, "Fuck
driven.
you."
Yeah, she's completely driven by the
Right.
Liberty Oppression Foundation.
Yes. Yes.
She
So
even when she did because she did an interview with Ben Shapiro, you could tell that in the interview. Like she's not even really political.
Yeah.
But tell her what to do, and she's like, "Fuck off."
Which shouldn't be surprising. I mean, she's literally an MMA fighter. I would imagine.
I know. That's what I was thinking. I'm
Yeah,
like,
I would imagine.
She beats people up for a living. Why are you bothering this woman?
I would imagine that a lot of MMA fighters would have a similar reaction to someone, demanding that they do something.
She's probably an MMA fighter because someone told her women can't be fighters.
Right. Well, I mean, that's what's hilarious too, because the whole thing is like you would think she would be an example of that like the left would love, but it's like, no, it doesn't matter that you actually embody something about literally being a strong woman that could kick most guys' asses. It's that you don't have the right politics. That's like the primary concern.
Oh, holy cow. Look at this.
What?
So I responded to Brianna.
Right.
And a guy responded to me. And he got like 300 likes on his response to me.
That's the one I read, yeah.
Did you? I don't. Maybe I was reading something else. No,
okay.
That did not get her fired. Is that what you read? Look, I'm talking about the response.
Yeah, that's the one I read. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't hear you read it. The response is no. That did not get her fired. She implied that being a Republican was the same as being Jewish in the Holocaust. Disney decided not to rehire her, unsurprisingly.
Okay. So here's where I was going to explain where the issue arises. That could be either intentionally shitty Twitter behavior or a miscommunication. Because you said, do you think it's fair the campaign to cancel Gina Carano started because she refused to put pronouns in her Twitter bio? This ultimately got her fired from The Mandalorian. So your point was that you were saying that her not putting the gender bios in her Twitter was like the first thing in a chain of events that eventually ended with her getting fired.
Of course,
yeah. Right. And so this person responded dumbly because they didn't actually read closely or didn't understand, or they're being bad faith.
They're being bad faith. This person is all of these people were bad faith all through this.
Well, okay. It's possible. I don't know.
They're all pieces of shit.
Okay, that's fine. They're all pieces of shit, right? Because then they said, no, that did not get her fired. But you never made a claim that that's what got her fired. You said that was a long series of events that started off, which ended with her being fired. You're not saying that was the direct thing that got her fired.
Of course not. Yeah.
Right. And but this is what's annoying to me on Twitter. Like you say something, someone like completely understands or mischaracterizes what you said, and then a bunch of like literally the dumbest mouth breathers go, yeah, and you're like, oh my god, these people are retarded. I
just unclicked off the stream and was like, gone. Right. I didn't even know he got like 300 likes until now I'm looking at it.
Right, because it's like that response is retarded because it's not even what you said.
Of course, yeah.
So anyway,
I mean, I didn't pay attention until Ben Burgess was jumping into the dog pile. I was like, what the like, really? This is that important to you, Ben?
But this is why I hate interactions. Okay, so then they're arguing back and forth. You're not actually involved, at least from the chain that I say. It's just a bunch of other people arguing about this. I
mean, I did respond to Brianna
right, but so then you eventually respond to someone saying, as far as refusals go, beep, after people have been arguing about this, as far as refusals go, beep, bop, boop seemed mild to me. If she had refused by saying, no, go fuck yourself, I'd say it's a bit much. I understand perspectives may vary. To which Brianna responded, I personally don't care about the joke, but that situation is not remotely close to being fired for refusing to put pronouns in her bio. We all make mistakes. Can you admit you misremembered the situation, exaggerating it pretty wildly? ? Okay, so here's where you and everyone in reality needs to be better at this, because I feel like I'm one of the few people that does that. And I understand it. When I get angry, I like half read someone's tweet. So, because if you read, you got to go back and read your original tweet and say, what did I exactly say? Because basically one of the problems in communication is when someone starts strawmanning you, you can fall into the strawman as opposed to just saying, wait, that's not what I said. Fuck you.
No, no. I've done this
Because
before and it's
right,
awful.
right,
I'm like
'cause my
arguing a thing that's not even my position.
right. Because your response, so Brianna has at this point adopted the strawman position that you said she was fired for putting pronouns in her bios. Okay.
Right.
And then your response is, I have not exaggerated the situation at all. I believe you're downplaying the situation for your own biased political gain. Well, that's not a very good answer.
Right.
I would never
know. I
ask
was
you to
like,
admit that because it'd be rude. And of course, you don't see it that way.
how is that a bad response?
I mean, it's not, it's a, you went for blood. I mean, that's going for the jugular
Look,
response.
she's calling me a liar. I don't like, what the fuck?
Well, she said, can you admit you misremembered the situation, exaggerating it pretty wildly? So my
Look,
response,
she's calling me, she's saying I'm exaggerating. What the
Okay.
fuck?
Right. So my response.
Did I exaggerate? You looked
No.
at the situation. I
You
did not exaggerate at
but
all.
So this is the problem. The original people misread, or they bad faith read your tweet. It created this narrative, and then she responded to the
Okay,
incorrect
that's a
narrative.
good point.
Okay.
That's a great
Right.
point. Yeah.
So my response would have been, Brianna, if you read my original tweet, I said that putting the pronouns in the bio was just the beginning of a chain reaction that set off down the path to her getting fired. I did not say it got her directly fired. Now it's funny because when I make a tweet and I say something like that, and then people run off of these straw mans, and I say, I didn't say that. Go back and read my original tweet. I said this very specific thing. You know what people always respond to me when I say that to them?
What? They don't respond.
You're running away from your original position that I imagined you had. You're shifting the goalpost. It's like this, like, oh my, I'm just like, fucking hell, like, Jesus, like, you're kidding me.
Oh, that's horrible.
But that's like 9 times out of 10, that's always a response. I'm like, did you actually like go back and because this is what happens. This is why like communicating, especially on Twitter, is annoying. And I find it's true for everyone. Someone makes a claim that's like somewhat specific. It's like a specific thing and kind of a narrow claim. People read it and they kind of like generalize and hyperbolize it, and then everyone responds to the general hyperbole. And when you say like, that's not what I said this very specific thing, they get all angry and they try to pretend like, no, you actually secretly meant this general hyperbolic thing that I imagined you said, which is stupid and easy for me to attack. So
like, she reposts my tweet, so I respond.
Oh, did she quote tweet this?
No, she didn't. We just argued. Look, Brianna's good enough faith. She's not going to like call me out to her fans. I think
Right.
she felt bad that a bunch of her fans were jumping in and being like total fucking mouth breathing dicks.
Mhm.
So, but I responded to the guy. I said that's the way people dishonestly spun her tweet, and that dishonest framing still exists today. And then Brianna responded, can you show me some evidence this is why she was fired? And I said, I'm not sure there is a smoking gun, but I'm not trying to change your mind on this. Just interested in your opinion on mandatory socially enforced pronoun display. And she says, I think it's dumber than hell, responding to the forced pronouns, which is fine. Like, I'm like, okay, that's all I'm interested in. Like, you're not in favor of people demanding people put pronouns in their bio.
Right.
And then she says, but this statement seems like you are asserting it is true. And she redoes my tweet. She like supposed to screen cap on my tweet. And I say, it is true. I just don't have proof at the ready. Do you have something that disproves that tweet? And everyone's like losing their minds. They're like, oh
Right.
my God. that tweet has 110 likes. Oh, this is completely, these people need to fucking get a life.
True. So
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this
That's so
reminds
funny.
me.
I don't look,
Okay.
I often cause chaos on Twitter and then I
Right.
untag myself like Sitch showed me to do.
Yes.
And I don't see any of it. I'm just gone.
I mean, that's the move. That's the move to do. You know.
I'm out of there. I'm like, okay, you guys argue about it and I'm gone.
Well, it's annoying because it's like I could have swore, and I say this like a million times, and I don't never look at what people say. I could have swore before Elon Musk bought Twitter, you could untag yourself from argument chains on Twitter without untagging yourself from the entire replies, and that functionality doesn't exist anymore, to my knowledge.
Okay.
Because that's what always happens. If you have a tweet and there'd be like a bunch of people arguing and they don't untag you, so you're mentioned to flow with these fucking idiots arguing about some other shit that's like you don't want to read, and you're just like, I just untag myself from the entire conversation, so I don't get this nonsense.
Okay, I stumbled across the Ben Burgess response.
Okay, don't. Okay, well,
Yeah, we can move on.
Okay.
It's just funny. Like,
well, I just want to say something about the Starfield. So there's this big controversy. You guys aren't aware. The video game came out called Starfield. It was a baby face versus heels, right?
yeah, heels versus babyface.
Heels versus babyface.
As is his name.
Yes, got it backwards.
Right.
Who I believe it was him, right? He was playing Starfield, and in the beginning of the game, there's some functionality where when you're creating a character, it like asks for your pronouns or something, or you have the ability to change your pronouns. And he got very mad about this, and he refunded the game, and he kind of made a big angry rant about it. And a bunch of people were making.
Did he refund the game?
I believe so.
Really? Oh, I didn't know
Yeah.
that. Okay. Wow.
And so a bunch of people were like making fun of him for getting so angry about this. And like, which, if people disagree with it, fine, I guess. I don't really have a strong feeling about it. I don't really give a shit about pronouns in the video game or whatever. But the thing that was weird and did annoy me was that the amount of people that would just completely do the Twitter thing where they'd mischaracterize his entire argument and make it stupid and retarded to the point.
Yeah, that's called straw manning.
Yeah, to like the point, you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? And so like, and Justin Wang did this too. He tweeted out a picture of Professor Oaks from Pokemon saying, are you a boy or are you a girl? Because in Pokemon, you can choose your gender or your sex. And Justin Wang said, I've had it up to here with this shit. And a bunch of people, and this tweet got 78,000 likes.
Right.
Okay. Now, I don't know what Justin's intention of the tweet was, but like when I'm going through the replies, all the replies are saying, oh my God, Pokemon was woke, LOL. Like they're all making fun of the idea, saying, oh, Pokemon was woke, Pokemon, ha 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 ha. They're all making fun of it like as if this has any relation to the conversation about wokeness or the complaint that Az was making about Starfield.
Right.
And I'm like reading this, I'm like, are these people retarded? These people are literally the dumbest fucking people on earth. Because and so I tweeted out, I said, how did tens of thousands of people not realize that picture of him asking, are you a boy or a girl, makes his point about pronouns? It doesn't make the fucking woke people's point about pronouns. How are people this fucking stupid? Or do they just not care? Like, it's just like people like see something, someone tells them this is a dunk, and they just go, yeah, even if it's not actually a dunk. It literally proved his fucking point. It literally made his fucking point. And people are like, oh, Pokemon was woke. These guys would say Pokemon was woke because it asks you your gender. It's like, well, no, it asks you.
Where's the non-binary?
Right. It literally asked you your sex on a binary scale, which is a traditional way of thinking about sex and gender. You fucking idiot. How is this make your dumb fuck point about having pronouns separate from sex? Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know. People are just so fucking stupid. It frustrates me. The mob of people. This is why we need to have liberalism, okay? Mobs of people are the dumbest fucking people on the face of the earth. Isn't there some like great Mark Twain quote or something where he's like, oh, individual people are great, but mobs are like retarded?
No, that's Men in Black.
Is it?
It is.
I'm pretty sure Men in Black got it from someone else. Okay,
they stole it from Mark Twain.
That's some quote. There's some good quote about like, individual people are smart, but mobs are like fucking idiots. And it's just because, that's what always happens. Some Twitter mob, they say the dumbest shit ever. Then when you ask this person on an individual level, it's like, oh no, actually, it's no, this person is. I understand what you're saying. It's like, oh, okay. So as soon as you become individuated, you understand exactly, and that's why liberalism is based, and that's why communism is not based. So,
of course, because communism is an individualistic philosophy.
There you go. Anyways, if that's from Men in Black did a good job. Okay.
They did, yeah. They definitely use it in Men in Black.
Yes.
They're like, people are smart, but
no, person is smart. People are stupid.
A person is smart, yeah, but people are dumb, panicky pieces of shit.
Right. A person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and
Oh, there you go. You looked it up. Nice.
Yeah, I looked it up. Yeah. Yeah,
So
it's a
this
good. That's a great line. So there you go.
bottom line takeaway is Brianna Wu is not in favor of people going and forcing people to put pronouns into their bio.
Right.
So if you see anyone doing that, tag Brianna Wu and say, "Hey, didn't you say you were against this?"
Don't do that.
Why?
It's great.
Why?
She's not the arbiter. She's not the arbiter of people's behavior online.
Look, she is officially the pronoun cop now.
Okay.
For the Sitch and Adam. No, obviously I'm joking.
Okay.
Look, I'm with Sitch. It's probably not a good idea.
Yeah.
If you do it, don't say. Make sure you don't mention us.
Don't mention me. I don't have anything to do with this. My hands are clean.
Look, all she had to do was answer. This was what was so infuriating about it. Like all she had to do was answer, "No, I'm not in favor of that." But it became this long, protracted thing about you're lying about why Gina Carano got fired.
Right.
Gina Carano got fired because she's a racist.
Mm-hmm.
Look, in a world, like just unbiasedly, in a world where they're not constantly attacking her and accelerating the situation or escalating the situation, does she even post the meme, the Holocaust meme? I mean, I don't think she does.
No. Because I agree with your that the I mean, I agree. I mean, actually, it turns out it was the BLM thing, but I'm like the BLM thing, and then these are like steps that put you on a pathway.
Right. Next thing you know, you're making dumb mistakes posting. I mean, it was just a dumb mistake. It was so obvious that it would be mischaracterized.
Right. I mean, I didn't find it offensive, the way people were saying it. But it was obvious that people would find it offensive.
Right. So. If she changed one word, she might have gotten away with it.
Mm-hmm. She said,
oh, go ahead. You read it.
She said, Jews were beaten in the streets, not by Nazi soldiers, but by their neighbors, even by children. Because history is edited, most people today don't realize that to get to that point where Nazi soldiers could easily round up thousands of Jews, the government first made their own neighbors hate them simply for being Jews. How is that any different from hating someone for their political views?
Okay, now if she would have said, how is that any different from hating someone for innocuous political views? I think it's
that still would have got her in trouble.
You think so?
Yeah, because
then they would have said the Nazis were innocuous. You're right.
This is 100%. So her getting fired for that post is 100% bad faith dog shit. That was Disney didn't want her because she had wrong politics, and she was making a lot. People were complaining about her for months because she had wrong politics, and they were just looking for an excuse because there's nothing wrong.
Yeah,
right. So for people to say she's comparing to the Holocaust, like, okay, sure, maybe people shouldn't be making Holocaust comparisons, but was she just bring up the point? The point that she was making was not saying like, oh, Republicans are being gone after to the same level of Jews in the Holocaust. That was not the point. Her point was that in terms of how society is taught to hate people, it wasn't like the Nazi soldiers running around doing all this stuff, just on their own. Like they create a culture where people would basically rat each other out, where neighbors would turn against neighbors.
Yep.
And I think that that's true, and I don't have a problem with that statement she made whatsoever. And the fact that she would get fired for that, or that would be seen as like anti-Semitic, is like is literally fucking retarded. And it's just people are in like so bad faith mode that they want her gone. This is what's annoying to me. And you can have a conversation with someone face to face, and you can see it. You can see in their eyes. Okay, it's kind of hard.
Yeah, they don't care.
Yeah, like it's harder to you can't really see it in text format, but you can see it when you're talking in their eyes. Like when they wanted to like fuck someone or destroy someone over, destroy someone, and it's like, and you explain that like why they're wrong, and they don't care, and they don't care. You could just see it in their face. They just don't care. They're just looking for the excuse.
Yep.
And so that's what happened.
You to play along.
Yeah, that's what happened with her. So, yeah, no, complete bullshit.
Still exists to this day. Don't mention Gina Carano on Twitter. You're going to get a hate mob for 2 days.
Gina Carano's hot.
I agree.
There you
I
go.
concur. A team and S class, a rare, uh,
There you go.
a rare agreement.
Simping for Gina. You know what's funny though? She was really awful in The Mandalorian. She was not good at that show.
Oh, you're right. She was. Yeah, there was.
He is very bad performance in that show. I mean, to be fair, even when she was in Deadpool, or she was even hotter, she just, I don't know. She's not a very good actress. So
There's one scene that I've seen clips of.
Yeah.
That is amazing. She's like an assassin or something, and she kills all of these guys.
And what?
Yeah. I can't remember the movie. Bring up her IMDb. I think it's like her first movie. And it is
Okay.
that scene is incredible. That's the scene that I was like, oh wow, I like Gina Carano. This is badass.
I have only seen her in Deadpool and The Mandalorian, and I was like, not great in either of these things. First thing she was in was called Haywire.
Oh, Haywire, that's it. Yeah.
Then she was in Fast and Furious 6.
Yes.
Was it Haywire? I
think it was Haywire. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, maybe she's good at other things. Maybe she's bad directing. I don't know. But she was not good in Mandalorian. She was very wooden. So.
Yeah. Could have been just bad directing.
Could be. I mean, when I go on IMDb and I type Haywire, it's like the trailer is like her and this guy like fighting each other in a hotel room.
Yeah, that's it.
She kills him.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's the thing. She was MMA, so she's like an action star. They're getting her for her physical bona fides, maybe, not necessarily her acting chops.
True.
Anyways. Okay.
Well, almost done?
How
we doing?
No. Rex Vectum for $10 says bottom up communism like the beautiful love fest Chaz in 2020. True.
Chaz was a working utopia. Don't knock the Chaz.
Renault Zero for $5 says ask them the Steelman Trump supporters.
We'll have to do that next time, but that would be a good question.
It's a good question. I've rated a horse for 12 months says I'm always curious when people bring up Mondragon as a success if they'd convert to Catholicism to make it work. Like, isn't that why it worked? Is it still like Catholic run now? Or is it, what is it now? But I mean, yeah, I agree. That's kind of what made it work originally. So
it doesn't matter if it's Catholic now. It is still a good question. And
it is a good question. Yeah.
I doubt people would.
Fondue for $5 says Chaeiry for gulagging your kids. Quote, they need to be educated to have my politics.
Wow. Did she say that?
No, I knew people were going to get triggered when she said the whole, like, they're retard, like they're stupid for voting.
Oh, I
against
know.
Their interest.
I know. It's just so unproductive.
Well,
it's elitist.
Well, no, because I understand what she was saying. She was saying it's if you have some kind of economic problem and you think limiting immigration is going to solve it, for most people, that's not going to solve their economic problem. Right? Unless you're working in some job that's being directly impacted by immigrant labor, closing the borders down isn't really going to solve your economic problems for the most part, which is true.
Yeah. I was great in that section because I brought up the Trump policies.
Yeah. Oh my God, for $2 says Latinos for Trump 2024. There you go.
Yeah, because that's me bringing up the policies right there.
Tommy Simonson for 50 DKs says the alternative to Trump was Hillary. She wanted a no-fly zone in Syria, Russian territory, World War III.
That's what people said.
I think she did say that. Though I would interpret that as like bullshit war hawkishness, but yeah, she did say that. And people said out about it.
Cause World War III. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because you have to shoot down if you have a no-fly zone, it means you're going to shoot down an airplane. So
they probably would have done the same thing as Obama: draw red lines and not follow through with them.
That would be my guess. I mean, Hillary was way more hawkish than Obama, so I don't.
Do you think she would have shot
No, I don't think.
down a Russian MiG in Syria?
I do not think she would have. No, I think she said it. I think it was stupid for her to say, but I don't think she would actually do it.
Of course, it's stupid to say because then you got to shoot down the MiG.
Right. CT for 5 Canadian says, "Don't worry, Chaeiry. I like you and don't think you're bad faith. And my opinion is the only one that matters." There you go.
Sweet.
Thank you, CT.
It's very nice.
WTF1A1A for 2 hours says, "Chaeiry, it's not policy. It's about sending a message." Nice.
Did Chaeiry say that, or is that?
No, that's like
Okay.
Joker interpretation of Chaeiry. Mark Twain's Revenge for $10 says, "Quick question for everybody. How do we assist multi-generational, second, third, and in some cases, fourth generation welfare families? Because if you met these people, that just money, I think you mean it, because if you met those people, you'd see that money is not sufficient." Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know the answer. I don't know what the stats are on that. I've never looked it up. I'd be curious to look it up. I don't know if those stats exist. How many people that are on welfare, like were their parents on welfare and their parents on welfare? Like what is the statistics on that? So that'd be an
Yeah,
interesting question.
be horrible to read. Very depressing.
Yep. Tommy Simonson for 20 DK says, "Joe build more wall than Trump." There you go.
Did he?
I hope so. Blade Runner for $10 says, "Look at the results Democrats have offered the last decade. People leave their areas because they incentivize bad behavior. Also, more immigrants equals more need for housing, which equals higher housing costs." I know that's kind of the thing Carl was banging on about.
Not Carl again.
I am skeptical that is the cause. Because usually when people talk about housing, they're not talking about in areas where like there are high immigrant populations. So I don't really buy the argument that immigration is what's raising the housing cost in America. You'd have to show me that the areas of high immigration are where the housing prices are really high. To me, it seems much more like there's not enough supply.
Los Angeles meets that criteria, though.
Yeah, but the areas
we have
that
high immigration and high housing costs.
I understand. Yeah, but wait, that's a very silly way to look at it. Okay, because I'm assuming I could be wrong, but in LA I would imagine that the high immigrant areas are probably the cheaper areas to live than like the white areas.
I mean,
or the Asian areas, the Indian areas, right?
Sure.
Okay, so then that means that the immigrants aren't the ones driving up the cost of housing.
Well, I mean, even if they're living in poorer neighborhoods, I mean, that does mean rental costs go up. That means people who are buying the houses are paying more because they know that they can get more in rent. I mean, it does affect the housing market.
Yeah, but when people talk about like the housing market, okay, generally there are people that are complaining about this or people who want to go out and they want to buy their first home, right? This is the complaint I hear. People either want to go out and they want to buy their first home in some kind of like middle-class neighborhood.
Right. And there's no starter homes because they're all being rented out.
Yeah, that's not
illegal immigrants.
Yeah, no, see, that's all. They're not being rented out to fucking illegal immigrants. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. That argument doesn't make sense because the immigrants aren't living in the area where all the people are trying to buy their first starter homes are living.
Well, they would if there was homes available there.
In the okay, I don't know what you just said didn't make any sense of what I just said, but
well, I'm sure there are Black and Latino people that might want to buy homes in that area.
Yeah.
That can't buy homes because they're too expensive because the absentee landlords have bought them all up as rental properties.
Yeah, but that's not okay. But that's not because of immigration. The argument, okay, let's be very, very, very specific. Okay, there's one claim. There's only one claim. Okay, and it's that immigration, specifically immigration and illegal immigration, is raising the population in America so much that that's why there's a problem with housing prices being so high. Okay, that's ludicrous.
True.
Okay, you're saying it's true. That's ludicrously stupid to me.
I don't don't see how you could say that, because it's obviously a factor. It might not be the decisive factor. It might not be the only factor, but it is definitely a factor.
Because people that are illegally immigrating into our country, okay, are they going around?
Even if they're legally immigrating, if the population grows at a rate that outpaces new construction, what are you going to get?
Okay.
You're going to get housing prices going up.
Okay.
That's the whole thing.
Okay.
And immigration raises the population.
Please, God, let us have some level of like coherent thought here. Okay.
Let's do it.
Okay. Obviously.
Working together, collaborating.
Yes, collaboratively. Okay. Obviously.
Right.
As population increases, the demand on housing increases, and if the supply doesn't increase, that will make
prices go up.
That makes prices go up for houses, right?
True.
Okay. We all accept this. No one is denying this. Okay.
Right.
That is obvious. The argument is being brought forward is that the cause of the crisis of housing prices is caused by immigration. Okay.
Well,
that is not true.
Okay. Well, you could just as easily blame not building more houses for the immigrants.
Even if there's not immigrants, okay, even if we hypothetically Thanos snapped away immigrants, we would still have a housing crisis
because of
prices,
population growth.
Because number one, because of just population growth, but that's not the reason. And we talked about this on stream before, and it's ridiculous to me that people bring up the immigration stuff, because there already is a conservative argument to this that makes much more sense and is actually real, and it's the regulations argument. Because there's all these regulations put on building new homes in all these areas that are done to intentionally, by the left, for whatever reason. Some of it's environmental, some of it's to try to gentrify areas, but there's all these massive amount of government regulations that are put on building new homes, okay? And what does that do? It limits the homes that are being built, and it raises property values. And the people that live in these areas, they vote for these policies to continually keep housing prices high, because that's their biggest investment, and that's the biggest source of wealth that most homeowners have, is their home.
But the prices of the houses raise not because of the regulation. If the population didn't raise, the housing prices wouldn't raise.
Yes.
They raise because the population goes up. They need to build more homes, but there's this bottleneck that won't allow them to build more homes.
Yes.
But that immigration also raises the population level.
Yes, but I agree. It raises the population level, but to throw that as if that's the primary factor or even the significant factor is insane. That's not.
Well, it depends upon the level of immigration. I don't know how you can say it's insane. Like if you have a housing stock that's 5 million homes and you add 1 million people in immigration, that means you need 1 million more homes, right?
That would only be true. And it's what we went through with Carl in the conversation. This is why it's bringing up the area things, is that are all the people that are immigrating to this country competing with housing with all the people that are trying to buy houses and get their first starter home? And the answer to the question was no. They're generally not. They're generally buying property in different areas.
This is where we disagree. Look, they are competing.
Okay. I don't know how you could say
they are literally competing because they need a place to live. Granted, they're not looking to buy a home, but they're looking to rent a home. This drives up the cost of rents. People who have money think, oh, I can buy a rental property and make money. So the people who are buying rental properties, and I experienced this when my wife and I were looking for a home, they are snapping up all of the properties and being cash buyers. So anyone who's like a family that's going to have to get a mortgage, they're not as enticing to a real estate agent because the real estate agent can close the deal quicker with someone who's just a cash buyer. So those people are buying up all these starter homes that new families might move into, and they are renting them out to guess who? The new immigrants.
First of all, they're renting this out to everyone.
Well,
I don't know why you're saying that they're renting that out to immigrants specifically.
Look, they will, just in this thought experiment, They will rent them
Well,
out
but-
to anyone, obviously.
Yes.
But you can be in a situation where you're a new family looking to buy a home. First of all, it's incredibly difficult because everything is massively overpriced. And you're stuck renting because there's just not anything available in your price range.
Okay. I don't. So I don't know how else to say. Like, okay.
What is hard? What is difficult about the argument that I'm? How is the argument that I'm making illogical?
Because
what is illogical about this argument?
This argument is retarded, and I'll tell you why. I'm going to tell, and it's just annoying because we had this entire fucking conversation, and I'm just tired of repeating these conversations again, and then we just start over at zero again. Okay, look at a map and say, where are people immigrating in America? Right? Like here's how it's very simple. Okay, and I'm not going to make you do this, Adam. Someone who like really fucking wants to just hate on immigrants and really want to make this argument. I'm not trying to say you, Adam.
I am not that person.
Okay, I understand that. Someone who really wants to just shit on immigrants and say immigrants are the problem of everything in society. Okay, if you want to make this argument, here's what you can do. You can get a map, and you can show the map of where all the immigrants in the country are going, because it's not equal, right? Immigration in America is like, it clumps up in very specific areas, right? Okay, primarily blue areas too. You bring up that map and then you superimpose it and say, where are all the housing prices like insane, right? Now you're gonna get a lot of overlap because a lot of it's going to be obviously in the big cities. But if you could show that, well, look at this, the housing prices are only really high where all the immigrants are, and everywhere else in the country they're totally fine and normal, then you have an argument. If that's not the case, then you don't have an argument. Okay?
Is it just one thing, Sitch? Okay, and I want to take the temperature down a bit. Like, obviously, my position would be let in all the immigrants and build more homes. Okay, there are two forces at odds here. There's population rising versus housing stock rising. Your argument about the immigration is just kind of a secondary argument here. If those places are constricted by home building, if they're not building homes, they're going to get, and obviously if population is going up, and they're not building homes, home prices are going to go up independent of immigration.
Obviously.
But immigration is going to play a factor in population growth.
I understand.
Like you admit that, right?
Okay. I said that like 3 times in this conversation.
Okay.
I guess what I'm not making clear here is that when people are complaining, now maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe all these fucking Republicans who are complaining about immigration raising the cost of housing all live in blue cities. Okay. At blue cities with high immigration.
Look,
wait. Let me be clear here. Okay. Maybe all these people complaining about immigrants raising the house of pricing either live in blue cities like LA, where you have massive amounts of immigration, or they're all fucking dipshits that don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and they're just complaining on behalf of some other person. They're not experiencing it. Okay. Maybe that's what's going on here. Because what my argument I'm trying to say is that for the people that keep complaining about this, okay, they're not living in the areas where they're being impacted by immigration, quote, raising the price of housing.
I know what's going on here. I just figured it out. You and I both are personally offended by the people that are making this argument in bad faith. And there are plenty of them doing that. There are plenty of them who don't want immigration. They see immigration as a bad thing. Maybe there's a little bit of racism going on, whatever, okay? And they're saying that the price of housings are going up, and that's because of immigration, and we should deal with immigration. There's 2 ways to deal with it. Like, you don't have to deal with the immigration, you just build more houses, right? Like, that's a way that you could deal with it. Because some people are making this argument in bad faith, which I completely agree with you, they are. It doesn't mean that in places like Los Angeles, immigration doesn't play a big fat role in the price of houses, because it does.
Okay. I feel like I've already said yes to that, obviously. I don't know I don't know why we're kind of looping on this.
Well, the argument that you seem to be making, and I just disagree with, is you're like, it wouldn't be a big deal because the immigrants are not are
If we
going to
had
live in the
zero
places
immigration-
nobody
okay.
wants to live. But I mean,
Okay. Yeah.
that
the
goes
people that
everywhere.
are complaining about this are not living in those areas.
Yes, the bad faith people who are using this as an argument.
Yes,
because
that was my point from the
they're not-
beginning of this
yes.
conversation. Yeah.
They are not living in those areas. No,
Right.
they aren't. But they
Okay.
do have a point about the immigration thing.
Yeah, that raises the pricing of housing in those specific areas for people living in those specific areas. It raises the
doesn't-
housing price specifically for those people and for the other
Immigration-
immigrants in those areas.
Immigration in Southern California
Yes.
does not affect the price of housing in Texas. Like, not at all. I mean, it's making the value of my home skyrocket. Like, I'm going to move to Texas and live in a fucking mansion. So,
Yeah, but here's another issue. So when these people say immigrants, they're really generally referring to like lower class people from South America. Okay. Now I could be wrong, but I don't think lower class people from South America coming into where you live is increasing your property value.
I don't think we have a lot of people in Los Angeles we have a lot of Mexicans.
I'm sorry,
a lot of
Central and South America.
A lot of people from Mexico.
Right.
I don't
Do you think
interact
that
with a lot of
lower
people
income
from
do you think lower
South
income
America, but
do you think lower income immigrants from Central and South America are going into LA and that's raising your property values?
yes, because
Okay,
and I
that doesn't make sense
explained
to me, but
look, I explained the chain to you very simply.
right, because you said people are going to buy out properties, expensive properties, to rent them at lower cost to the low income immigrants who couldn't afford to
Right.
buy a house. Okay.
And
but
that-
they can
and-
somehow, if they're going to
and
afford to
look,
rent in a
and
nicer
this-
neighborhood.
Look, you should
Okay. I don't believe that, but okay.
this is kind of an argument that Anna Kasparian would make about the working class, right? Like what in lower economic neighborhoods, why shouldn't people be able to own their homes? Well, they can't own their homes because the homes that they're living in literally are too expensive for them to own because other people, landlords, have bought those homes up and are renting them to them. As soon as you bring down the cost of homes, then those people in those neighborhoods can afford the home to live in. Which, wouldn't that be better for the working class? Be hugely better.
Yeah, sure. Build more homes.
Look, neighborhoods get gentrified because of the expensive property values because nobody's
Right.
building anything.
Yeah.
It's bullshit.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Why is nobody building anything?
Because of this democratic policies are completely in conflict here. They want to
There you
let
go.
all the immigrants in and they don't want to build any fucking homes. Like, pick one.
Okay, wow.
Like, turn off the immigration or build some fucking homes.
Okay.
I'm in favor of building the fucking homes.
Okay. We're going to look but fine. Brian Bishop for $20 says, I haven't super chatted in 2 years because I was working 3 jobs getting out of debt. Well, good for you. Mission accomplished. That's great. Thanks for all the free entertainment. Sorry for the last super chat was making fun of Sitch's voice. I meant it in fun. Well, thank you, Brian. It's okay. I forgive you. Solid for $5 says, those people also view the handouts as immoral and believe working for the paycheck is the only moral way to make money. That is true. Brian Bishop for $20 says, I guess I'm a sheep. Why can't we both get government out of people's way when it comes to making money, lower taxes, and help the lower end of the economic spectrum? Well, I mean, because you usually have to pay to help those people, right? And so
Right.
you'd have to reduce the money supply by taxation. Otherwise, you get inflation if you just started paying for all these programs without taxing people. So I think that would be the answer to the question.
I do think taxes should be much lower on the middle class, though, obviously.
Yeah, I agree. And they might be if people had an MMT perspective.
I know that's one of the most disheartening things,
Right.
but whatever. I'm not going to adopt that stupid Kansas perspective. You don't know
Sure.
what's good for you. It's like, so that condescending bullshit drives me crazy.
Right. Bauman Go for $10 says, in regards to the conservative inclination to stop things when conditions are poor, we have a word for freezing variables to figure out which one is caused, we have a word for freezing variables to figure out which one is causal. It's called science. There you go.
Science is good. Science works.
Hawk622 for $20 says, Chaeiry, if you don't believe that conspiracies exist within the government, read more false flags. Gulf of Tonkin, the Tuskegee experiment, Operation Paperclip, Operation Northwoods, Operation Mockingbird, dozens more. Did she say she didn't believe conspiracies exist in the government? I missed that if she said that. I don't remember her saying that, but I don't like the argument that people make pretty constantly, though, where you say, someone says, well, show me proof that this conspiracy exists. And then someone says, well, I don't have proof that that conspiracy exists, but I have a proof of a bunch of other conspiracies exist.
I know. I hate that argument.
And it's kind of like, well, okay. I mean, I'm not saying that like conspiracies don't exist at all, which I don't know if that's what Chaeiry was saying, but I'm asking for this very specific thing. So
I am reading a book now about the Cold War.
Right.
And the CIA did a bunch of shit in South America that a lot of these obviously American bad people cite all the time.
They always, fix it. Right. Yeah.
But in the book, they talk about an interesting scenario because the politicians that were okaying these were always worried about getting caught because how would it affect public opinion and it would get them kicked out of office and whatnot. And they kind of figured out that, well, if it was a secret and they got caught, but the American public was behind the secret, then they didn't suffer a lot when the secret finally came out. But if the secret was something that the American public wouldn't agree with, then all of a sudden they would pay for it at the polls immediately. Right. So they kind of adopted this policy. Well, we can't really do anything nefarious that the American public is not behind. But obviously the American public...
That's good, though.
Oh, of course it's good.
That's exactly what you want, yeah.
But back in the 50s and 60s, the American public was in favor of the CIA going down to South America, like knocking over dictators and shit. They were like, oh, that's great. America, right, but, Team America, right. Good.
Of course.
I don't know in the current political environment if that kind of thing would fly. No. I think they would suffer for it at the polls.
They would. But also, I mean, the problem is, so if you remove some dictator or some communist, what replaces it, right? Now, I've never looked into I've never looked into these things, because they always claim, oh, America comes in the Central South America, they knock over some, quote, democratically elected socialist, wink, wink, and then someone worse supplants them. And I've never checked this, which I probably should, because I'm going to just guess that based on how everyone talked about the Soviet Afghanistan war, that they're also completely misinformed / lying about all these instances in Central and South America.
Oh, really?
Well, because that was what they always said. Oh, America gave money to the Taliban and Osama bin Laden, and that's what caused 9/11. And then when I looked into it, I'm like, that's literally not fucking what happened at all. It was like the Soviets had this horrific invasion of Afghanistan. They were killed because and this is why I really fucking hate the American bad people, and I really hate the people that simp for Russia.
Oh, they're lying pieces of shit.
Well, no, it's just like they're such like hypocritical pieces of shit that are so single-mindedly focused by how much they hate America. Because just compare like how Russia, look how Russia's attacking Ukraine right now. They're just indiscriminately shelling the fucking country, right? How many?
Yeah, they love that stuff. They suffer no downside for that.
Right, like. Can you fucking imagine if America was just like set up a base in Iraq and just started indiscriminately shelling the local population for just a year?
The American population would be they would suffer at the ballot box next election for sure.
The cultural attitude in America for how our army acts, which our army's not perfect, but the cultural attitude for how our army and our military acts compared to the cultural attitude for Russia is like fucking light years difference. Like in Russia, they just don't give a fuck. They'll just fucking mow down people left and right. Just destroy, like half of all villages in Afghanistan were destroyed during the Soviet invasion. 25% was like some astronomical number of like 2 million people, or like 25% or something of like people were wounded or died. It was just I forget the exact number, but it was some insane amount of people were being killed left and right by the Soviets. And they just have this attitude of just like not giving a fuck. They have like a very old-fashioned attitude, like old-fashioned.
Is that what they call it?
Well, no, because like back in you look at like
old-fashioned.
Yeah, like back in there's an old fashioned attitude of war, which is just like fucking mow people down, right? There's very little like regard for people's life, which makes sense because it was only under liberalism and the idea that individual people's lives have value and that individual people have some sort of natural rights that we suddenly like maybe we shouldn't just like indiscriminately fucking just wreck people's shit, right?
I agree. Yeah.
And it's like, but Russia, who I guess has never been really a liberal country, never really adopted that attitude, and their military has never really shown that. And so they just fucking just wipe out like massive civilian populations without really seeming to give a fuck. And America just doesn't do that, at least in the modern times. Okay, the last time you could say we did anything like that was probably with dropping the nukes on Japan, which I still say was totally deserved because Japan was being so fucking horrific and insane in World War II. But that's a different conversation. And also happened in 1940. So, 80 years ago.
They had old-timey attitudes back then, too.
Sure, but it just bothers me how all these fucking people, all these lefties, were all, oh, war is so bad, war is so bad. Like, this is why I fucking hate these people. Like before Russia invaded Ukraine, they go, war is so bad, war is so bad. Oh my God, I'm so in favor of peace. War is so bad. And you're like, well, I disagree with them, but at least they're operating on some principle of like being fucking beatnik peace, people. And then when Russia invades Ukraine, you find out all these people are fucking liars. They don't actually give a shit about peace and war and all that shit. They just hate America because they don't like. You would think that all those people would be like, oh my God, what Russia's doing with Ukraine is like the most horrific thing ever, right? No, it's all like, oh, America's fault. It's America's fault. America, why don't you just stop sending weapons to Ukraine? Make Russia come to the negotiation table. Just make them do it with magic. It's just so stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, obviously.
No.
You watched that video I sent you. I can't remember the name of that guy, but
yeah, it was a good video. It was
Did you disagree with it?
No, I agreed with it completely.
Yeah.
It was
but he did make the argument that Putin might do a nuclear.
Yeah, he did, but the what was the name of the video? Where's my watch history?
Which is kind of scary, obviously. I mean, that's the only place where people have a legitimate argument.
Yeah, no, I do think, but he made my exact argument. Then he said you're trading the threat of nuclear violence today for nuclear violence in the future.
He did, yeah. Exactly. He said everyone would endeavor to get nuked. Which you have said many times. Which
is literally what I've always said. Which is why I agreed with, because he said what I always say. It's Vlad Vexler. He had a video called How Putin Fooled the Western Left. And it kind of goes through how all these supposedly peacenik lefties all got, conned into believing Putin and his reasons for war. Now, he's far more kind than me. I have the very simplistic notion of calling them all dumb fuck, America bad, brain rot types. But he kind of goes through a little bit more nuanced, a little bit more charitable interpretation to explain how all these people fell for it. And he brought up, and I guess I have to give Shu some crap for this, because I didn't realize how dumb fuck Cornel West was on this topic. I mean, I should have guessed because Cornel West is an idiot. But, he had this idiotic position, too, on the situation about, like, oh, America should just force Russia and Ukraine to compromise. It's like, oh, real? Okay, you and Tucker Carlson, yeah, just force them to compromise. That makes sense.
He said something in there that I always say, too, which is, who is the one who has the Team America perspective? If you're the one that says, oh, America could just snap their fingers and make them negotiate.
Right.
Like, I don't have that unrealistic view of our power.
Yeah. Yep. Or this kind of disgusting view that, like, NATO and corporate capitalism is responsible for all the bad things in your reality. It's NATO and corporate capitalism. That's why there's a war in Ukraine right now. I don't know if you know this, Adam, but NATO, like every night when Vladimir Putin went to sleep, NATO and the weapons manufacturers, they'd sneak into his room and they'd whisper into his ear, you must invade Ukraine. You must invade Ukraine. It's like the movie Inception. They inceptioned the idea into his mind, okay, just forcing him to act this way.
That guy's Vlad. I think he's an ex-pat and an Russian citizen or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's Russian expat. And so I think he's familiar with the situation there. Like he's breaking down videos of Putin all the time.
Yeah, I was unfamiliar with this. Yeah, he says he was born in Soviet Russia and he left before the collapse of the USSR. So I'm curious. I mean, I really like that video, so I'm curious to check out his other videos. Vlad Vexler, How Putin Fooled the Western Left.
See, that's the thing, because they have this idea of American imperialism as having all this power. So for them, it's completely easy because we're the one puppeting everyone in this situation, so we can make it stop immediately, right? We puppet them in a different way.
Right.
When that's completely ridiculous to the reality of the situation. Like, we don't control anything here.
No.
Yeah.
That's why I hate Noam Chomsky. He's such a fucking old fool.
Oh,
He's sitting there like, it was America. He's like that fucking half dying. People are still listening to him. He's like, America's created the conflict. They sent a British guy, whatever his fucking name was. America sent, and they called him up and they said, hey, British guy that everyone made fun of, we're going to use you as our avatar. You go over to Zelensky, you tell him not to take any agreement with Putin. Tell him to ignore the fact that Russia just committed a fucking gigantic genocide in an entire town, killed like 400 fucking people, and that was really pissing off the president. That didn't have any influence on the peace talks whatsoever. No, it was this stupid British piece of shit that walked over and said, America told me to tell you, you can't negotiate me.
I know. Oh, they
and
love
Zelensky,
that
who's apparently a retard, is going to be like, well, I mean, America through this British idiot told me to not negotiate, so I guess I better do what they say. I was like, it's so stupid. Right. I hate everything. I hate everyone, and I hate everything.
We have a bunch of those people, and we'll have a bunch more in our comments now that we're talking about.
Let them fucking whine about how it's America's fault. Like the America fault for the Russia situation is fucking brain dead. I'm sorry. It's a brain dead fucking take.
Well, this is
my Destiny retard take. Okay, this is retarded. It's a retarded take. I've debated it multiple times for hours, and it's just a horrifically uninformed, ill-informed, dumb position. Listen, if you don't want to, and here's my take: if you don't want to support us helping the Ukrainians because you're afraid of World War III or because you don't want to spend the money, that's fine. I don't care. That is 100% fine. I disagree with you, but that's a totally legitimate, fine position to hold, okay? My only problem is that when that crosses over into the territory of, well, somehow it has to be America's fault that it happened in the first place to justify that position. That's where you get in the stupid territory, okay?
They like to argue in the comments, and I find it amusing to read, so.
Yeah. Listen, but that's a problem. I feel like it's all worked backwards. People who don't want to support Ukraine work backwards to somehow justify it, so they have a moral position to justify it, or for what they feel is a moral position to justify it. Just listen. If you don't want to support Ukraine, that's fine. I'm not going to argue with you. I don't even give a shit. I'm only arguing about. It's funny because it's kind of like with our worldview conversations. If you just have a different worldview and you don't want to support them, okay, go ahead. But when you have these fact claims about how it's the U.S.'s fault, that's where I get what the fuck? That's just bullshit. You're just literally bullshitting.
Yep.
How is it that people, they listen to George W. Bush? He says, we're gonna go to Iraq. We're gonna bring freedom, and they go, oh, he's a big liar. It's just for the oil. It's just for the industrial military contracts, right? They say that George W. Bush.
But when Putin says, "Oh my God, I'm worried about NATO invading our country. They got WMDs. We have to go invade."
George W. Bush, good old boy from Texas, democratically elected, democratically left president of the United States after 2 terms. Okay, he gives his reasons for going to war. And all these people say, "Oh, he was obviously lying." Right? They all say he's obviously lying. Right? Vladimir Putin, the guy who's known for literally murdering his political opposition, the totalitarian leader of Russia, invades a foreign country, his neighbor, completely unprovoked, and he gives his reasons, and all people say, "Oh, well, I guess that's true."
And they're the same reasons. That's the thing. They're the exact same reasons.
Right.
We are worried about weapons of mass destruction. NATO has nuclear weapons and we are
Right.
worried that they will use their weapons against us.
Right.
We
It's like,
can't let the
fuck.
NATO be a mushroom cloud over Moscow.
It's
There
like,
are bad people in Ukraine.
They're evil
Terrorists,
Nazis.
Nazis
We
in
gotta get rid of the
Ukraine.
Nazis.
We
Yeah.
have to save the Ukrainian people from the
Yes.
terrorists. Like all of the arguments are exactly the same. That's what's
I
so
know.
infuriating
It's
about
like,
it.
fuck.
And it's like you can see right through it when America is doing it. But as soon as Putin starts doing it, you're like, oh, look, he was super nervous. He was worried. He was terrified. You don't understand. You would
Yeah, I know.
never say, oh, look, the American people were terrified nuclear. Look, they were terrified that Saddam Hussein had nuclear weapons. You're like, no, we knew that was bullshit all along.
Yeah, exactly. So listen. So again, you have my full love and support and permission to just say, I don't want to support Ukraine for any reason at all. Just say, I don't like the colors of their flag. Okay. Any reason at all. Except saying, well, somehow it's America's fault that the war started. That's the only reason I will not accept. Okay. Give any other reason and I'll just shrug and say, all right, whatever. I don't care. So.
Yeah, nice.
Okay. Electric Elephant for 20 Aussie bucks says, can we get a Georgist in the conversation? Celebrate the capitalist producers, tax the rent seekers. Enclosure is about the only thing commies get right. Organizing labor to produce capital is still labor, but nobody produces land.
Well, I mean, I understand Georgism, and I think like they have a good idea. You know about Georgism, Sitch?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. I don't have
Right.
strong feelings about it, but
So, I mean, if the Georgist perspective is that you should tax land that is undeveloped to entice people to develop and give tax breaks for people who do develop their land, which I'm fully in favor of. That would get people building houses, right?
yeah. Glenn Greenwald never
it's-
DM'd you, did he?
No.
What a dodger.
Well, and Wokel, what's his name?
Local distance?
It is Wokel Distance, yeah.
Yeah.
Wokel Distance said he would come on.
Nice.
But I couldn't DM him because I got unverified, and it was like, get verified to DM him. I'm like, oh my God, for real? So now I have to get verified again. Well, I asked him to DM me, but he never did, so I'll probably have to.
Send him another reply. I don't think he's dodging, unlike Glenn, who obviously just dodged.
I don't think Wokel is, but
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's not, but Glenn dodged.
But I'll probably just get verified so I can DM him.
Okay.
It's I feel like such a, just a loser being like, can you DM me, please? Because I can't DM you.
Right.
God, look.
Well, that wasn't the issue with Glenn. He has his DMs closed.
Right. It's not
Which makes sense because he's a big personality,
but it literally drives me crazy because it's exactly the same situation as the cable company now. Like, I'm to the point where I fucking hate Twitter. Like, I was behind Elon when this began.
Yeah.
I do not
just because he
support.
changed it to X?
Yeah, I do not support.
Okay.
Look, and not only that,
Yeah.
I see more spam, fucking porn, and
that is
than
true. I do see a lot of these
ever.
crypto bots saying it.
Crypto bots. I see so much of that stuff more than I ever did before. I think the platform, look, I don't know that the platform's going to be around in 5 years. I don't know if it's going to be around in 2 years. I think right now, if someone came in with a platform that was old Twitter, they would just clean house. It would be over 44 billion flushed down the toilet for Elon Musk. But now I have to pay $8 a month just so I can DM people for the show. So it's no different than the cable company. They got you by the balls.
Mm-hmm. You know, when is Elon going to change the blue check mark? Because it's only a blue check mark because Twitter was blue, right? She didn't change it to like a black X.
Don't give him any ideas. It's so stupid too, because there should be some sort of verified system for celebrities and shit like that. That was a kind of a cool thing about Twitter And I understand that it was completely corrupt, but I had kind of hoped that Elon Musk was going to fix it so it wasn't corrupt. Like, obviously people have giant followings and stuff like that. I mean, they deserve, they're somewhat like respected people, but the Twitter people were using it irresponsibly to make people who didn't have large followings to, pretend be respected as some sort of celebrity. And, people who were legitimate celebrities, because they had the wrong politics, they were like, fuck this person.
Right.
I'm taking away your check mark. So I thought that was a lot of people thought that was cool because they liked interacting with people like Nicki Minaj, right?
Right.
So it's stupid now the way it is. They need a system. Maybe they do it like a gold or a red check mark or something.
Well, they have different
like that.
check mark. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, it didn't make sense to me, but whatever.
Steven, look, I hate the guy.
Stephen Michael Davis, you hate him?
No, the guy who wrote The Stand, what's his name?
Stephen King?
Stephen King, yeah. I mean, I hate that guy. His politics are ridiculous, but he is a fucking international celebrity. Jesus.
Right, sure.
Give the guy some respect.
Give him a little... You know what? They should give him a big C for celebrity.
Something.
And then
I just look.
People can call them the big C's, and it has a double meaning. See,
there was like a cultural moment when people realized, oh my God, I could send fan mail to a celebrity very easily, and they might even see it and might respond. That was cool. Right. That has kind of been destroyed in.
It is funny that I feel like so many people getting pissy about Twitter was literally. I understand what you're saying. I think from a business perspective, you're right. But from like a more egalitarian perspective, which is funny because all these celebrities are supposed to be woke leftists, that them all getting so fucking triggered over losing their status symbol is pretty hilarious.
Look, it was a great time. It was very fun. I do agree.
I'm gonna lose my check mark.
It was
the masses, the unwashed masses are gonna buy my check mark.
It was funny to see which celebrities were getting triggered by it. It seemed like most of it was people who already had a problem with Elon Musk.
Yes.
So they were getting triggered over that. Other celebrities were like, look, I'm rich and famous. What the fuck do I care about a check mark?
Like, $10 a month or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. Well, no, because they wanted something that was, it wasn't that the money, it was that they wanted something that differentiated themselves from everyone else.
And they wanted,
that's what they wanted.
Ultimately, it was a pragmatic thing. It was like someone is going to go on Twitter and try to impersonate Captain Kirk. So you want to know that this is the real Captain Kirk.
Well, Captain Kirk's a fictional character. So.
Yeah. But the guy who played Captain Kirk, what's his name?
James Woods.
James Woods is someone else, but James Wood is still a good example. Like, you want to know that this is the real Videodrome guy.
Right.
Yeah. So when you send them the fan mail, and I just that is a cool thing. A lot of people used to send fan mail to celebrities and stuff like that. It's cooler if you can just tweet at them.
True.
Yeah.
That's true.
It's bullshit. One of my first followers on Twitter was literally Jonathan Haidt. And it was so fucking cool.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I
bet.
Look, Twitter is a piece of shit now.
I forgot to ask Chaeiry if she ever did mushrooms.
I mean, just DM her.
I just opened my notes. Where was I? There's this thing, it kind of reminds me, the whole checkmark thing.
Mm-hmm.
You don't understand how much psychology you learn from playing World of Warcraft, Adam. Okay, it's kind of astronomical.
Well, I play Universe of Warcraft, so I learn all of that times 10.
So in World of Warcraft, you can get mounts, which are like little animals that you can ride around that make you go faster, right?
Nice. It's
a big deal because like a lot of the game is traveling because you have to literally like real-time travel to a lot of different locations.
You mount animals?
Yeah, you ride like a little horse or a tiger or a dragon,
Oh, okay.
Right. And like it flies around. But the mounts always became status symbols because, like, yeah, like you could all get mounts that basically went the same speed and you could just buy them for gold. But like there would always be mounts that you would only get for like, completing certain dungeons or high level raids or something. And people would just get and it was just for cosmetic purposes. Like instead of having like, a dragon, you'd have a dragon that was made of light or something, right? And sometimes it was always funny to me because very oftentimes you could get a cool, like an objectively looking, cooler looking dragon from just doing some bullshit than you could doing some high level thing where you get some ugly looking mount. But no one cared.
The ugly looking mount would be the status symbol.
Exactly.
I know exactly where you're going with this.
So people they'd have the cool looking mount and they would never use it. They'd use the ugly, dumb looking mount and they'd just fly around a capital city, like showing off, like, look at my ugly ass looking mount. Because it just showed them the status that they completed, whatever they had to complete to get it.
That's right, bitches. You wish you had this ugly piece of shit mount.
It's funny because I look at that and I said, oh, I finally understand why all these rich celebrities buy the super overpriced, ugly as shit looking watch and clothing. It's the same fucking thing. It's literally the same thing. Yeah.
It is.
Yep. So.
Status.
Okay. Solve status, baby.
See, this is why.
That's why communism will never work.
I know. I was going to say it. This is why communism is never going to work. Yeah. Never going to work because people are status seekers. This is one of the things that make me think UBI will work. Because even though people are get enough to sustain their basic needs, I mean, doesn't everyone want a little bit more than that?
Yeah, but
doesn't everyone want the ugly mount?
Counterpoint, though.
Okay.
Only like 1 to 5% of the server population, thousands of people, would ever have the ugly mount. Most people in the server were fucking shambling retards that I don't even know how the fuck they played the game. They could barely, walk and chew gum at the same time in World of Warcraft.
Listen,
you don't you want to lose faith in humanity, Adam, in terms of like the ability for humans to do simple tasks. Okay, you play World of Warcraft. Like, fuck, my God, like I've been in so many raids. I'm like, what the fuck are people doing? It's like, it's not that complicated. Like, I get it. The first time there's a big dragon, he's breathing fire at you. You're like, oh, where do I go? Like, I get it. It's scary. You're like, oh, but like after you've done this like 20 times and you know exactly what you're supposed to do, like, fuck.
Listen, every one of those people
is
struggling to get the ugly mount, though. They don't have
They've given up. They've given up. Okay. They're like, I'm never going to get that mount.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Look, I would like to think that it's different. I guess we'd have to try it out to find out for sure.
Well, I'm just saying, like, because this is the thing that always drove me crazy when I played WoW. And I guess it's funny because this is my personality for like the streaming too. Like if I'm playing WoW, I'm like, okay, let me like research my character, figure out like the best way. I was always like base DPS. Okay. There's 3. Let me explain this very briefly, so you understand what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay.
It's more fun if I don't, but go ahead.
Right. There's 3 roles in World of Warcraft. Okay.
The hoe.
There's the tank.
Oh.
There's the tank. The tank's job is to basically take all the damage, as much damage as possible from the enemies. Okay. Because usually the way it worked is when you're fighting in these big boss fights, a normal person would get instantly killed by a boss if the boss like sneezes on them.
Right. Okay.
So you had to have a specific person that would just like take the attention of the boss, and they just like
this
have
sounds
to take
like
all
a role
the
I like. I might like this role.
Yeah, no, being a tank was great. I had lots of fun being a tank. Okay. It's very fun to be a tank. And it was very like what's not aggressive. Very well, you had a lot of like apprehension because you're like, like, but anyway, so usually the tanks, there's the tanks. Usually the tanks were like doing their tank thing, right? Then there's the damage, known as the DPS, stands for damage per second. Okay. The damage per second people are all fucking assholes.
Why?
All huge assholes. Okay. Because they're all fighting, because there's this thing called the DPS chart, which is a little mod that you download, and it would show you what everyone's damage was. And everyone would fight for each other to be the top of the damage chart. Because that was the big dick energy. Say, I'm number 1 DPS in my guild. right? That was the big energy. It was the
Right.
number one DPS. So all the DPS people are a bunch of fucking assholes all fighting each other to be top DPS. And then there's the
Fighting
healers.
against each other or fighting together against the boss?
Well, they're doing both. Like they're not like actively tripping each other up, but they're all fighting to get to the top spot, right? It's a collaborative
killing the
competition.
boss.
Yeah, to kill
Right.
the boss, right?
Right. How do you get higher up? More points on the boss?
Yeah, the more damage you do to the boss,
Per
the
second.
higher your,
Right.
yeah,
Okay.
the higher your DPS would be.
Right. So I'm trying to do more damage than you're trying to do.
Yeah, we're all competing with each
Gotcha.
other to do more
Okay.
damage.
And where's the hoe come in?
Okay, and then the third person this is where the hosts come in, the healers, which no one gives a fuck about healers. Okay, you just sit back and you throw your little healy spells, you throw your little green hands, your white hands at people. No one gives a shit about you. Okay, unless they die, then they give a shit. But other than that, no one gives a fuck about healers. Okay.
So I got like a healer right on me, healing me up as I'm getting hit.
Yeah, like the tank would usually have a dedicated hoe who was just healing them specifically.
Okay.
And then like everyone else would have like there'd be a bunch of raid healers running around healing people.
Gotcha.
Okay. So
they're like the water boys.
Right. So I was obviously a huge asshole and was DPS. Okay. I was always the damage guy. I was always the huge asshole. But the thing that drove me crazy was that I guess because I'm very competitive, I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna like research my class. I'm gonna research all of my gear. I'm gonna research these fights. I'm gonna I'm really trying my fucking brains out to get number one in the top slot because I'm so competitive. And I would usually get like in the top 3, depending on what the circumstances were.
Top
Sometimes,
3?
What of like 25
not top
people?
1?
Out of like 17.
Spot?
Well,
I mean, that's kind of soy, but
well, you have to understand that in WoW there were certain restrictions depending
only 27 people and you couldn't even get the top spot.
It has to do with that there were, without getting too nerdy, there are different fights that would
wait, we've already surpassed the nerd.
I know. There are different fights that would grant certain types of different classes more benefits than other classes. Okay, let's just say that.
Without getting too nerdy, huh?
Okay, but anyway,
we've already passed the nerd.
I would usually be in top.
Here.
I'd usually be in top 3. Okay, usually be in top 3, no matter what class I play, because I was like fucking trying my balls out to always be top. And the thing that would drive me crazy is that there's all these fucking people, Adam, who don't give a shit. They're people at the bottom of the fucking chart picking their nose, and I'm like, what are these fucking pieces of shit doing? Fucking try. How do you look at that? How do you look at that chart and feel good about yourself, Adam? How do you look at this chart? And it shows everyone up here, everyone's doing 10 million DPS a second, right? And you're like fucking doing 4. You look like a fucking child. You're down there doing.
It is a child. That kid is literally 6 years old.
No, these people are not child. They're on voice chat. They're all fucking my age or younger.
No way.
They're all like 20 years old, 30 years old when I'm playing this stupid fucking game. And I'm like, how do these fucking people look at that chart, see themselves at the bottom of this fucking chart, and not feel awful about themselves? Not feel like shit. I gotta do something. I gotta like fix this. I'd be embarrassed. And those are the people on welfare, Adam.
Look, they got their basic needs met. They were on the chart.
But anyway, yeah, that was the whole reason I brought this up was to say that there's a bunch of people out there that I don't understand that will just skim at the bottom and just, I guess, be fine about it. And I don't get it.
Look, not everybody has to be top 3. Some
yeah, but
people just want to play the game.
Right, but that's the people complaining about UBI's things that they're saying they're saying that most of those people are going to be the people at the bottom of the DPS chart and they don't give a shit.
If all the shit's made by robots, who cares? Let them hang out at the bottom of the chart.
Okay.
Look, I think people will be enlisted by their families and whatnot to take care of aunts and uncles and family
I would
members
hope.
and stuff like that.
Listen, I would hope.
Look,
there's
sure.
darn kids in the chat. Carry me. Yeah, there you go. All these people want me to fucking carry them on my back. Gotta be like, okay, Sitch, whip out your dual wielding Frost Death Knight, carry me on your back, because I'm a fucking fire mage that somehow is still going below you in DPS, even though it should be literally fucking impossible. But whatever.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Well, you should know about that. Fire mages were supposed to be top tier, all right?
Look, I'm the tank.
That's true. You're just like, whatever. You're like, as long as the guy's punching me in the face, that's literally all I care about, right?
Yeah, it's good.
I mean, right, but that's true. I mean, that's literally what it was. People just like, Anyway. But rotisserie protocol says, I don't need to be top. I'm happy to help the team. And that's why you're a healer. You're a heel, bitch. You stay in the back and you heal me.
If I was a healer, I'd just make sure we weren't healing Sitch. Let him die.
Now, see, this is what you do. Like, if you were like top DPS and you're fighting with second top DPS, you're like, you go over to the healer and you're like, listen, I'm gonna give you like 100 gold not to heal them. Okay. When they stand in the fire because they're too busy DPSing and not surviving, I'm gonna, don't heal them.
Wow.
There you go. I'm not gonna take it back. Rotisserie protocol. You get in the back and you heal. You heal me. You be a druid. You throw out your hots. Throw out your boring hots.
Exciting stuff, man.
Anyway, I'm telling you, the amount of psychology you learn from playing World of Warcraft is a lot. It's a lot.
Everything I know about World of Warcraft, I know from a documentary about people who got married from meeting in World of Warcraft. Yeah.
I know that happened. That happened to like one of my best friends in real life.
Is he in the documentary?
No.
He should be.
He met his wife on World of Warcraft. They're still happily married, have like fucking 3 kids.
Oh, I'm so glad we never went back to abortion. We never talked about abortion again.
That's true. That's right. Go boom chicken. True. Okay.
Look, I'm gonna read some super chats.
I'm looking to where we are. Mithram 6 for 200 Kazark says, communist wants to replace all hierarchies with political ones. Political hierarchy rewards ability to make promises to get power and to avoid responsibility for failures to stay in power. Any idea why communism always fails? That's a good point.
Great point.
Good point.
Mithram 6 is wrong about MMT, but right, so right about that super chat.
There you go. Oh, you think you'd smack me in WoW, Stoney? What do you play? Let me guess. You some kind of fucking alliance night elf hunter. That's what I'm guessing. Fucking night elf hunter over here.
Stoney has the super ugly mount.
No, Stoney has the basic bitch. Stoney's that guy who's the fucking night elf hunter who's just playing a broken class. And he's just skating by because he's playing the dum-dum class on his basic bitch mount. That's what it is. Onion Core for $20 says, the worst part about socialism and communism is that they never show you the results that they say they want. They are not efficient or effective. True. True. Ocracy for $10 says, Sitch did a bit of digging and lots of articles saying 78% of school spending is on teacher and administrative salaries and benefits. Hard to find good sources, though. I saw you sent it to me. I'll check it out. Because I just scanned something while we were talking, and it showed not that. So I am curious what the answer for that is. Because obviously, if that's where all the cost is going, fuck them. But
if you went to charter schools, wouldn't you deal with a lot of the issues of this, like CRT in public school and stuff like that too? Because people could just be like, I'm going to send my kid to a school that doesn't do that.
Yeah, like I was going to bring it up, but I didn't really want to talk about it too much. The reason I think most people on the left are against charter schools is entirely because when this conversation about charter schools first came up, it was really framed by Republicans as a way for public to fund Christian schools. Or at least that's how the Democrats framed it. And so that's why she was saying, that's why Erin was saying, like, well, you have to make sure they follow the same what is it called? Standards. Because that's what the Democrats are all, that's how well, here's what I would guess. I would guess part of it is the actual legitimate concern about, school standards, but I think a lot of it was the Democrats, from my kind of cynical perspective, Democrat politicians, voters don't know about this or care about this. Democrat politicians want to maintain power base through the teachers union. And so that requires public education to be funded, which makes them happy because if they're not funding that, then the teachers union gets all fucking triggered, obviously. And so they kind of phrased it in this way that would be good for voters, which is to say, hey, we can't have charter schools because if we do, all the Republicans are going to pull their kids out of public schools and they're all going to go to these Christian schools and they're going to learn that, you know, evolution is a lie. Because that was kind of the narrative in like the 90s and 2000s, if you remember.
And this is why all of the Republicans get a giant hard on when Vivek talks about getting rid of the Department of Education, because everyone knows that's a power base for the Democratic Party.
I mean, yeah, that's what's kind of annoying about these conversations is like, yeah, that's the answer to the question. If public education was seen as like very conservative, you know, and obviously that wouldn't be the position. So
Right. Yeah. He'd be screaming more funding for the Department
right, we
of
got to
Education.
close down these evil private schools that are indoctrinating our children with CRT, you know. Blah, blah, blah,
But this
blah.
is kind of a problem with this situation. Just think if, well, I guess a lot of people would say that the Republican Party gets a lot of money from like the oil lobby or certain forms of big business.
Well, nowadays I think that everyone does. So I'm not
Once
sure
that becomes a power base, it's really hard to regulate those companies.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So, you know, it's unfortunate because the teachers union is really shitty. So they're hyper woke, probably corrupt. Even though I really hate Waiting for Superman, but I've talked about how much I hate that movie. Federal Burger for $2 says capitalism is the true gig economy. Giga economy. Oh, there you go. True. David for 20 Canadian says Ramanujan literally got into Cambridge in 1916 by sending in his notebook, didn't read any racial quotas, and arguably had racial roadblocks that his merit far and away surpassed.
Nice.
Good for him. I don't know who this guy is.
Isn't Cambridge in England? Or is it New England?
In England. Saranavasa Ramanaj. I don't know who that guy is. Some famous mathematician, it looks like. Oh my God, for $2 says Erin's lack of real world experience is frustrating. There you go. Anyway, Irish for $5 says public schools would be made to compete, improve, or die.
True.
Merlin for 11 months says, well, I read that one. Is using a hairdryer gay? The answer was yes.
Not sure why, but if a woman uses a hairdryer, does that mean she's gay? I mean, I've never known a woman not to use a hairdryer.
That's true. That's true.
Are they all gay?
I didn't actually figure out, I didn't learn why people use hairdryers literally until like a month ago. I had no fucking clue my entire life. I just found out.
I don't own a hairdryer.
Oh, so do you even know why people use hairdryers? I thought it was literally just to dry their hair.
To style their hair.
It's the style, yeah. Apparently, if you dry your hair while like combing it, it will set the hair like in that way while you're combing it. Like in that shape, I should say.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. I didn't ever why would I have ever known that in my entire life?
Well,
your
girlfriend could have told you.
I just assumed they're like wanted their hair. Well, I thought it was like, well, they have long hair.
They just want their hair dry.
Yeah, because I'm like, well, they have long fucking hair. It probably takes forever to dry. Like,
You
I
haven't
didn't
seen
know
them turn like a moppy head into like some work of art.
Yeah, but I didn't know that was because of the drying of the hair. I thought they were using like gel or mousse or something.
There's like they're like sculptors in there in the bathroom in the front of the mirror. Oh my God, look at this.
Yeah,
it's
but
amazing.
I thought that they were using product that did that. I didn't know it was literally just wet hair, dry hair, make magic hair shape.
Well,
like,
there's products involved too, but
there can be, but I didn't realize that the drying of the hair shapes the hair. I had no clue about that. So listen, I'm a guy. I've had short hair my whole life. What do I know?
I use a hair, I don't really even know what it's called. It's not like a gel.
Hair laser?
No, it's like a styling type.
Magnet.
It's almost like paste.
Okay.
It's amazing. The woman who cuts my hair was like, you should try some of this, and she did it, and I was like, oh my God, this shit's fucking incredible. This is amazing. Yeah, and I bought it ever since.
That's not bad for your hair.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
What's it called?
Seems to be doing okay.
I need some good hair paste, Adam. What's it called?
I'll tell you. I don't know what it is. I have it in
DM
the
me.
other room, and I bought it a bunch of times online, but yeah, I'll let you know. Sure. It's great. Oh,
You should-
pomade. That's what it is. Look, everyone in the
pomade.
chat knows what it is.
Isn't that's like ancient? Isn't pomade been around for like ever?
It's not like a hair gel.
Yeah.
It's like it is like paste basically, but yeah, you put it in your hair and you can basically shape your hair any way you want. It's amazing.
Cool.
Adam uses the Flowbee.
Isn't it?
No, I don't cut my hair with the Flowbee. I don't really have enough hair to cut with the Flowbee, I don't think. I mean,
Isn't pomade
I
what
keep
they
it pretty
like
short.
Isn't that what the greasers used to use to get the big like pompadours and shit? I thought that's why they call
This
it
would be
pompadours, 'cause they use
this would
pomade.
be excellent for doing that.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Do wop bop ba da. That'd been a fun time period to live in where everyone's dressing like a retard back then.
Oh yeah. Grease.
Yes.
I would have loved that.
Fondue for $10 says, "How could you betray me with this slander, Sitch? I was a raid healer and a druid. I had to carry 3 different sets of the backup tank and DPS because our guild was small. Listen, I know the feel, okay? I know the feel."
Don't now that you know what Sitch really thinks of you. How demoralizing.
I know. It's funny. I've tanked and I've DPS. I healed for like shitty 5 minutes. I've never raid healed in my entire life. Actually, that's not true. What am I saying? I'm fucking lying. The first thing I ever did in WoW was raid heal. But I was a paladin and it was in vanilla WoW. My computer was so shitty. Get this, Adam. My computer was so bad. Okay.
All you could was heal.
All I could do was stare. I had to literally angle my camera to stare at the floor. Because if I looked up, the frame rate would drop too much. I'd look at the so I would look at the floor.
Oh my god, that's embarrassing.
Yes, this is how bad because back in those days the raids were
You're
like
staring at the tiles.
But this is how stupid healing was. I would literally braid heal by staring at the floor, and I had all the health bars were still on my screen. I just clicked them and I just click flash a light and I just healed them all. That's how that was me playing World of Warcraft vanilla WoW as a healing paladin. In a raid. I would just stare at the floor and heal. And I said, "Oh, there's fire here. I gotta move. Stare at the floor, heal. Stare at the floor here, heal." So.
Oh man.
And when BC came out, I said, "Never again. Always DPS."
Oh man.
That was like fucking
the nostalgia.
Terrible. I know, it's awful. There's nothing nostalgia, but vanilla paladin was like the worst experience of my life. I don't know how I fucking made it through doing that. Okay. Let's see.
I remember like getting my first graphics card that was good enough that I could edit with. I was just like, "Oh, yes. Oh my god."
I know when I first got a computer that wasn't dog shit, I was like, "Oh,
I know.
amazing."
It was so incredible. They're like, "Oh, the future."
It's so funny because like my parents, like they're always like, "Sitch, why is my computer so slow?" And I go, "Because it's dog shit computer. You need a new one." And they get mad at me. I'm like, "This computer is dog shit. I don't know what you want from me. It's like a terrible computer. Like it's like on like the old computers, you hit Control Delete, you look at the resource manager, and it's like the RAM being used is like 90%, and they're doing nothing."
Yes. Yeah, totally.
And then they're like, "Why is it running slow?" I'm like, "Well, because I don't know. You tell me."
Right, yeah. You got 90% usage here.
Right.
Because you turned your monitor on.
Yeah, like just your antivirus is using up like 90% of your resources. Nijatak 80 for $10. Thank you. Says the problem with college is that it's a trap. It's a trap. I barely graduated Cornell. Wow, look at that. Well, good for you. ADHD accommodations and said wasn't going to do masters. Now 3 months out with no job and not much experience, I feel like I'm fucked. Ooh, maybe not good
Ouch.
for you.
Wow.
Sorry to hear that.
Isn't Cornell? That's like a good university,
That's a
right?
big school. I mean, it's a good school. Yeah.
What was
What'd you get your degree in? Yeah.
This is the overproduction of elites.
There you go. Okay, read that one. Oh my God, for $2 says, I'd like to see Erin debate Aiden on anything. That'd be an interesting conversation. I think they could get along.
I thought Erin was pretty smart, to be honest with you, and it seems like she's pretty well read. I think she's the first one that's come on our show that's read Moral Politics by George Lakoff.
I know. I know you're going to be excited by that.
Which is a pretty challenging book, to be honest with you.
Right. Stug for $5 says, if you don't stream it, how am I supposed to send your stupidity alongside money? Yeah. Well, that's kind of the issue, because if we stream it, there'll be donations, and that would increase the length of the stream, which would kind of defeat the point of making it a clip, but then we'd make more money.
Well, when we did the clips, it is kind of advantageous because Sitch and I will read the story, talk about the story, and kind of figure out what are the important things to say here.
Right.
And then we're trying to narrow it down to those important things so we can do a shorter clip.
Right.
That will theoretically get more views, because there's a huge audience out there that doesn't want to listen to long form content.
Right. We could try streaming it too, just to see how long it would be if we just covered like a 15-20 minute story on a stream, like exactly the same way we did, the clip, and then just read super chats afterwards.
I mean, Young Turks, Majority Report. I mean, this is what they do. David Pakman, this is what they do all day. But they just do research on the story ahead of time and then bang the story out on stream.
What they do is they do a very long stream on various news stories, and then they'll read donations, and then they clip, but all that stuff is unlisted. The stream itself is unlisted, and then they just clip out the individual segments and post them.
Yeah, we could do that.
Right, that's what they do. So,
but they do prep work on each story.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Is
okay,
like
I understand. I'm not against that. Yeah. Okay. Fondue for $2 says, Sitch, most people under 30 don't have any power. I don't disagree with that. Fat Brown Buffalo for $10 says, did you guys see the contentious conversation between Jesse Singal and the Majority Report today? Brad Palumbo says Jesse tried to engage in good faith, but Sam and Emma were just completely bad faith. I mean, that's not even remotely surprising.
Yeah, he clipped it. We were going to respond to it, but maybe we'll do it tomorrow. I literally have the clip sitting on the channel right now. What happened, Sitch?
Twitter Sucks $5 says, by the way, who is the person making an out-of-context supercut video? I have some funny timestamps if they haven't been included.
Enlightened Centrist.
Enlightened Centrist was making the song, so you can send them to him, but I think there was someone else whose name escapes me that was doing an out-of-context supercut video. And I don't remember who. If they're around the chat, they can let themselves be known. But I know Enlightened Centrist was making a song for us specifically. But
I might know who it is, because I think I DM'd with them about their music. They added a lot of music to that, right?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Oh, I think they sent me the video, and it was totally amazing.
Recently?
Yeah, but the music was a little too loud.
Oh,
I couldn't
couldn't
hear what we were saying.
Or I didn't see it, so I don't know.
I don't know. I have like a million DMs. But I gave them some advice on how to fix the music, and they were like, gonna fix it.
And the music way down.
Well, there's a thing when you do music, I don't know if you know about it, but there are certain frequencies that
you don't want
people
it to be
speak in.
Yeah, people speak in midtones generally.
Yeah. So you lower the midtones where people are speaking, and you put the music super loud on the sides where people are not speaking, and it's like magic. The music be incredibly loud and you hear everything they're saying.
Yeah. To be clear, what you're saying is, so if you put the song in an equalizer, you just turn the mid range down to like 0.
Well, not 0, but low.
I know, but like low. Yeah, you turn the mid range. I mean, because 10 and 0 sound like shit. But you turn the mid range down as much as possible, and you leave the upper end and lower ends, still up. And it'll drastically, because if you ever edit stuff and you think like, why is this song, when the song plays and there's someone talking, it like feels like it's jarbled. It's because the song has too many mid range tonalities to it. So
right, yeah.
CT for 2 Canadians says, good thing Adam is immortal, just like me.
True.
Afro5 Cook for $5 says, right wingers would say you're both feds. Left wingers say neither. So enlightened centrist means one of you are feds. Which is it, fed? Which is it, fed boy? I mean, obviously, I'm the fed of the group, so.
Yeah, he's the institutional shill.
Yeah,
I'm in favor of the Civil War.
Adam's the anarchist.
Yeah, pretty much.
Renault Zero for $2 says, please, no more individualism versus collectivism. Slenders for $5 says, still catching up, but it's clear that Barbie is the producers of feminism. It wasn't supposed to make us laugh, but we loved it because it did.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I don't think it's quite the producers level, because I mean, I do think some of the intentional jokes were funny, so. Vinny in the chat says, I'm a finna glow. Very funny. Daniel Irish for $10 says, I agree with I read that one.
Right.
Fondue for $5 says, wait, didn't Marx in no uncertain terms reject individualism when he wrote on the Jewish question? First heard it from Dev. He did. So I don't know.
Adam, Dev said he was losing his mind in the chat, so I don't, maybe
Dev
that was
100%
why.
disagrees with you.
Well, he also disagrees with Yale University.
Yeah, you should read, I don't know if there's an audio version of it. You should read the On the Jewish Question paper by Marx before you commit to the Marxism as individualist perspective.
Okay.
Psycho 2R says, how many individuals have you guys collected? All of them.
We're waiting for the class consciousness awakening.
Right. Daniel Irish for $5 says, is Ian Shapiro a communist? Is he dishonestly framing communism as individualist to trick liberal college students? I don't know what his personal philosophy is at all. So, do you know?
I don't either. Is it Ian Shapiro? Maybe.
Well, is that? I mean, that's what you said. I don't know if that was the guy's name.
Shapiro is his last name, but I'm not sure Ian is his first.
What was the name of that video? Communism, individualism.
The class is the moral foundations of politics.
You know when you're like have your fingers off by like one letter, so you type in a bunch of gibberish?
Yeah, I have done that. It sucks.
You look up, you're like, what the fuck did I just type?
My favorite is when you accidentally hit the cap lock key and you have lowercase letters at the beginning of every word or every sentence.
Oh yeah, that's annoying. Yeah, because there's not like a quick way to fix that.
Yeah.
Oh. I don't know. I can't find the stupid video.
Who cares?
Whatever. Mike Osborne for £5 says, Adam, on your dual minimum wage idea, what incentive does a company with 99 employees have to hire one more person? Their costs will explode.
Will they? I feel like they won't.
I mean, if there's some like hard cutoff. They have to wait till they really need more. Like they wouldn't, if they need 100, they wouldn't do it. But if they need like 150, they would have to do it. So.
I mean, most of these companies that are big companies, they get some round of investment money. I mean, they pretty much make the jump from like 20 employees to huge corporations pretty quickly.
Right. Okay. I don't know. CT for 4 Canadians says, it says in all caps, I was hunting a spider and all I hear is clip it, CT. The fuck am I clipping? Let me enjoy my snack. Don't eat the spiders, 18.
And don't clip the thing either. I was just like,
That was just a
it was a
meme.
joke.
Right.
I read this super chat from Mr. Ubercross. He's going to come on and talk MMT with us. I, for £5, says, Adam, at the start you guys said you will take turns debating the guy, except you never tagged in. You just sat there and just sulked in silence. I don't remember it that way. I said that I was just going to moderate. And I even talked to Sitch ahead of time and said I was just going to moderate. I was talking on Twitter because Sammy G did a piece of artwork, and I said, look, I'm going to take a nap. I'm not even going to be involved. I'm just there as moderator.
Right.
So, yeah. I just thought Sitch was going to go more confrontational about the shit talking that we were our secret Trump supporters.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that was going to be first on the docket. And then when it wasn't first on the docket, I thought, oh, look, he's doing his slow attack, his slow Cobra thing.
Mm-hmm.
Lull him into a false sense of security and then attack. Then I'm like, oh my God, he's just playing patty cakes with this guy. He's just rubbing his belly. This is messed up.
So we've known each other for many years, Adam.
Uh-huh.
And you should learn that whenever I say something and you read into my subtext and think you know what I mean, you don't. And whenever you assume that you think I know something, you should assume that I don't, because I'm autistic and I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So you need to be very clear with me. You need to be very clear with your autistic friend here that if you want me to ask a specific question, you have to say, Sitch, ask this very specific question. And I'll say, okay, Adam.
He hypnotized Sitch.
That's what I'm saying. Because a lot of times, like, we have these miscommunications because I'll say something like general, and you're like, well, I interpreted your general statement to mean this very specific thing. And I'm like, wow, no. So, listen, let's just imagine me. I'm the kid with the helmet. It says, please be patient. I have autism. Okay. You need to tell me specifically what you want me to talk about or do.
I mean, we
didn't talk about that, though. I don't remember having a conversation where you're saying, oh, I want you to focus on, how are we secret Trump supporters? Blah, 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 blah. I don't remember that.
Look, I feel like that was not, we had talked about there being, you wanted to debate media bias. You wanted to debate left-wing media bias. But then you didn't even go into that.
Right. No, so it
was just kind of a big, long, meandering conversation.
I had like a list of questions, which I did ask a bunch of them. And
yeah, but he's given he's like his life story about his mom and dad and shit. I'm like, look, right. I'm not here for this.
Okay. Well,
I didn't invite you on our channel so that you could talk about your.
Right. First of all,
have some therapy session about your dad.
I did find it interesting, so that's why I was listening to it.
None of us found it interesting.
Okay. Well, sorry. But number two, because I know you balked, you didn't like the questions I ever had at the beginning, but then I don't remember what the answer of the question was. But whatever, we can move on.
Anyway.
Mr. Ubercross for $20. Thank you. Says, Adam, I ask about classic monetary theory every time you have an MMT talk. You and your undereducated guest always act like it doesn't exist. Yet monetary theory was created by Mises. Why do you pretend it doesn't exist?
Monetary theory was created by Mises. But look, there's a discrepancy in Mises's understanding of monetary theory is based on the gold standard, which is not debt money. So right. There's a huge conflict between those two schools of thought, the Mises schools of thought and the debt money school of thought.
Right.
So even if Mises created some monetary system that's based on the gold standard, we don't live under the gold standard. So
right.
Whatever Mises's theory does not apply. And this is why a lot of the MMT people get upset, because a lot of the what's the guy's name? Robert, I can't remember his name, but a lot of the gold standard.
Patterson.
No, a lot of the Austrian school type people, they will talk about our situation here, our monetary situation, as if we are on the gold standard when we clearly are not.
Redford.
No.
Barnes.
I want to say Robert Barnes, but it's not.
That's funny.
Bob
I typed in,
Murphy.
Yeah.
Robert Murphy. Bob Murphy, though, is what
It's
he
funny.
calls himself.
This will drive you crazy. Oh, it's funny. It says I'm reading a paper that says Bob Murphy, and I didn't give you that.
Hilarious.
I'm reading a page that said it. So I'm on Mises.org. Okay.
Right.
The official Mises Institute website. And there's an article called MMT, not modern, not monetary, not a theory.
Right.
And the picture is like...
Is that written by Bob Murphy?
No, it's written, but it mentions him, but no. It's written by a guy named Jeff Deist.
Mm-hmm.
And the picture is a picture of money being Thanos snapped away, like being evaporated. And
well, this is what I want to do. Like, I want to invite people on and say, listen, explain the difference between debt money and gold standard money to me. Like, let's have a conversation about that, because I just want to know that you guys are not just gaslighting me here.
So let me read this to you. I'll be brief.
Okay.
They're complaining about MMT. Kelton's essential argument, first advanced by MMT guru Warren Mosler, is quite simple. Federal spending is unconstrained by revenue. Taxes function only to regulate demand and hence inflation. Federal borrowing functions only to regulate interest rates. Sovereign government treasuries can create and spend as much money as they like to stimulate growth, especially when the economy is underperforming. If inflation spikes, taxes can be imposed to take money out of the economy.
Do you know how they use selling treasury bills to control interest rates? I bet you don't.
I don't know.
Okay. I want to invite some of these MMT detractors on and ask
how do you
them.
feel about that paragraph? Was that an accurate depiction? Was that a straw man?
Totally accurate. What are you talking about? Yeah.
Thus, the only constraints on unlimited government spending are political.
Yes. This is all Warren Mosler.
Oh, so you agree with that statement? The only constraints on unlimited government spending are political.
This was the fight that we got with...
I don't think that sounds like a straw man, because it's not political. I mean, the inflation rate is not a political rate. Like if we hit inflation, it's not political. That's a real constraint.
How much we spend, though, is a political question. Anyway, he's talking about Warren Mosler. He's not really straw manning here. Okay. Warren Mosler says all this.
Okay. Unleashing ourselves from the self-imposed constraints, as Mosler puts, is purely a matter of political will. Revenue is irrelevant to how you fund a government, so why not use government to fund the economy as a whole? I direct readers to...
Well, that is a little straw manny there.
Okay.
Nobody's saying use government to fund the private sector as a whole.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a good point. That is a good point. I direct readers to Dr. Bob Murphy's recent substantive review of Stephanie Kelton's book. Here, Bob does a thorough and effective job of debunking MMT and providing the Austrian rebuttal to her claims regarding money, debt, and deficit. But I will make 3 quick points of my own. Number 1, MMT is not modern. Kings have used seigniorage and currency debasement for centuries to fund their endeavors, always at the expense of their subjects.
Currency debasement. You notice that they call it debasement.
Yes.
Currency debasement. Of course, they had to add different alloys to the coinage to fake it.
MMT
it wasn't debt money at all.
Right. MMT is not monetary. It is primarily a fiscal approach to state finance focused on tax policy as the economic accelerator and brakes. Its roots predate the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank and, in fact, predate the present notion of monetary policy. MMT finds origins in early 20th century charlatanism.
Chartism.
Oh, I'm sorry. Chartism. Chartalism.
Chartalism, that's it. Yeah, you got it.
Whose proponents oppose gold in favor of paper money issued by government and mandate as legal tender, is also a genealogical heir to the greenbackers of the late 1800s, believe Congress should direct the issuance of unbacked paper currency.
No, look, see, they're totally blind to the fundamental difference that money is debt money compared to money that's based on some commodity.
Right.
Like I said, when you do your
You shouldn't
mortgage,
say debt.
Sitch,
People don't like that word. You say fiat.
no, it is literally debt.
I know, but
Look,
people they don't want to hear that word.
I don't care. Debt is the
Okay.
right word. It's
Okay.
debt money is different than money that's based on some commodity. And they completely ignore that. Notice he didn't say anything about debt in there. So in our system, when Sitch buys a house and promises to work hard and pay it back, the promise that he makes is the debt. We're literally monetizing that promise that Sitch makes. And to add another step where we have to go dig enough gold up out of the ground to simulate the value of that promise in order for Sitch to make that promise is retarded. That's completely retarded. Why would you do that?
Because gold is shiny.
Exactly. Because gold is shiny. That's stupid.
That's true. We should be
There's not enough gold in the world to accommodate for all the promises that people make.
We should be using something of higher value like latinum instead of gold. So I agree.
Okay. Well, that's the fundamental difference between fiat currency or debt money and gold money. But
Right.
look, people don't like that. They're like, what if Sitch doesn't work hard and pay back the thing?
What if I don't work hard, but I dig up a bunch of gold in my backyard? Does that count?
Yeah, you can sell the gold and pay off your debt.
Oh, but what if I sell the gold and move to the Bahamas and I don't pay off my debt?
They'll repossess your house because it's still
Well, I'm
here.
in the Bahamas. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I burned down that house and got the insurance money. But I made it look like an electrical fire.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Bender.
MMT, here's the last part. MMT is not a theory. It is accounting. In fact, it relies on an accounting subterfuge, which bizarrely claims government deficits represent private surpluses because government is the font from which currency springs. All financial assets denominated in that currency of issue exist thanks to the government. Thus, under national accounting, the more the government spends, the richer we, the people, get. When tax revenue is $100, but government spends $120, Americans are richer by 20%, and so on. This is not a theory. This is an accounting gimmickry, almost purposely designed to obscure what's really going on.
Oh, God. It's
that trigger you?
It's like willfully ignorant.
Right.
The logic is, and this is why I want to do a stream, because it's just the logic. The logic of MMT is just, I mean, it's unassailable. Like, you can try to mischaracterize it
unassailable.
and use all these creepy buzzwords and stuff like that. It's just a fact. The United States deficit is literally spending minus taxes. I mean, logically, that is just what it is. You don't disagree, Sitch, right? The government spends $1,000 and taxes back $1,000. They have no deficit, right?
Right.
If the government spends $1,000, $1,000 and $100, taxes back $1,000, $100 is left in the economy. That becomes money that bounces around for haircuts and fast food until they say, I'm going to tax that $100 back. And then that $100 comes out of the economy. I know that a lot of people are like, but Adam, don't they turn around and spend that $100? Well, yeah. I mean, it's a system.
So someone in the chat brought up SpaceX and NASA are teaming up to try to launch some kind of probe that's going to land on an asteroid that's believed to have a bunch of resources on it.
Nice. Yeah, I've heard that too.
What's going to happen when they land on the resource that's just like made of like gold?
The gold market is going to tank.
Like, I don't know. It's going to be funny.
The
I
gold,
wonder what the economy is going to do.
The gold market is literally going to tank because there's going to be this giant. They're going to bring back more gold than exists on the earth now.
Right.
And obviously, the price of gold is going to plummet.
But yeah, but what if it's not gold? What if it's like silver or platinum? I mean, it could be anything.
If it's copper, that'd be great. We need copper.
Yeah.
We're actually low on copper.
Or lithium.
Lithium would be good.
Actually, if it was gold, that'd probably be the most useless of all things. You'd be like, "Fuck, it's gold." Who wants this shit?
The entire Mises website was written by people who want to argue that government is superfluous. This is why they can't stand MMT.
Right.
Because MMT makes the argument that, well, MMT basically explains how the monetary system works with government and the Federal Reserve. And they don't like that system, so they want to pretend it doesn't exist.
Right. J-Mac, our surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac, for $50. Hey, J-Mac. Says, I'll debate Adam bloody about why musicals are great. There you go. And destroy Sitch about the merits of yaoi fan art. Wow. J-Mac is J-Mac and Sammy G teaming up here. Look at that.
What is yaoi fan art?
The like gay male fan art.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I almost Googled yaoi fan art. I'm glad I didn't.
I should have said anything.
You just saved me, Sitch.
I just saved you, yeah. But it's not like, yeah, we saw those pictures that Sammy drew of like me and you like lovingly like caressing each other's faces with our shirts off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's yaoi fan art. Born Stellar for $20. Thanks so much. Says, I'm not a full-on conservative. I have a lot of liberal, not left-leanings, but it's tiring seeing these lefties call themselves leftists, call people on the other side retards and smooth-brained strawmans that can easily be flipped and pointed at them. Very true.
Yeah, I just, look, they get off on it a little bit. They get to do the moral superiority thing. I do think people are coming around, though.
Schwango for $5 says, why can't progressives understand this basic concept, the immense repulsiveness people feel about being talked down to by people they don't trust? Oh, I mean, they know. They just don't care, I guess. But... Psych for $2 says, no, that super chat was before the stream started. Oh, well, thank you, regardless. Chuckle Desks for $10 says, one of the reasons I left Kroger was because the union kept defending people who would show up an hour late to work and doing no-call, no-shows. Going at will employment was a relief. Yeah, I mean, it really depends on, you know, where you're working and what kind of worker you are. So,
yeah, if you see a bunch of slackers standing in the way of you moving ahead or making your job difficult, that's a tough slog. Yeah. I always said working a dumb job with cool people was better than working a cool job with dumb people.
Yeah,
and I've worked both.
100% true. Yeah, it's 100% true. It's really all about who you're working with.
Yeah.
It's very true. It shows you how social we are as creatures. I don't think I've ever been into a Kroger's in my entire life because there are none down here. So I don't even know where Kroger's are. Miss Sparkles. Hey, Major Sparkles, for $5. Says, jokes, gentlemen. I broke up with my girlfriend of 5 years because I found out she was a communist. I should have known. There were red flags everywhere. Ah!
That's pretty good. I like it.
Good. Pretty good. Jab Slant for $10 says, there was also criticism of Disney's hypocrisy because Pedro Pascal, the lead star of their multi-million-dollar show, made posts comparing Trump supporters to Nazis and border kids in cages to the Holocaust. True, I saw that. and I
Of
agree.
course they did.
I
Yeah.
agreed completely. I'm pretty sure I retweeted and talked about that at the time.
Right.
Mr. Ubercross for $5 says, what impact do you think the loss of Travis Kelce will have on the Lions versus the Chiefs? Well, that's a very good question.
Yeah. That's a
I
great
think
question. I think Sitch should answer it.
Yeah, I think the Chiefs will do very well now because, in a fight between a Chief and a Lion, I think the Chiefs could have a bunch of people with like bows and arrows and boom boom sticks, and they can take out the Lion because that's just a stupid Lion. So
Right.
just because one guy got killed by the Lion, just because Travis got murdered by the Lion, I still think the Chiefs can beat the Lions in a fight using their superior intellect and tool usage. That'd be my guess.
I mean, Keith did have, or Kels did have that injury too, which is it's probably best to get rid of him since he's like damaged goods now.
Yeah, they should have used him as like bait to like lure the Lions in, and then you trap them. So they're like, oh,
that's a good idea.
See, they're collectivists. They're like, listen, we're gonna sacrifice your cannon fodder, okay?
Nice. You brought it back to the cannon fodder.
There you go. There you go. No, I have no fucking clue about it's Chiefs football. I don't watch professional sports. It's just Abby for 5 Aussie bucks. Says, speaking of MiGs, y'all hear about the Russian pilot that stole his chopper full of supplies and gave it to Ukraine? It sounds like a movie plot. I did not hear about that.
That's awesome. Wow.
No. I had no clue.
That you must have family in Ukraine.
Based, yeah. I didn't know anything about that.
There's a lot of Russians that live in Ukraine. Like, this war is a big
pain
in the ass.
Right. Daniel Irish for $5 says, people fleeing California because prices of homes increased in other areas. Was this caused by those people being unable to afford homes in California? It could be, I would imagine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ostracey for $5 says, Sitch, it's the military industrial complex. True. Everything is a military industrial complex.
Yeah.
Lucy Lemonbug
that's obviously you blaming the housing crisis on the military industrial complex.
No, he's talking about Ukraine.
Oh, okay.
Lucy Lemonbug, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Lucy.
Yes, thanks.
By being a dirty chopper.
Right.
Sticker.
Chopper's better. I'm glad you've come around.
It's just Abby for 2 Aussies says, get Vlad on. It won't happen, but would be cool. Maybe.
I mean, it might happen. You never know.
Yeah.
I have to go over and super chat some more on the China show. So a lot of content creators, I mean, we're busy. So
they're like us. They're like, oh yeah, sure. They're like, yeah, that'd be cool. And then they just, I don't know, fucking busy.
Well, if like we have regular guests on our show, so it's easy for us to accommodate to what we do already.
That's a great point.
They don't do that. They're not like they don't have guests on their show. So.
Right. That's true.
Yeah.
True.
So it's like a huge headache for them to.
Yeah, for us, it's like, oh, we want to talk to someone. That's content for us. For other people, it's like not content for them. It's work.
Right.
Ostracey for $5. Uh-oh. He says, completely unprovoked, Sitch. Really? We had NGOs in Ukraine handing out pamphlets about democracy and stuff. We basically made Russia do this. True. That's true. Russia was like, oh my God, look at these pamphlets. Look at these pamphlets.
I hope you're joking.
He is joking. Saying democracy. Oh, we got to stop these pamphlets from being handed out. We got to go in there. We got to take them out. So, true. Mark Twain's Revenge for $5 says, if you guys want to talk the land value tax, bring me on against the LVT party. I want it to work, but it has tons of issues.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Sure. I don't know that much about it. I mean, I know the concept of it, but I don't have strong opinions on it. It's just Avi for 5 Aussies. Thank you. Says, I thought Elon was supposed to get rid of the bots. He was supposed to destroy the Sith, not join them. True.
Yep. True. It's sad.
I think Elon's biggest problem, and I'll talk about this when we talk about the ADL thing. Maybe tomorrow or Thursday, whenever I guess that's more topical than the Jesse Single thing. So should I talk about that first? I think Elon's mistake might bite him in the ass was that they unbanned everybody. That kind of allowed all the shitty accounts to come back. It allowed some of the good accounts to come back, but it allowed all the shit accounts to come back. So everyone gets to go, oh my God, it's so much more racist. It's like, well, yeah, because you unbanned everyone. So all the people that got banned for hate speech are back. So
right.
Ikai Ka Taxi for $10 says, did you guys see the Pac-Man interview of Dennis Prager? I had it set up to watch yesterday, but I never got around to it. So
Is that new? I haven't seen it. I'll watch it.
Yeah, it just came out a day or two ago. So
okay, yeah.
Supposedly he was cordial with Dennis Prager. So
I wonder why.
Interesting. Twitter sucks. Thanks so much. Twitter sucks. The $20 says, as a dedicated SCH main in Final Fantasy XIV, that's 14. I know your pain. If I wasn't healing, I was smacking the boss, LOL. So I know what you mean. There you go. I've actually never in my entire life played Final Fantasy 14. So, but thank you. Thank you for sharing my pain. Twitter sucks for another $5 says, by the way, oh, I read that one. Religion of Peace for $2 says, MMT is just Keynesian with jibber jabber. It's actually not, but
yeah, this is why I want to like probe some people on what exactly you mean by that. Like, what is the jibber jabber?
Jibber jabber.
What are you talking about?
Jibber.
Religion of Peace. Reach out to me.
It's okay for $10 says, is this my punishment, Sitch? For the BA MPreg picture. To see Sargon's tweet about Mexican food. I am Mexican. I can handle being called racial slurs to Mexicans, but call my food trash, I draw the line.
Yeah, I love Mexican food. What the hell? Sargon, look, he needs to get his shit together, get his act together. That was completely uncalled for.
Yeah, it's funny. So those of you that are on Twitter, Carl got a lot of infamy last week. He called Mexican food.
He did a hate
slop.
speech.
He was very hard against Mexican food. Called it slop, and he basically said Americans have been stock syndromed into liking Mexican food. But it was funny because the way he described it, he was basically like he came off as a stereotype of the white person who was used to eating unseasoned food. So like, that's just too spicy for me. Like, that's kind of like the way he was talking about it. And it's funny because someone posted a picture that looked like this really good, tasty pot full of like peppers and meat and lime. And Carl looked at it and he's like, this looks disgusting. And I tagged Adam because I was like, it's as soon as I saw him going after the Mexican food, I'm like, I have to tag Adam. Adam is going to be like very triggered by this comment.
And I was, obviously.
You were, but you didn't go. You should have gone hard. I was like, oh, here you go. I thought Adam's going to come in, elephant stampeding, going to go attack this proto-American, attacking his favorite type of food.
I mean, I did say, I did take a jab at his immigration take.
That's true.
I did say, and I thought your immigration take was bad. Which is, I mean, that's true.
That was a solid joke.
That is a spicy jab right there.
That's true.
Because I'm basically saying, look, your immigration take sucks too, buddy.
Yeah, that was a solid joke.
But he didn't take the bait.
That's a solid joke.
Yeah. What's this?
We have a voicemail.
I like Mexican food, but
that number is 219-2 David P.
It's okay. I'm okay with Mexican food.
Do you not hear that? I guess. I mean, you're in the watch together.
What are you hearing? Oh, I'm not in the watch together.
Oh, it says you're in there. What are you talking about?
I'm not.
Oh, really?
Did you put something in the watch together?
I did, yeah.
Okay, let me go.
It has your little icon in there.
Yeah, but it's probably not highlighted because I'm not in there.
Oh, I guess you're right. Sometimes I get up in the morning at 6 a.m. and I see that you're still in the watch together and I think, watch this. Would it work if I put something in the watch together and just started playing it?
That never happens though.
Would you hear it in the, like from your bedroom? Would you hear it in the I don't know. Maybe your
Well, I
computer's
leave
right
my
next to you.
computer on, so I mean it's possible. I have like done that before where my computer's always on, so I'll notice I've never left the watch together for like the entire week.
I
But I won't hear it because I have headphones. I don't ever have speakers
okay.
on, so I would never hear it.
Oh, okay. Damn.
So you wouldn't wake me up with like playing some like
Damn it.
really loud
Sometimes I
thing.
do put things in the watch together and listen for a while, but there's no, it's uneventful, so I just give up.
Right. Because I'm not there.
Right. All right. This says audience disgusted by Dennis Prager interview.
Okay.
The Eggman called in about the Dennis Prager interview. He is disgusted by it. Take a listen to this.
Hey, Dave. Dennis Prager is an absolute scumbag. One of the worst people I've ever listened to. He's an embarrassment to all the Jews. I'm embarrassed that he's Jewish and he represents our people.
Wow.
Insulting you, putting you down because you choose to have a relationship and not enter in marriage, an institutional contract that was fake, created by a government. To put you down for that is disgusting. He is absolutely...
Okay, I think this is clickbait. I think David Pakman put his friend up to calling the voice line for content.
I think that's a guy. I'm assuming it's a guy that calls in regularly or something.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I
It
agree.
feels like this is actually a bit. I thought it was real, but David Pakman clickbaited us.
Maybe he did. I don't know.
The only thing, look, let's back up to the Blue Chew.
This revulsion was what so many of you that chose to get in touch felt. Maybe we'll have him back. I don't know. I don't know that we need to. We did it. I mean, I guess it'd be interesting to have him back and talk about other things, but very, very compelling stuff for sure. We have a great bonus show for you today.
Look, I want to see the Blue Chew ad. That's all I care about.
Is there actually a Blue Chew ad?
I don't know.
Yeah, no.
I thought there might be. No.
But no, I mean, I'll listen to it. If Dennis Prager was giving him shit for like not being married, that's pretty lame.
Yeah, that's look, you don't do yourself any
Give me a break here, buddy. Like,
yeah. Okay, I guess we're done. Unless you got more.
There are Streamlabs.
Okay, read those. I won't interrupt. I promise.
Dotems for $2 says, I'm not sure boomers had it easy narrative is correct on housing prices. Housing prices were lower, but they were borrowing at a much higher interest rate. So the difference over the loan period inflation adjusted isn't massive. That could be true. And I did read an article that made that argument. But I never figured out the math. It seems like it's true in terms of like, maybe, well, I think there's two things. I think it was number one. I mean, obviously housing was cheaper and supposedly it was cheaper than the cost of inflation for everything else nowadays. So it was objectively cheaper to some extent, even though interest rates were higher, number one. But it just seemed like people were getting paid more for their job. I feel at the age range of being in their 30s than most people that are 30 nowadays. I don't know if it's true, but that's just the perception people have. So, and then because I know that like my dad, it's like my dad would always say, oh, his mom was like a dental hygienist and his dad like sold encyclopedias or something, and they had like a nice house, like a decent sized house.
Can you imagine?
Like it wasn't like a giant house, but they had like a decent sized house in Connecticut. Like. So they only had one bathroom. I don't know how they survive with that. 4 people. That seems insane to me, but Dotems for another $2 says, I think part of the problem for millennials is the doomerism and generally poor personal financial literacy in an ever more financialized world. The solution set for a good life may have changed, but it hasn't vanished. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I think back in the day, you could essentially just like work a job and then you just save money and you were fine. And nowadays it's like you need to invest in some sort of complicated financial instrument that most people don't want to bother to figure out how to do to accomplish that goal. So I do agree with that to some extent. Soto for Jar says, Sitch has become more good faith in debates, which is why I've become more combative in super chats, LOL. People want the rage, and I live for the fight. Also, Adam, why did the cost of MMT courses rise? Inflation! Puns for all.
No, please, no.
There you go. Vosh for $2 says, eggs strong bad. Well, thank you, Vosh. I always appreciate that.
Yep. Thanks for the $2.
Arithmus for $4 says, we need to consider race in college admission because white people are rich and can afford rowing, and there are other forms of intelligence that SATs can't measure, and employers don't even want good grades or college degrees anymore and will accept people with GEDs if they pass aptitude tests. End quote. What the fuck, Chaeiry? My head is spinning. Is this the goal of harm? Is the goal to harm minorities by giving them Ivy League degrees? Yeah, I didn't agree with that take. So there you go. That's it.
Oh, really? Oh, sweet.
So what? We're gonna probably put up a clip tomorrow. I guess we haven't really figured out what time because I want to put up at 4, and Adam goes, no. Well, actually, no, we're gonna stream it at 4, right?
I don't know. We'll talk about it after we end the stream, but
Okay,
let's
we may stream a
a
short clip at 4 tomorrow or Thursday or Friday. You don't know. You'll have to stick around and find out.
Adam wants to do 3 clips a day, so. But anyway.
Yeah, it's not 3 new clips.
There's a bunch of clips on the channel right now.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna put them up, but I guess not.
No, they need
Okay.
thumbnails and stuff. If they were ready to go, I'd be sure.
Yeah, I know, but that was when CT was traveling. I thought that you were gonna do
I thought we were
thumbnails.
going to do the thumbnails at the same time.
Yeah, but but obviously that didn't happen. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you all for your generous and often degenerate artwork of me and Adam. And thank you, Chaeiry and Erin, for coming on. It's a fun conversation. Hopefully we'll talk to you again in the future. And thank you, you who made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true superheroes. The true explorers of reality. The true Star Trek Federation officers. The true heroes. The true free will seekers. The true enlightened centrists. And we'll see you all maybe on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday.
Bye-bye!